Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. In the party bar in Fusha village, a group of pirates was enjoying drinks and laughter. Among them sat a young 7-year-old boy named Monkey D. Luffy, next to a red-haired man in a straw hat named Shanks, who was eating a plate of food. "Hey, you have to take me with you on your next adventure, Shanks. I want to be a pirate just like you," Luffy exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement. Shanks looked up from his meal and chuckled. "Ha ha ha ha. Right, as if you could ever be a pirate," Shanks replied, amusement dancing in his eyes. "Why couldn't I?" Luffy challenged, and a large man nearby, munching on a piece of meat, chimed in. "Listen, Luffy, you may be a good swimmer, but that doesn't mean you'll make a good pirate," said Lucky Roo, still chewing. "But I'm a great fighter too. My punches are like 2 pistols," Luffy declared, proudly showing off his fist, which drew laughter from the other patrons. "Are they now?" Shanks asked, his mouth full of food. "What does that mean?" Luffy shouted, frustrated. Lucky Roo laughed again. "He means you're still just a kid," he said. "And he's right, you know. I have boys older than you," Yasopp added. Luffy's forehead twitched in annoyance as he began to yell. "I'm not a kid. I'm a grown-up," he shouted, his voice echoing in the bar. Shanks, trying to calm him down, slid a glass of orange juice toward Luffy. "Here, have some juice and calm down," Shanks said. Luffy's eyes sparkled as he took a sip. "Wow, thanks, Shanks," he said, grinning. Shanks laughed, hitting the bar counter. "I don't know any pirate who drinks juice," he joked. "That's a dirty trick," Luffy yelled, causing everyone in the bar to burst into laughter. "Stop laughing. That was a cheap shot," he protested. Meanwhile, the bar owner, Makino, watched the playful exchange with a warm smile. Suddenly, the doors of the bar were kicked open, and a tall man entered, flanked by a group of others. The bar fell silent as they took in the newcomers. The leader was a tall, dark-skinned man with black hair and a noticeable scar above his right eye, dressed in a long red coat. "So, these are what passes for pirates around here. Looks rather sad, to be honest," he remarked, approaching the bar. "Welcome, gentlemen. What can I do for you?" Makino asked, trying to maintain her composure. "We're mountain bandits, but we didn't come here to cause trouble. All we want is some sake. Let's say 10 barrels should do," he replied. "I'm sorry, but we're actually out of sake right now," Makino said. Luffy, finding the conversation boring, turned his attention to a chest sitting on the counter, which he recognized as belonging to Shanks. His curiosity piqued, he decided to take a look inside. To his disappointment, there were no treasures, just 2 strange-looking fruits. Feeling adventurous, Luffy decided to eat both fruits without hesitation. The moment he bit down, he regretted it, they were the most disgusting things he had ever tasted. However, he swallowed them anyway. Just then, a commotion erupted as the mountain bandit leader began shouting about a bounty. "Leave Shanks alone!" Luffy yelled, jumping onto a bar stool and unconsciously releasing a wave of unknown power. One by one, the mountain bandits began to faint, along with a few weaker members of Shanks' crew. Shanks and the remaining crew members watched in shock, while the bandit leader trembled in fear. What did you do, brat?" he stammered. Luffy, equally bewildered, had no idea what had just happened. Before anyone could react, the bandit leader swung his sword at Luffy, shouting threats. Just as the sword descended, sparks of lightning erupted from Luffy's body, causing the bandit to recoil in shock. The sword fell from his hand as he collapsed, and everyone in the bar stared in awe as Luffy's injury began to heal, the gap glowing with electricity. "Luffy, did you eat the fruits that were inside the chest?" Shanks asked, his voice filled with concern. Luffy nodded, still processing the events that had just unfolded. Shanks attempted to grab Luffy by the shoulder, only for his hand to pass right through him, resulting in a surprising electric shock. He quickly withdrew his hand and looked at Luffy before speaking. Luffy, you just ate the Avatar fruit and the Gomu-Gomu no Mi, both part of a group known as Devil Fruits. Eating any of them takes away your ability to swim for life, but you've consumed two at such a young age. One is a Logia class, and the other is a paramecia devil fruit. This means you can turn your body into any of the 5 elements, and after awakening, you'll gain additional elements like darkness, sand, and ice. Plus, with your other fruit, you are now a rubber man, Shanks explained excitedly. Luffy's eyes sparkled at the thought of wielding such powers. Does this mean I can come with you now? Luffy asked, filled with hope. Shanks returned to his seat at the bar, joined by his first mate, who signaled Makino to join them. They began whispering, ensuring Luffy couldn't hear them. Captain, he just ate a Logia-class devil fruit and a paramecia-class, 2 of the more powerful ones, Ben Beckman remarked. Plus, with Conqueror's Haki, if he doesn't learn to control his powers, he could seriously hurt someone. Shanks adopted a serious expression, while Makino looked increasingly worried. Is he going to be alright? Makino asked anxiously. Shanks smiled reassuringly. Yeah, he will. Don't worry. Their conversation was interrupted when Luffy shouted at them. Hey! Stop whispering, I can't hear what you're saying. Luffy yelled, causing them to break apart. He turned back to Shanks. So, can I come with you guys, Shanks? He asked again, prompting Shanks to look at him thoughtfully. I'll decide if I take you after you answer 2 questions, okay? Shanks said, to which Luffy nodded eagerly. First question, do you know what you did to knock out those bandits? Shanks inquired, causing the bar to fall silent, all ears on Luffy. No, I don't know how I did it. It usually just happens when Grandpa is training me, Luffy replied. Shanks nodded, his eyes closing in thought, then suddenly opened wide in surprise. You mean you've used it before? He asked, astonished. Luffy simply nodded. Yeah, against some monkeys Grandpa had me fight during my training, he said casually, while everyone else stared at him in disbelief, except for Makino. Who has a 7-year-old fight monkeys as part of training, every pirate thought. Shanks then turned to Makino. Who is Luffy's grandpa? He asked, and Makino's expression turned serious. Monkey D. Garp, she replied, causing the entire bar to freeze in shock. You mean Garp, the fist, is his grandfather? Shanks exclaimed, prompting a giggle from Makino as she nodded. Shanks took a moment to compose himself before turning back to Luffy, who was now distractedly picking his nose, causing everyone to sweat drop. Okay, Luffy, second question, Shanks said, regaining Luffy's attention. What's your dream? Luffy's face lit up with a huge smile as he stood on his stool and shouted, My dream is to be king of the pirates. And why do you want to be king of the pirates? Shanks asked. Because the king of the pirates is the man with the most freedom. Luffy declared, surprising everyone. Just you wait. I'm going to have the greatest adventure, find the One Piece, and become king of the pirates. His determination resonated with everyone, and Shanks envisioned his old captain, Gold, Roger, standing behind Luffy. Well, Luffy, Shanks said, capturing Luffy's attention once more, welcome to the crew, he announced, leading to cheers from everyone and tears of joy from Luffy. A week passed since Shanks agreed to take Luffy with them. The entire village gathered at the docks to bid farewell to Luffy and the pirates. Initially, the mayor was against Luffy leaving, but after Ben and Shanks explained the dangers of not learning to control his powers, he understood and agreed, making it clear that Makino would inform Garp upon his return. During the week, Shanks had also sent a crew member without a bounty to collect the bounty on the mountain bandits and give it to Luffy. Now on Shanks's ship, the Red Force, Luffy waved goodbye to the villagers. Bye, Makino. I'll come back before I set out on my own, he yelled as the ship sailed away from the island. Once the island was out of sight, Shanks began giving orders to the crew. Okay, Everyone, we have enough supplies, so set a course for the Grand Line, he commanded. Aye, Captain, the crew replied. Shanks turned to Luffy, who was looking around with a huge smile. Luffy! Shanks called, catching his attention. Come with me. He led Luffy to what appeared to be the sleeping quarters. This is where you will sleep, Shanks said, pointing to a small room with a bed, desk, and closet. It wasn't large, but it was just right for one person. Luffy stepped inside and smiled. I love it, he said, making Shanks grin. Okay, Luffy, let me explain how things will work once we enter the Grand Line, Shanks said, gaining Luffy's full attention. Ben, Roo, and Yasopp stood by the doorway, listening closely. First, Roo will teach you how to control that devil fruit of yours a bit. Then, every morning, Ben will teach you navigation, history, battle strategy, and anything else he thinks you should know for about 3 hours each day. The rest of the day will be spent with me teaching you Haki, or with Yasopp teaching you how to shoot. Any extra time you have can be used to master your devil fruit powers, or you can focus on mastering Haki or sharpshooting first. Understood? Shanks asked, to which Luffy nodded eagerly. Yep, now I have one question, Luffy said, prompting Shanks to gesture for him to continue. Do you have any meat? This caused the four of them to comically fall over. After Shanks explained everything to Luffy again to ensure he understood, he began to teach Luffy about Haki and its usefulness in combat. Luffy was thrilled at the idea and kept begging Shanks to start his training until Shanks finally agreed and began teaching him observation Haki. 3 days had passed since the crew left Dawn Island, and the entrance to the Grand Line was in sight. Luffy was excited at the thought of sailing up a mountain. As the ship began ascending, Luffy dashed to the front and climbed onto the figurehead. Everyone on board watched nervously as he stood there. When the ship reached the peak and began its descent into the Grand Line, Luffy stretched out his arms and shouted to the heavens, I am going to be the king of the pirates. His determination made everyone on board smile. At the same time, a large marine boat was docking in Fusha village. A man wearing a vice admiral's coat, with "Justice" emblazoned on the back, stepped off the boat. He had short gray hair, a matching goatee, and a visible scar down the left side of his face. As he walked through town, he greeted the locals before entering Makino's party's bar. He took a seat at the bar and called for her. Makino-chan. How are you doing? Where's my grandson hiding now? Garp asked. Makino rushed over, her eyes filled with worry. I'm so sorry, Garp-san. I couldn't stop him. Shanks took Luffy away 2 months ago. I had no way to contact you, so Luffy could be anywhere. She was nearly in tears, both from losing Luffy and fearing Garp's reaction. Garp froze, struggling to process the news. Luffy has been taken. Who would do this? 2 months ago. What have I been doing all this time? Anger surged within him, causing the mug in his hand to crack under pressure. Makino instinctively backed away, fearing the worst. Seeing her fear, Garp took a deep breath to calm himself. I'm sorry, Makino-chan, this isn't your fault. If it was someone after Luffy, I doubt you could have done anything. I should have given you a Den Mushi to contact me in case something like this happened. Can you tell me what the man who took Luffy looked like? Makino nodded, and after a few minutes, Garp was back on his boat, heading to Marineford, the military headquarters of the Marines. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, known as Sengoku, the Buddha, was buried in paperwork when he sensed Garp storming into his office. The door burst open, splintering under Garp's furious entrance. Garp. What is it now? Can't you see I'm busy? Sengoku sighed, clearly frustrated. This is no joke. I'm not here to mess around, Sengoku. I need your help with a personal issue. Garp shouted, slamming his fist onto Sengoku's desk, cracking the fine wood. What's wrong, Garp? It seems important if you're this upset and actually want help, Sengoku said, giving Garp his full attention. My grandson, Luffy. He's been taken. By that red-haired brat. That's my problem. Garp growled. Sengoku's eyes widened in shock. This is serious. How did Shanks even learn about your grandson? It's not common knowledge where you had him hidden. I don't know, but it happened 2 months ago. What can I do now? Garp asked, sinking into his seat under the weight of stress. I could order CP9 to look into it, they might find him. But you know they could never take him back from someone like Shanks, Sengoku suggested. No. Keep that assassin squad away from my grandson. They'd be more likely to harm him than help him, especially that Lucci guy. He's dangerous, Garp insisted. Meanwhile, hours later, the sun was high in the sky, and Luffy and Shanks had finished a meal of cooked wild boar. Luffy, now that you've had a good meal, I want to start your training. You showed great strength pulling that boat up, that was impressive for someone your age, Shanks complimented. Luffy beamed with pride. I'm going to start with physical training since you're too young for the more advanced skills. Understand? Shanks asked, wanting to ensure Luffy grasped everything before moving on. Sure, Shanks. I need to be stronger to learn your cool powers. Luffy replied enthusiastically. Shanks smiled brightly. Exactly. We're starting with endurance training. I want you to run around this island and see how long you can go before stopping, Shanks instructed. Luffy nodded and took off running. He ran for about 2 hours before needing a break. Shanks nodded, pleased with the progress. After a short rest, Rayleigh stood up, ready to continue the training. Do you need water? Shanks asked. No way, old man, I can go on. But water would be nice, please. Shanks handed him a glass of water, and Luffy gulped it down. Okay, enough playing around, Luffy. I want you to give me 100 reps of each of these exercises, push-ups, sit-ups, jumping jacks, and pull-ups. Shanks showed him a sturdy tree branch for the pull-ups. I also want you to punch and kick this tree 100 times each. Understood? Luffy nodded. A year had passed since Luffy started training with Shanks and his crew. Now 7 years old, Luffy looked like a boy 3 or 4 years older, lean and strong, with calloused fists. He was becoming self-sufficient, so Shanks allowed him to hunt for food more often, which was good practice for when he was on his own. Shanks made sure Luffy trained in everything, not just physical exercises. This included aiming lessons from Yasopp, studying with Ben, and training with a weapon that Shanks considered a birthday gift, even though Luffy's birthday was still a month away. According to Shanks, Luffy's naivety stemmed from living with mountain bandits without connections to the outside world, but Luffy liked to think it was due to his previous devil fruit power, claiming he was smart. Pick a weapon, said Ben Beckman, the first mate of the red-haired pirates. They were at a weapon shop in Paradise because Shanks insisted that Luffy should use a weapon now that he couldn't just rely on increasing his strength. The shop had an old man at the counter, and the room was filled with various types of weapons. One caught Luffy's eye, a gigantic warhammer, probably 6 feet tall. Impressed by its imposing nature, Luffy immediately wanted it, even though it was one of the most expensive items in the store. This kid is going to waste a pretty large amount of our treasure from now on, Ben thought, facepalming and sighing. Meanwhile, Rayleigh was standing on the beach, watching the ocean when he spotted a large red and gold boat with a Jolly Roger across its front sail. What are we doing, Captain? This island is deserted. Why the sudden interest? Ben asked Shanks. If you look closely, you can see a boat there. I'm just curious who's calling one of our islands home. If they're not here to cause trouble, they can stay. Heck, we may even party with them. Shanks replied. Ben nodded in understanding. Shanks was a tall man of moderate build with short red hair, 3 vertical claw marks over his left eye, and a light goatee. He wore a loose-fitting white button-up shirt, purple calf-length shorts, a red sash, and a long black captain's coat. A relatively plain saber hung at his hip. "Let's go, Ben." Ben nodded. "Hey. Yass up, Lucky. We're going ashore." Shanks shouted. He received a chorus of "Aye Captain" and "Hooray," as the selected men and Shanks piled into the small landing boat. About 10 minutes later, they reached the beach. Shanks became serious as he looked into the tree line and called out, "I know you're there. There's no use in hiding from us. Show yourself now." His hand rested on his saber's handle. Though Shanks was generally calm and friendly, he was serious until he was sure this person was not a threat. "I think you're 100 years too early to be threatening me, Shanks." Rayleigh stepped out of the tree line, casually walking with his hands in his pockets, approaching his old crew's cabin boy. Shanks and his crew's jaws dropped. They were shocked to see the legendary figure on one of their islands, knowing he usually stayed at Sabaody coating ships. Shanks felt nervous. He just threatened his old mentor. He lost count of how many times Rayleigh had disciplined him for mistakes during his childhood. "I'm sorry. Rayleigh-san, I didn't know it was you, I swear." Shanks exclaimed, his crew backing away in case Rayleigh wanted to punish him. Rayleigh's serious expression quickly shifted into a smile as he started laughing at Shanks. "Huh, my boy, you haven't changed since I last saw you." "Well, Rayleigh, the reason we're here is that we just wanted to see who was on the island. Since it's you, I'm fine with it. But we are kind of curious as to why you are here, not that it matters." "You don't have to tell us," Shanks said, making sure to be respectful. He wasn't sure if he could take on the Dark King in the first place. "I wanted to train the kid that's there on the ship with you," Rayleigh replied. "Why Luffy?" Shanks asked, confused about why Rayleigh wanted to train him. "Rayleigh-san, that kid Luffy is from the East Blue. He said the same thing that Captain Roger said, his spirit lives on him." "I hope you train him well," Rayleigh said, bowing slightly. "Very well, tell him to come here," Rayleigh instructed. "Hey Luffy, look who has come to meet you," Shanks shouted. Luffy came out and saw Rayleigh. "Hey Shanks, who is this old man right here?" Luffy asked, confused. Shanks hit him lightly on the head and said, "I told you to be respectful to others, but you won't listen. This old man is the first mate of the king of the pirates." Luffy suddenly became excited. "Cool. You must be strong, right Rayleigh-san? If you were the first mate of the king of the pirates, right?" Yeah, kid, I was his first mate." "Now tell me your name, young man," Rayleigh said. "I'm Monkey D. Luffy, and I am going to be the king of pirates." "Ha ha ha." Luffy shouted with all his might. Rayleigh understood why Shanks took the kid with him. "You really chose a great kid, he truly is like Roger," Rayleigh said, tears in his eyes as he remembered his old friend. From that day on, Rayleigh took Luffy under his wing and began teaching him Haki. "Ready to go, Luffy?" "We can leave shortly," Rayleigh said. "I just need to buy a bigger boat and supplies for the voyage," Rayleigh said, leading Luffy out the door. Luffy turned and waved goodbye to Shanks for a few years, and Shanks waved back with a smile. Rayleigh guided Luffy to the docks, where they found a fishmonger and boat salesman. They purchased a sturdy fishing boat that could easily support them, along with enough food and water for several weeks. Once they boarded the boat, Rayleigh began rowing out to sea when he sensed a large creature approaching. He turned to see a massive eel-like sea king glaring at them hungrily. "It's the Lord of the Coast. We're going to die," Luffy exclaimed, panic rising in his voice. He had heard tales of this creature ending many adventures and lives. "Is that any way for the future pirate king to act, Luffy?" Rayleigh asked, understanding the fear that must have gripped the young boy. "Don't worry, I will take care of it." Rayleigh stood up and locked eyes with the beast. As it prepared to attack, the creature suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Its pupils dilated, and it dove back into the water with a speed Luffy had never witnessed before. "What did you do, old man? How did you make it run away?" I've never seen it so scared. Luffy asked, excitement bubbling within him. Rayleigh sat back down and resumed rowing away from the coast. That, my boy, is just one of many things I will teach you as my apprentice. So just relax, it's going to take us a while to reach our destination, Rayleigh replied. Upon reaching the mysterious island of Amazon Lily, Monkey D., Luffy found himself standing before the legendary pirate, Silver's Rayleigh. Known as the Dark King, Rayleigh was once the right-hand man of the Pirate King, Gold, Roger. With his vast knowledge of Haki, Rayleigh was the perfect mentor to help Luffy unlock the true potential of his abilities. Eager to learn, Luffy listened intently as Rayleigh explained the three types of Haki: Observation Haki, Armament Haki, and Conqueror's Haki. Each held immense power and required intense focus and training to master. Luffy was determined to conquer all three and become the strongest in the world. During the first week, Rayleigh focused on developing Luffy's observation Haki, the ability to sense the flow of emotions and intentions around him. They practiced in the dense forests, where Luffy closed his eyes and concentrated on the sounds and movements of wildlife. From the chirping of birds to the rustling of leaves, Luffy honed his senses to an unprecedented level. As days turned into weeks, they moved on to the second phase of training Armament Haki. Rayleigh explained that it allowed one to harden their body, effectively creating an invisible armor. Luffy's body was already resilient, but with Armament Haki, he could enhance his strength and protect himself from even the strongest attacks. The training began with Luffy striking trees, initially unable to penetrate their bark. Rayleigh urged him to focus and channel his willpower through his clenched fists. Slowly, Luffy's punches began to crack the trees effortlessly, and he felt a surge of power as his Armament Haki grew stronger with each strike. Finally, it was time for the last phase of training Conqueror's Haki. Rayleigh explained that this form of Haki was rare and could dominate and immobilize opponents. It required immense willpower and the ability to exert one's spirit to command those around them. Rayleigh recognized this unique ability within Luffy and saw the potential he possessed. They traveled to a nearby village, where Rayleigh suggested Luffy try to awaken his Conqueror's Haki in a controlled environment. Standing before a bustling crowd, Luffy focused his energy, emitting a powerful Conqueror's Haki that sent waves rippling through the air. The weaker-willed among the crowd fell to the ground, while others stood in awe, recognizing the incredible power emanating from Luffy. Months passed, and Luffy's training under Rayleigh continued tirelessly. Countless battles and intense sessions fortified his Haki to heights he had never imagined. With each passing day, Luffy's determination to become the Pirate King grew stronger, and his bond with Rayleigh deepened. 2 years later, Luffy reflected on the hard and grueling training. There were moments when he wondered if it was all worth it, but when he finally managed to surprise Rayleigh during a spar, he realized the effort had indeed paid off. Their relationship faced challenges after that spar, which helped awaken Luffy's Conqueror's Haki. Rayleigh understood the necessity of pushing Luffy to his limits, knowing it was one of the best ways to unlock such a rare ability. However, Luffy could never hold a grudge for long, especially not against his beloved teacher, who had taken the place of Garp in his heart since he hadn't seen the man in many years. Rayleigh had great respect for Garp, recognizing him as one of the rare honorable Marines. Yet, he sensed a greatness in Luffy that could not be ignored. Rayleigh taught Luffy more than just Haki and its control. He shared his experiences from battles with many Marines, revealing their cherished and secret techniques. The first was Zoro, which allowed the user to move at great speeds for both attack and evasion. Luffy's rubbery body enabled him to excel at this technique, taking it to new heights. The second technique was Jeppo, or moonwalk, which allowed the user to walk on air as if it were solid ground. Rayleigh knew this technique was useful in various situations, not just combat. The last technique Rayleigh deemed useful for Luffy was Rankyaku, which allowed the user to kick the air with such force that it created an air blade capable of cutting through stone. Throughout these 2 years, Shanks would occasionally visit Rayleigh, either for advice or to see Luffy and teach him a few things himself. Shortly before Luffy turned 17, Shanks visited for what would be the last time. "You have grown into a strong and good man, Luffy. I am honored to have taught you what little I could in these 2 years, Shanks said, pride evident in his voice. You absorbed everything I taught you. I doubt I'll find a better student, Rayleigh said, a tear rolling down his cheek. But I think I'm done teaching for now. I'm heading back to Sabaody. Let's catch up when you and your crew are ready to sail the new world. Luffy bowed deeply. Thank you, old man. I owe you everything. I can protect my nakama because of you and Shanks. If you see him, please give him my thanks. Rayleigh smiled and nodded, and without another word, he rode away towards paradise. Afterward, Luffy left the mysterious island of Amazon Lily, having acquired a boat to return to the East Blue to meet his sister. However, a sudden storm forced him to stop at an unknown island. As Luffy explored, he wondered, why has no one heard of this place? He ventured deeper into the forest, where he encountered giant animals. Suddenly, he heard the sound of clashing swords and saw a man fighting a tiger, struggling as the tiger overpowered him. Luffy unleashed his conqueror's Haki, causing the tiger to fall unconscious. The man, however, was on his knees, gravely injured. Luffy quickly used his observation Haki, sensing a powerful aura nearby. He transformed into lightning and rushed the injured man to a beautiful dojo nestled in the forest. Inside, a calm figure was practicing sword techniques. He turned to Luffy and asked, "What brings you here with my student on your shoulder?" "I'm sorry for intruding, but your student is seriously injured and needs medical attention," Luffy replied urgently. The man nodded, took the injured student from Luffy, and began treating him. As he worked, he prepared tea and said, "Thank you for saving my student's life. You are truly a good person. What is your name and why are you on this island?" Luffy explained his journey to the East Blue, how the storm had diverted him to this island, and his admiration for its natural beauty. "My name is Monkey D. Luffy, and I'm on a mission to become the Pirate King, like Gold, Roger," he declared. "Very well, let me introduce myself," the man said, standing tall. "I'm Miyamoto D. Musashi, the greatest swordsman of the old era." Luffy's eyes widened in shock, recalling how Shanks had spoken of Musashi's unmatched swordsmanship. "Master, please train me. I want to become powerful like you," Luffy pleaded. Musashi smirked. "I usually don't take students easily, but your determination is impressive. I will train you, starting tomorrow." He showed Luffy to his sleeping quarters, where the man he had saved, now introduced as Ryoma Sakurai, thanked him. Ryoma shared his dream of becoming the strongest creature in the world and recounted how he had accidentally eaten a devil fruit, the Uo no Mi model, Tsuryu, which transformed him into a dragon. However, he wanted to grow strong on his own, not relying on his devil fruit. The next day, Luffy donned a training uniform and sea prism cuffs, as Musashi insisted he learn swordsmanship without using his devil fruit powers. Luffy and Ryoma began their training, practicing 1,000 sword strikes and various techniques, including Yokogiri, Keisai-giri, and the overhead cut, focusing on perfecting their skills. Stop the sword's downward path when your hands are about level with your hips. The Nukitsuke is an initial starting position designed to intimidate an opponent. Standing facing the opponent with knees slightly bent and a wide stance, the sword remains in its sheath. Grasp the grip of the sword with your right hand while your left hand holds the sheath just beneath the hilt. With your left thumb, slightly lift the sword upward until it's raised about an inch out of the sheath. Pull the sword from the sheath with your right hand and adjust your stance so that the heel of your left foot is even with your right heel, turn slightly outward for balance. In one continuous move, draw the sword out of the sheath, tuck the sheath behind you with your left hand, and swing the sword horizontally from left to right at shoulder level. According to Musashi, the Gedan attack is a downward vertical cut commonly practiced in katana exercises. Designed to cut an opponent's body in a single vertical slash, the Gedan exercise offers a repetitive workout for the arms, shoulders, and core muscles. Grip your katana so your right hand is an inch down from the tsuba, or hand protector. Place your left hand at the bottom of the handle and fully extend your arms so the sword is poised diagonally in front of your body. Raise the sword over your head and cut down in a single, controlled motion, keeping the blade steady. Repeat 50 to 100 times for 2 to 3 sets as desired. This exercise requires a little more room and can be safely performed in an empty garage or outdoor space. Begin by adopting the Geddon grip and positioning your legs so your right foot is 2 to 3 feet in front of your left, with your weight evenly distributed. Imagine an opponent of your height in front of you and raise your katana over your head. Guide your blade down at a diagonal so your sword enters the base of your imaginary opponent's right neck, proceeding through the body and exiting through the left armpit. Tighten your abs as you finish the cut to maintain an erect spine and support proper posture. Raise the sword over your head once again and repeat the cut on the opposite side, imagining your sword entering the base of the left neck and exiting the right armpit. Continue for 50 to 100 repetitions as needed. Iaido is a traditional Japanese sword exercise that involves drawing the sword from the scabbard and cutting an opponent simultaneously. Practice a basic Iaido cut by sheathing the katana in its saya, or scabbard, and placing it through a belt, sash, or belt loop on the left side of your hip. Position the sheathed sword so the blade will cut upward as you pull it from the scabbard. Grip the scabbard with your left hand so your thumb gently touches the tsuba. Reach your right hand around your body and grip the handle so your 4 knuckles are pointing directly upward. Slowly pull the sword forward and out from the scabbard, twisting your hip back slightly to fully release the sword. Place your left hand on the bottom of the sword handle in the Geddon grip position and perform a diagonal cut at your imaginary opponent. After their rigorous training, Luffy and Ryoma were called into a quiet room. Musashi, with a serene expression, shared with them the art of meditation, explaining that it is a practice that brings stillness to the mind and strength to the spirit. Luffy, curious, asked if this would make him stronger, while Ryoma expressed his eagerness to learn. Musashi assured them that it would strengthen them in ways they could not imagine, emphasizing that meditation is about mastering the self. Taking a deep, calming breath, Musashi closed his eyes, and Luffy and Ryoma followed suit, sitting cross-legged with their hands resting on their knees. Musashi instructed them to focus on their breath, inhaling deeply and exhaling slowly, using their breath as an anchor. As they meditated, the soothing sounds of ocean waves and the gentle rustling of palm leaves created a serene atmosphere. Musashi encouraged them to let their thoughts flow like water, observing them as they came and went. As they sat in peaceful meditation, Luffy initially struggled but began to find his rhythm with Musashi's guidance, while Ryoma remained deeply focused. Musashi reminded them that in this stillness, they might discover their true selves, the source of their strength and power. The world around them faded as they dove deeper into their meditation, and time passed slowly, enveloping them in a sense of calm and unity with their surroundings. Eventually, Musashi gently brought them back to the present, instructing them to open their eyes. Luffy smiled, expressing his enjoyment of the experience, while Ryoma felt grateful and more centered. Musashi reminded them that meditation is a lifelong journey that would help them not only in battles but also in understanding themselves and the world around them. As their journey continued, Luffy, Ryoma, and Musashi carried with them the peaceful wisdom of meditation, enhancing not only their physical strength but also their inner resilience. Under Musashi's tutelage, Luffy and Ryoma learned the art of the sword, channeling their energy into each strike. The training was intense, pushing them to their physical and mental limits, but they refused to give up. Throughout their training sessions, Musashi taught them the importance of discipline, focus, and patience. He showed them how to control their emotions and channel them into their fighting spirit, unleashing powerful attacks. Luffy and Ryoma's physical strength and agility grew exponentially, while their understanding of combat strategies expanded. As days turned into weeks and weeks into months, their bond with Musashi deepened, forming a strong mentor-student relationship. Musashi, impressed by Luffy's and Ryoma's progress and unwavering determination, shared his wisdom and experiences, guiding the young fighters toward true mastery. He spoke about his book, The 5 Rings, explaining its main principles in detail while they listened intently. The Book of Earth, Chi no Maki, emphasized the foundation and basics of strategy. Musashi highlighted the importance of mastering fundamentals, such as proper posture and technique, before advancing to more complex techniques. He discussed the necessity of understanding both the principles of one's own martial art and those of an opponent. The Book of Water, Sui no Maki, symbolized adaptability and fluidity in strategy. Musashi taught that one should be flexible in their approach, adjusting to different situations and opponents. He encouraged being like water, which can fill any container or flow around obstacles. The Book of Fire, Ka no Maki, represented intensity and aggression in strategy. Musashi stressed the importance of maintaining a fierce spirit in battle, emphasizing the need to strike decisively and commit fully to one's actions. The Book of Wind, Fu no Maki, signified a strategic approach that is unpredictable and elusive. Musashi encouraged using surprise tactics and psychological strategies to confuse and disrupt opponents, highlighting the importance of being unpredictable to keep adversaries off balance. The Book of the Void, Ku no Maki, represented the ultimate form of strategy, where one transcends technique and thought. Musashi delved into the philosophy of emptiness, suggesting that a true warrior's mind is clear and uncluttered. Later, Luffy sat on Ryoma's head as they enjoyed their time at sea. Despite learning many things, Luffy felt unsatisfied when he suddenly heard a shout from below. A person with a pineapple hairstyle confronted him, transforming into a phoenix and attempting to attack. Luffy jumped off Ryoma's head to evade the attack. Marco was thrown onto Whitebeard's ship, prompting cries of concern from the crew. Whitebeard, seeing his son knocked down by a young fighter, reacted with surprise. Luffy and Ryoma boarded the ship, and Luffy apologized to Whitebeard, explaining that he had no choice after being attacked first. Whitebeard used his conqueror's Haki, which Luffy countered, resulting in a clash that left everyone unconscious. When they regained their senses, Whitebeard acknowledged Luffy's strong Haki and accepted his apology. Just then, Luffy recognized a familiar voice and shouted, "Shanks!" Shanks appeared on the ship, surprised to see Luffy with Whitebeard and an unknown person. He affectionately scolded Luffy for not contacting him and introduced himself to Ryoma, thanking him for looking after Luffy. Shanks proposed a celebration for Luffy's return, and the crew gathered to enjoy the festivities, sharing stories and drinks. Weeks later, Luffy and Ryoma prepared to leave Whitebeard's ship. During their time there, Luffy had formed friendships with the crew, including Sabo and Ace, who became sworn brothers after sharing sake. Sabo had to leave for his duties with the Revolutionary Army, while Ace served as the 1st Division commander. During his travels, Luffy discovered a hidden village of warrior monks skilled in combat. Captivated by their discipline, he sought to learn their ways. The village's master, Sensei Hiro, agreed to teach Luffy the ancient art of spear fighting, recognizing his potential. Luffy watched in awe as Sensei Hiro demonstrated spear techniques, from basic stances to intricate strikes. Determined to become a skilled spear user, Luffy practiced tirelessly, mimicking Sensei Hiro's movements and honing his defensive and offensive maneuvers. His unique abilities became an asset as he incorporated them into his spear techniques. Despite initial challenges, Luffy's optimism and determination propelled him forward. Over time, his accuracy, speed, and control improved significantly, impressing Sensei Hiro with his progress. One day, a massive sea serpent threatened the village. Sensing danger, Luffy grabbed his spear and confronted the beast. With newfound confidence, he skillfully dodged its attacks and retaliated with precision. Engaging in an intense battle, Luffy's spear lunged and feinted, striking the serpent with speed. Utilizing his elasticity, he delivered powerful blows that ultimately defeated the creature, saving the village. News of Luffy's heroic act spread quickly, and Sensei Hiro, proud of his student's success, presented him with a commemorative spear, signifying his proficiency in the art. Luffy had even crafted a spear from sea prism stone, which he admired for its beauty. As they finally arrived at Shanks' ship, the crew celebrated his return, thrilled to see him grow stronger in such a short time. Luffy approached Shanks in his quarters, a serious look on his face. Hey Shanks. Luffy began. Yo Luffy, what is it that you want now? Shanks replied. Can you please contact Dracula Mihawk? I want to have a spar with him on an uninhabited island, Luffy said, his demeanor shifting from playful to determined. Recognizing Luffy's seriousness, Shanks agreed. Very well, Luffy. I'll talk to him and see what he says, Shanks responded, and Luffy nodded in appreciation. As Shanks attempted to contact Mihawk, Ryoma approached Luffy on the deck. So, everything worked out, right, Captain? Ryoma asked. Luffy nodded. Are you sure about this, Captain? Ryoma pressed. I've made up my mind, Ryoma. I won't let my sensei's name go in vain, Luffy declared, returning to his quarters to clean his armor, crafted to honor his sensei's swordsmanship. That night, the crew gathered for an important announcement from Shanks regarding Luffy. As they discussed it, Shanks entered and said, Sorry for calling you all this time, but this is important. Luffy, Mihawk has agreed to spar with you in 2 days at these coordinates, Shanks announced, causing an uproar among the crew. Everyone shouted encouragement at Luffy, except for Ryoma, who already knew. Guys, I know you're worried about me, but you don't have to be. I trust my abilities, and I can defeat Mihawk. You just have to believe in me this time, Luffy reassured them. The crew nodded, confident in their captain's strength as Shanks instructed his navigator to set course for the island. 2 days later, Shanks, his crew, Luffy, and Ryoma arrived at the uninhabited island. Luffy looked around and declared, Void, as a black hole appeared, summoning his swords and armor. Shanks was taken aback. You don't need to worry, Shanks. This is my devil fruit power, Luffy reassured him as he donned his armor, resembling a true samurai. Nice armor, Anchor. Where did you get it? Shanks asked. A gift from my sensei, Luffy replied, suddenly turning his gaze to the sea as he spotted Dracula Mihawk approaching. As Mihawk stepped onto the island, he sensed a powerful aura from Shanks' crew and the figure in samurai armor waiting for him. So, I presume this is the person who wanted to battle me, right Shanks? Mihawk inquired. Yup, this is Hawkeye. His name is Luffy, and he wanted to battle you, Shanks confirmed. Mihawk looked at Luffy and asked, Why me? There are many others. Because I want to be the king of the pirates, and to do that, I need to defeat those stronger than me, Luffy stated confidently. Very well, Mihawk said, removing his necklace knife. Luffy raised an eyebrow. Seriously, you're going to fight with that? He asked. I don't need a cannon to hunt a rabbit, Mihawk replied, and Luffy nodded, revealing his tanto from a hidden compartment. I believe in equality, Luffy declared as he charged at Mihawk, and their clash began. The crew cheered for Luffy, with Lucky Roo shouting encouragement. Captain, are you sure Luffy can defeat him? Asked his first mate, Ben Beckman. Yeah, I trust him. I know he can do it, Shanks replied, continuing to cheer for Luffy. As the battle raged on, Mihawk asked Luffy, Aren't you afraid to die? Clashing his knife with Luffy's tanto. No, Luffy replied simply. If you want to win any battle, you must fight as if you are already dead. Mihawk, momentarily distracted, was caught off guard as Luffy executed a move called Shadow Strike, disappearing and reappearing to stab Mihawk, who smiled in response. Very well, you have proven yourself worthy of my sword, Mihawk said, sheathing his necklace knife and drawing his black sword. Luffy readied his katanas, and the battle intensified. Hours passed, neither side willing to give up. Suddenly, Mihawk felt a strange sensation. What have you done to me, kid? He asked, realizing he was becoming paralyzed. Nothing, just gave you a paralyzing poison, Luffy replied, surprising the crew. Mihawk deduced, that tanto is laced with paralyzing poison, right? Yup, you're a fast learner, Luffy said. Mihawk suggested they end it with their strongest attacks, and Luffy agreed. Mihawk unleashed his most powerful attack, only for Luffy to deflect it towards a mountain, causing destruction. Luffy then prepared his own attack. Heaven and earth divide, he announced, striking upward and downward simultaneously, creating a shockwave that split the battlefield. I admit my defeat, Monkey D. Luffy. You truly are a great fighter, Mihawk conceded as Luffy sheathed his sword and helped him up. I appreciate this, Mihawk, but I'm not here to become a swordsman. I wanted to fulfill my sensei's dream, and now I have. Let's consider this a draw, Luffy said, extending his hand for a handshake, which Mihawk accepted. Luffy. Captain. Shanks and the crew cheered as Luffy sent his armor back to the void. Shanks grinned, you see, Hawkeye. He won the duel. What do you have to say about him now? Mihawk, still recovering, remarked, he really is a strong person. You know how to pick them, huh? Everyone, today we will celebrate our anchor's victory against Hawkeye. Shanks announced, and the crew cheered in agreement. Well, one drink won't be bad, Mihawk added, joining the crew as they celebrated on the ship, enjoying their time together. Luffy felt a sense of happiness for having defeated Mihawk, and the crew dragged him into the festivities, reveling in their victory. Time skip, 2 years later on an island in the New World. On a small island in the New World, a pirate ship could be seen docked close to the shore. On the shores of the island, a large group of people stood with their backs to the sea, watching 2 young men in front of them. One of them was the now 17-year-old Monkey D. Luffy, who had grown to 6 feet 5 inches and was well built. He wore long black pants, steel-tipped boots, and a crimson-red dress shirt with the top 3 buttons open, revealing a necklace with a lightning bolt pendant. Strapped around his waist was a black cloth holding 2 katanas at his hip. The most treasured item resting on his head was the straw hat that Shanks had given him. The red-haired pirates had gathered on the shore to see Luffy and his friend Ryoma off on their new adventure. I want to thank you all for everything you've done for me over the past 10 years. I'm truly grateful for all you've taught me, Luffy said, looking at everyone. Ah, don't sweat it, Luffy, replied Lucky Roo, who approached while carrying 2 large barrels on his shoulder and holding a piece of meat in his hands. Here, I've got something for the trip, he said, placing the barrels down. There should be enough food and drink in there to last you on your journey to the East Blue. Luffy smiled and thanked him for the provisions. As Lucky Roo returned to the crew, Yasopp walked over to Luffy. Hey, Lou, I have a going-away present for you, Yasopp said, pulling out a medium box from his coat and handing it to Luffy. Luffy admired the nice wrapping before speaking. Yasopp, you really didn't have to do this. You've all done so much for me, Luffy said. Nonsense, kid. We're family, and you can never do too much for your family, Yasopp replied, patting Luffy on the back. Luffy opened the box to find a black and red flintlock pistol. This is a special gun made just for you. It won't fire regular bullets, instead, it will use your powers, Yasopp explained, surprising everyone and causing Luffy's eyes to widen. I never knew they made weapons like this, Luffy said, examining the gun. Yasopp continued, before you can use it, you need to register your powers. Channel some of your lightning into the gun. Luffy held out the gun and began channeling his lightning powers into it, watching as the entire gun became enveloped in electricity. He looked to Yasopp, who nodded for him to stop. The excess lightning was absorbed into the gun. Now, try shooting this, Yasopp said, tossing an empty sake bottle into the air. Luffy aimed the gun and pulled the trigger. A bolt of lightning shot from the gun, racing towards the bottle. Upon impact, the bolt exploded, stunning everyone who witnessed it. Eager to test the gun further, Luffy aimed at a nearby tree, compressed his wind element, and pulled the trigger again. A bullet of wind shot out, piercing through the tree and 5 more behind it before exploding and destroying the last tree. What did you do differently to make it pierce through all those trees? Shanks asked. Luffy placed the pistol in its holster and turned to Shanks. I simply compressed the wind a bit more this time, but I didn't expect it to do that much damage, Luffy explained, then turned to Yasopp, saying, Thanks, Yasopp, I love it. Yasopp smiled and patted him on the back before joining the rest of the crew. Shanks approached Luffy with a parcel in hand, silently handing it to him. Luffy opened the wrapping to reveal a black and gold captain's coat. He took it out and examined it, then draped it over his shoulders like he had seen other captains do. "Thanks, Shanks, I love it. It fits perfectly," Luffy said with a smile. "It's nothing, Anchor. If you're going to be the captain of your own crew, you might as well look the part," Shanks chuckled. "Again, thank you all for everything. Without you, I don't know where Ryoma and I would be or if I would have learned all the things I have over the past 10 years, Luffy said, his eyes glistening with emotion as he looked at everyone. He wiped his eyes and took on a serious expression as he looked up at the sky, concentrating. A thundercloud began to form above, growing larger and closer until it hovered just half a foot above the ground. The dark cloud was about the size of a small boat, and Luffy walked over to the 2 barrels he had brought from Lucky Roo, placing them on the cloud. They sank a few inches before settling in place, and everyone watched in awe. "That's your ride," they all exclaimed. Luffy turned to them with a wide grin and gave a thumbs up. "You betcha," he replied, placing the rest of his belongings on the cloud. He concentrated again, and 2 lounge chairs began to form from the cloud. Luffy and Ryoma climbed onto the cloud and sat in the chairs, turning to address the group. "We should re-enter the Grand Line by the end of the month. When I see you guys again, I'll be a famous pirate," Luffy said with a smile. The group returned his smile warmly. "I'll be looking out for you, Anchor," Shanks said. "We all will," Ben added. Luffy waved at them, expressing his gratitude. "Bye guys. Thanks for everything again," he said. As he spoke, the cloud began to ascend into the air, shooting forward and climbing to a higher altitude. The group watched Luffy fly away, waving goodbye. "I'm going to miss that kid," Yasopp remarked, and everyone nodded in agreement. Luffy and Ryoma, lounging on their cloud chairs, relaxed and enjoyed the scenery below. They were traveling at about 65 miles per hour and were around 20,000 feet in the air. Initially, it was hard to breathe, but they soon adjusted to the thin air. As they journeyed, they spotted various small sky islands, some people waving at them while others hid in their homes. Luffy continued on his path to the East Blue, planning to arrive in about a day, or less if he chose to go faster. For now, he was enjoying the ride. "So, this is the Holy Land Mariewa," Luffy said, stopping the cloud to hover high above the capital of the world government, where he remained unseen. After 6 hours of travel, he had finally reached the Red Line. With the ability to fly on the cloud, he didn't need to descend to Fishman Island, he could simply fly over the Red Line. Despite his feelings towards the world government, he admired the beautiful city and its amazing architecture. "Well, we are not here to admire the sights, we have places to go, Captain," Ryoma reminded him. Luffy nodded, narrowing his eyes forward as he concentrated on the lightning in the thundercloud, blasting off at a much faster speed. Now traveling at 100 miles per hour, he removed his straw hat to prevent it from blowing away. At this speed, they estimated they would reach the East Blue in about 3 hours. Time skip, 3 hours later. Luffy and Ryoma arrived in the East Blue after being away for 10 years. He slowed the cloud down to about 40 miles per hour and lowered the altitude to see the world below clearly. "Feels good to be back home. First stop, Makina Nichin, then off to find more crew," Luffy said as he headed towards Dawn Island. After an hour of travel, they reached a familiar island, and Luffy landed the cloud on the docks before stepping off. As he did, the cloud hovered higher and eventually disappeared into the sky. Turning around, Luffy noticed a crowd had gathered, with the mayor, Whoop Slap, standing at the front. The mayor, with his distinctive features, pointed his cane at Luffy and Ryoma. "Who are you? Are you both pirates?" he asked. Luffy, amused, replied, "Yes, we are pirates. However, you can relax, Mayor, I mean you no harm. I'm just here to see my older sister." This left the crowd confused, wondering who his sister was. Before they could ask, Luffy walked towards Makino's bar, fully aware of the crowd following him. Upon entering, he took a seat at the counter, the same one he had occupied 10 years ago when Shanks was there. Makino was not at the bar, so he assumed she was in the back. After a few minutes, she emerged. Seeing a young man at the counter, she approached him. "Good afternoon, sir. Is there anything I can help you with?" Makino asked. Luffy grinned widely and replied, "Yes, a large tub of meat and some sake." Makino Nichan. At this, gasps erupted from the crowd, and Makino covered her mouth in surprise, tears welling in her eyes. She leaped over the counter, surprising Luffy and the onlookers. "Luffy," she exclaimed, crashing into him and knocking him off the stool as she hugged him tightly, tears streaming down her face. "Luffy, you came back like you said." "I missed you," she said, sniffling. After a moment, she released him and quickly returned to the back, reappearing with a large tub of meat and a bottle of sake. She set the drink down in front of him at the counter and then took a seat beside him. "Tell me about your trip with Shanks. Where did you go? What did you see? Tell me everything." Makino asked excitedly. Luffy chuckled at her enthusiasm, ready to share his adventures, but before he could start, the crowd that had followed him into the bar erupted with cheers. "Luffy's back," they shouted, pulling out mugs and gathering around to hear his stories. Luffy began recounting his time with Shanks and others. He and Ryoma had spent 3 days in Fusha village before deciding to seek out a crew. Now, as he stood at the docks where he had first arrived, the entire village had come to see him off. Luffy looked up at the sky, calling for the thundercloud that held his belongings. Soon, a single thundercloud descended, resembling a ship docking at the pier, and Luffy and Ryoma stepped onto it. Turning to the villagers, Luffy waved with a big smile. "Bye, everyone. I'll see you when I'm king of the pirates. Be safe, Luffy. I'll check the newspaper every day to see what you and Ryoma are up to." Makino shouted as he took off. Luffy kept the cloud just above the water, sailing at a steady pace. Suddenly, a Sea King emerged, attempting to attack them, but Luffy and Ryoma quickly used their conqueror's Haki to subdue the creature before continuing on their journey. Luffy shifted his chair into a throne, sparks of lightning flickering around him, and his expression turned serious. Gone was the carefree Luffy, this was Captain Luffy. "Time to turn this world upside down," he declared, and Ryoma nodded in agreement. After traveling for a while, the sound of cannon fire startled Luffy. He turned to see the ugliest pirate ship he had ever encountered, a large pink vessel with hearts on its sails, attacking a civilian ship. Curious about the pirates, Luffy directed the cloud closer, remaining hidden before transforming into wind and teleporting onto the deck with Ryoma. The pirates and civilians were stunned into silence, staring at the two figures radiating power. After a tense moment, a large woman shouted, "Who are you two, and why are you on my ship?" Luffy casually replied, "I was just wondering who the captain of this ship is." Using his observation Haki, he sensed a girl below deck robbing the pirates, which made him chuckle. "Is anyone here the pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro?" the woman asked, earning a raised eyebrow from Luffy and Ryoma. "No, we can't say we are him." "Who might you be?" Luffy asked, genuinely curious. "I am the most beautiful woman of all the seas," she declared, brandishing her iron club. "I am Iron Club Alvida." Luffy burst out laughing, and Ryoma joined him. "You? The most beautiful woman of all the seas?" Luffy exclaimed, still chuckling. "Sorry, but you're nowhere close. Do you have a bounty on your head?" Luffy asked, noticing her smirk. "Yes, I have a bounty of 5 million berry," she replied. Luffy sighed. "I was hoping for a bit more. Anyway, time for business." He unleashed a wave of Conqueror's Haki, knocking out all the pirates except for Alvida and a small pink-haired boy who only fell to one knee. "You have a strong will to withstand my Haki like that," Kid, Ryoma said with a smile, which made the boy grin back. Before Alvida could react, Luffy struck her with a lightning-coated fist, knocking her out. He then placed his palm on her back and commanded, "Bind." Suddenly, 3 rope-like bolts of lightning emerged from his hand, wrapping around Alvida and securing her in place. The pink-haired boy's eyes widened in amazement. "How did you do that?" he exclaimed. Luffy smiled and replied, "I ate a devil fruit. Now I am an elemental man," Luffy declared, transforming his right hand into lightning and his left into fire. "By the way, what's your name?" he asked. "Oh, I'm Kobe, sir," Kobe replied as Luffy returned his hands to normal. "Nice to meet you, Kobe. My name is Monkey D. Luffy. And this is my nakama, Ryoma Sakurai. I'm going to be the king of pirates." Flying just above the water, Luffy, Ryoma, and Kobe sat on Luffy's thundercloud. Luffy and Ryoma were seated on thrones while Kobe occupied a small chair that Luffy had created for him. Following closely behind was a captured Alvida, who was on a separate thundercloud that Luffy had summoned. They were headed to Shell's town to cash in on Alvida's bounty and to take Kobe to join the Marines. Despite Kobe's desire to be a Marine, Luffy genuinely liked the kid. Kobe had a strong sense of justice, and although he was a bit timid, Luffy believed that with the right training, he could become a fine Marine. The thought of a certain person training Kobe made Luffy chuckle, while Ryoma felt a chill run down his spine at Luffy's laughter. Kobe's voice broke through Luffy's thoughts. "Wow! I still can't believe I am sitting on a cloud," he exclaimed, running his hand along the surface. Luffy and Ryoma chuckled at his enthusiasm. "Yeah, well, this is a thunder cloud. It's much firmer compared to regular clouds found on one of the Sky Islands," Luffy explained, causing Kobe to turn with wide eyes. "Why, you mean there are islands in the sky?" Kobe asked, astonished. "Yes, there's even a sea of clouds up there that boats can sail on," Ryoma added, surprising Kobe even more. "However, I don't know if there are any in the skies above the East Blue, but I know for a fact they exist in the Grand Line," Ryoma concluded with a smile. "Wow," was all Kobe could manage to say. Luffy chuckled at Kobe's reaction but soon grew serious as he addressed him. "Hey, Kobe," Luffy said, catching Kobe's attention. "Alvida mentioned Roronoa Zoro earlier, and I was wondering, who is he?" Kobe's expression turned pale. "He's a great pirate hunter. A man who takes down his targets ruthlessly, often described as a living demon," Kobe explained, causing Luffy and Ryoma to sweat at the description. "I heard he was captured and is being held at the Marine base in Shell's town," Kobe added, prompting a grin from Luffy. Kobe and Ryoma exchanged worried glances. "Please don't tell me you're thinking about doing what I think you're thinking," Kobe exclaimed, but Luffy simply chuckled, leaving Kobe even more anxious. After a few more minutes of travel, they finally reached the Marine base city. Luffy, Ryoma, and Kobe exited the cloud, which Luffy sent up into the sky to wait for his command to return. The cloud carrying Alvida followed closely behind as they walked through town, drawing curious looks from the civilians. "I want to see who this Roronoa Zoro is. Who knows, maybe I'll even have him join my crew," Luffy said seriously. Kobe immediately began to plead with Luffy to reconsider, while Ryoma remained silent, knowing it was futile to argue. "Luffy, seriously, you're out of your mind if you think it's a good idea to recruit him," Kobe warned. Luffy maintained an emotionless expression. "I never said he was going to join my crew. I said maybe he will," Luffy replied as he stopped by a vendor selling apples. He picked up 2, giving one to Ryoma and taking a bite of his own before handing the vendor 2 berries. He then turned to the vendor and asked, "Are they really keeping that Zoro guy here?" At the mention of Zoro's name, everyone nearby jumped back in fear. "We take that as a yes," Ryoma remarked, leading the way as Luffy and Kobe followed. "Maybe we shouldn't mention Zoro's name here," Kobe whispered to Luffy. "Let's just head to the base. You did say you wanted to become a Marine, right?" Luffy continued as they walked toward the marine base. Of course I do, Luffy, but I don't feel ready yet. From what I've heard, the man in charge of this base is named Captain Morgan, Kobe said. Similar to the reaction to Zoro's name, everyone who heard Morgan's name recoiled in fear. Luffy narrowed his eyes, realizing this was one of those marine bases. Kobe, puzzled, asked, "That was odd. I can understand them being scared of Zoro, but why a marine captain?" Luffy's expression softened as he looked at Kobe. "You'll come to understand that in this world, you can't believe everything you're told. You need to see the world for yourself and form your own opinions. In my experience, not all pirates are bad, and not all marines are good," Luffy explained, surprising Kobe, who looked skeptical. "Remember, Kobe, power can turn good people bad," Luffy added, allowing Kobe to ponder his words. They walked in silence until they reached the gates of the marine base, where Luffy informed the guard that they were there to cash in on Alvida's bounty. The guard led them into the base, where the cashier gave them curious looks upon seeing Alvida lying on a thundercloud, bound by lightning. After confirming her identity, the cashier handed Luffy a bag containing 5 million belly, which he tucked into his coat. As Luffy, Ryoma, and Kobe began to exit the marine base, Luffy and Ryoma noticed something out of the corner of their eyes. Turning to the left, they spotted a man tied to a post in the open courtyard. Luffy smiled to himself, recognizing Roronoa Zoro. As they prepared to leave the base, Kobe attempted to speak to Luffy, but before he could, Luffy transformed into lightning and took Ryoma with him behind a wall. Kobe panicked, shouting at them to be careful, but fell silent when Luffy addressed the man bound to the post. "So, there you are, Mr. Pirate Hunter," Luffy said, looking at Zoro. Kobe turned pale, realizing that Luffy was indeed referring to the infamous pirate hunter. Zoro was a muscular young man of average height, with lightly tanned skin and green hair. He wore 3 gold earrings on his left earlobe, a green bandana, black trousers tucked into black boots, and a plain white shirt with undone buttons. Zoro's voice broke their observation. "Hey, you 3, he said coldly, "you're an eyesore. Get lost." Kobe screamed in fright, while Luffy and Ryoma appeared unfazed. Kobe urged them to leave, but they ignored him. Suddenly, they heard something hit the wall beside them. When they looked, they saw a little girl climbing over with a ladder. She shushed them with a finger to her lips before throwing a rope over the wall and climbing down. With a big smile, the girl ran toward Zoro. "What do you want?" he asked harshly, trying to intimidate her, but she remained cheerful. "I thought you might be hungry, so I made you some rice ball," she said, holding them out to him. "You got a death wish, kid." "Scram," Zoro replied, but the girl stood her ground. "But you haven't eaten anything since you've been tied up." "Here," she insisted, offering the rice ball. Zoro, growing frustrated, yelled, "I'm not hungry. Now stop bothering me." The girl's smile faded, replaced by a frown. But, she began, only to be cut off by Zoro's angry shout. "Do not make me kick you away." Just then, the gates of the marine base opened, revealing 3 figures entering. Now, no one likes a bully," said the man in the middle, flanked by 2 marines. "Roronoa Zoro, you seem to be handling this well, don't you agree?" Luffy narrowed his eyes at the newcomers, sensing trouble. The man snatched one of the rice ball from the girl. "That's not for you," she yelled. He took a bite and grimaced, quickly spitting it out. "Ah! Too sweet. You're supposed to use salt, not sugar," he shouted, causing the girl to look heartbroken. "But I thought it would taste better sweet," she said sadly. The man then grabbed the other rice ball and threw it on the ground, stomping on it, which made the girl cry. "It seems you haven't read the notice posted today. Anyone found aiding a criminal in any way will be executed. Signed Marine Captain Morgan," he said, causing the girl to flinch at the mention of Morgan's name. The man chuckled, "Even you know my dad's name." Luffy and Ryoma exchanged glances, realizing he was Captain Morgan's son. Does that mean he isn't a Marine? Kobe asked, confused. I don't know, but I doubt it since he's not in uniform, Luffy replied. Just then, one of the Marines picked up the little girl and tossed her over the fence. Luffy's eyes widened, and he quickly transformed into lightning, teleporting to catch her midair. He landed safely with her in his arms. Wow, thank you, mister, she exclaimed happily. Kobe and Ryoma rushed over. Kobe, take this little girl home. We have something to do, Luffy said seriously before vanishing with Ryoma in a flash of lightning. Zoro, still tied up, stared in disbelief at the spot where Luffy had just been. How did you do that? He asked. Luffy maintained a serious expression as he replied, I ate a devil fruit. Zoro nodded, having heard of such things but never believing they existed. Zoro looked at them with a serious expression before speaking. So, what do you want? Luffy remained silent for a moment, narrowing his eyes at Zoro before finally asking, are you really as strong as people say? Mind your own business. Zoro yelled, prompting a sigh from Luffy. Ryoma interjected, hey brat, talk with respect, he is my captain, or you won't live to see another day, while brandishing his sword. Luffy told him to stop, then declared, 10 days, huh? I'll be back, before turning to leave with Ryoma. Zoro's voice stopped him. Wait, hold on, Zoro said, catching Luffy's attention. Could you pick that up for me? He gestured to the crushed rice ball on the ground. Luffy and Ryoma exchanged bewildered looks. You're going to eat this? Luffy asked as he bent down to pick up the squished rice ball. It's mostly mud, he remarked, causing Zoro to shout, shut up and give it to me. Now. Luffy and Ryoma's eyes twitched at his tone. Reluctantly, Luffy picked up the rice ball and fed it to Zoro, trying to suppress his urge to retaliate. After Zoro finished the muddy rice ball, he met the emotionless gazes of Luffy and Ryoma. Tell the little girl they were delicious, he said. Though Luffy showed no outward emotion, he smiled internally before transforming into lightning and teleporting with Ryoma to Kobe and the little girl. Time skip, 2 hours later. Zoro lay on the ground, gazing up at the clouds when suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck nearby. His eyes widened as he struggled against the ropes binding him. The lightning hit the same spot as before. And people said lightning doesn't strike the same place twice, Zoro thought humorously, looking up to see the same figures from earlier standing there, their expressions unchanged but their eyes now filled with anger. Zoro swallowed his fear and spoke. You both again, what do you want? Luffy stepped closer, standing just a few feet away. I have an offer for you, he said, surprising Zoro. That idiot's son was never planning on following through on his end of the deal. He was going to have you executed tomorrow. Zoro's eyes widened in shock. That sniveling little brat, he yelled. When I get my hands on him, he'll wish he had never been born. Luffy and Ryoma chuckled at his outburst. And how are you going to do all that tied up here? Luffy smirked. By the way, when I heard about your execution, I knocked a few teeth down his throat. So, there's a good chance your execution got moved up to today. Zoro's eyes widened even further. Untie me so I can take care of that brat, he yelled, prompting another chuckle from Luffy. This is where my offer comes in. I can untie you and let you live, but you have to join my crew, Luffy proposed. Zoro calmed down slightly. What crew? He asked. I'm putting together a pirate crew and looking for people to join. So, what's your answer? Luffy inquired. Zoro paused for a moment before responding. Listen, that idiot's son took my swords. If you can get them back, I'll join your crew, Zoro said, causing Luffy to smile before he transformed into lightning and teleported away. On the roof of the marine base, every marine was busy raising a giant statue of Captain Morgan made of stone. The captain in charge, Axe-Hand Morgan, a tall and muscular man with a steel jaw, watched his men work. Behind him, his son Helmeppo cried on the ground. Now stand it up, men. Display my greatness for the world to see. Morgan commanded. Just as the Marines were pulling the statue upright, a bolt of lightning struck its center, causing everyone to gasp. To their astonishment, Luffy appeared where the lightning had struck. What is this awful thing I'm standing on? Luffy asked, examining the statue. No one will miss something this ugly. He raised his leg, coating it with earth armor and advanced Haki, then stomped down on the statue. The Marines began to sweat nervously. Initially, nothing seemed to happen, leading some to breathe a sigh of relief. But 5 seconds later, the entire statue crumbled to dust. Morgan shook with rage, shouting, "Kill him!" Every Marine drew their weapons, only to find Luffy had vanished from sight and was now standing by the door with Helmeppo over his shoulder. "I need you to show me where Zoro's swords are," Luffy said as he walked through the door with Helmeppo. Luffy was calmly walking through the halls of the Marine base, seemingly without a care in the world. "Where are Zoro's swords?" he asked Helmeppo. "They're in my room." "It's the door coming up on your left," Helmeppo replied. As they stood in front of the door, Luffy kicked it open and playfully tossed Helmeppo inside. He then unleashed a wave of Conqueror's Haki, causing Helmeppo to faint. Luffy looked around the room and noticed it was decorated in a very feminine style, with pink walls and floral furniture. Initially, he thought Helmeppo had led him to the wrong room, but when he spotted the 3 swords braced against the wall, he knew he was in the right place. Luffy grabbed the swords and looked out the window, his eyes widening at the sight before him. In the courtyard, Zoro was tied up, and Kobe was surrounded by Marines, including Morgan. The Marines were preparing to fire at Zoro and Ryuma. Without hesitation, Luffy opened the window and transformed into lightning, teleporting to the courtyard. Ryuma and Zoro watched as the Marines aimed their weapons, but suddenly, Luffy appeared before them, creating a wall of fire that provided some comfort to Kobe and Zoro while startling the Marines. "Fire at the kids with the straw hat and mask!" Morgan shouted to his men. Luffy and Ryuma quickly enveloped themselves in armament Haki, bracing for the oncoming attack. As soon as Morgan gave the order, the Marines pulled the triggers of their guns. To everyone's astonishment, the bullet struck Luffy and Ryuma but caused no harm, simply falling to the ground as if they had hit a metal wall. "That won't work on us," Luffy said, his gaze cold and determined. "Just who are you two?" Zoro asked, his eyes wide with surprise. Luffy turned to him and handed over his swords. "The name is Monkey D. Luffy, and this is my nakama, Ryuma Sakurai," Luffy introduced himself. "I'm going to be king of the pirates, and he will be the strongest creature on earth." Before Zoro could respond, Morgan shouted new orders. "If bullets won't work, then use your swords," he commanded, and the Marines charged at Luffy, Zoro, and Ryuma. However, they were intercepted by Zoro and Ryuma, who held off their attacks. Luffy marveled at Zoro's skill, noting how he wielded 3 swords, 2 in his hands and 1 in his mouth. "Make one move and you die," Zoro warned the Marines in a chilling tone, causing some to tremble. Ryuma's fierce gaze added to the intimidation. Zoro then turned to Luffy and declared, "Today, I officially become a criminal for fighting against the Marines. I promise to become a pirate, but I want you to know one thing, I dedicate myself to fulfilling my ambition." "And what is that?" Luffy inquired. "To become the world's greatest swordsman, nothing less," Zoro replied, determination shining in his eyes. Luffy smiled and responded, "The king of the pirates would have no less on his crew." Just then, Morgan's voice interrupted them. "What are you waiting for, men? Kill them," he yelled. The Marines hesitated, backing away from Zoro and Ryuma, fear evident in their expressions. "Sir, we can't beat them," one Marine stammered. "Yeah, they're monsters," another added. "We'll only die if we face them," a third Marine exclaimed. Morgan, furious, shouted, "This is a direct order. Any Marine who shows weakness, pull out your gun and shoot yourself." Luffy initially thought it was a ridiculous command, but he was shocked to see the Marines actually raising their guns to follow through. What a bunch of idiots, Luffy thought as he watched them tremble. He signaled to Ryuma, who unleashed a controlled blast of Conqueror's Haki, causing the Marines to collapse, unconscious. Morgan's eyes widened in disbelief as he realized what was happening. He looked to Zoro for an explanation, but Zoro was just as surprised. Turning to Ryuma, he saw him calmly approaching. A leader who cares so little for the lives of his own men is nothing but scum, Ryuma said, sending chills down Morgan's spine. Morgan quickly regained his composure and retorted, they were weaklings. All that matters in this world is power and titles. A weakling like you could never understand that. He charged at Ryuma, but froze when Luffy appeared before him. That downward chop from your right hand won't do anything, Luffy said, causing Morgan's eyes to widen in fear. As Luffy walked toward him, he covered his sword with wind energy and vanished from sight. He reappeared at Morgan's side, slicing off his right hand with his wind-coated sword. Morgan screamed in pain and attempted to retreat, but Ryuma was already behind him, ready to strike. Below Sub-Zero, Ryuma declared, stabbing his sword through Morgan's chest. As Morgan began to freeze, Zoro watched in shock as Ryuma withdrew his sword, leaving Morgan's lifeless body behind. Luffy then pulled out a handkerchief from his coat and offered it to Ryuma to clean his sword. He glanced at Morgan's body and spoke in a cold, emotionless tone, "Scum like you don't deserve to live," before walking back toward Zoro and Ryuma. As Luffy walked back towards his crew, the marine soldiers who had been unconscious began to regain their senses. Upon seeing their fallen captain instead of seeking revenge on Luffy, they cheered and expressed their gratitude for being freed from Morgan's tyranny. "It seems they were all scared of Morgan before we showed up," Ryuma remarked, catching Luffy's attention. Just as Luffy was about to respond, he heard a thud beside him and turned to find Zoro, his first crewmate, passed out on the ground. "We better get him some food," Luffy said, picking Zoro up and slinging him over his shoulder as he headed to the bar owned by the mother of Rika, the little girl they had met earlier. Time skip, 15 minutes. "I'm stuffed," Zoro exclaimed, sitting at the table with an empty plate in front of him. "After not eating for 3 weeks, I was ready to munch down on anything," he said, earning giggles from Rika and her mother. Luffy and Ryuma sat across from him, sharing a bottle of whiskey. Luffy couldn't help but smile at Zoro's antics. Zoro then turned to Luffy and asked, "So, how many others have you gathered for this crew besides me?" "Just you and Ryuma," Luffy replied, taking another sip of his drink. Zoro looked at him incredulously. "So, you, him, and I are what amounts to a pirate crew?" Zoro questioned. "I can take on an entire fleet of Navy battleships by myself, and Ryuma can easily defeat an admiral. When I'm done training you, you'll be able to do the same," Luffy said seriously. Zoro, having witnessed Luffy and Ryuma's strength, found himself believing in their potential. Just then, a group of Marines entered the bar, eyeing Luffy and Ryuma, who remained unfazed by their presence. "Hey, you two, we heard you're actually pirates." "Is that true?" a Marine, likely the highest-ranking officer after Morgan, asked. "Yeah, we are," Luffy replied, sipping his drink. "We appreciate everything you've done to save our town from that tyrant, but now that we know you're pirates, we can't let you stay. You'll need to leave immediately. Out of respect for what you've done, we won't report you to headquarters," the Marine stated, causing protests from the townspeople outside. Luffy raised his hand to quiet them before speaking. "That's okay, everyone. We were planning on leaving anyway. However, before we go, there's something I need to do," Luffy said, reaching into his coat, making the Marines uneasy. He pulled out a transponder snail and placed it on the table, dialing a number. After a few rings, someone answered. "Hello," a man said on the other end. "Is this Vice Admiral Garp?" Luffy asked, causing the eyes of everyone in the room to widen. "This is him." "Who is this?" Garp replied. Your grandson, Luffy said, eliciting gasps from those around him. Luffy! Garp shouted through the snail. You brat, how dare you leave the island and join that red-haired pirate? Luffy rolled his eyes before responding. I miss you too, Grandpa, he said with a smile, making Garp chuckle. I called because I know you always wanted me to join the Marines, but that's not happening. Garp growled on the other end. However, I found my replacement for you, Luffy added, glancing at Kobe, who looked surprised. Oh, and who is this replacement? Garp asked. A kid named Kobe. He's a bit weak and timid, but I think you'll like him, Luffy explained. After a pause, Garp sighed. I'll take him, and just you watch when I'm done with him, he'll be a force to reckon with, Garp said, making Luffy chuckle. He's in Shell's Town in the East Blue. By the way, Shell's Town will need a new Marine captain. I had to deal with Morgan, Luffy mentioned. I don't even want to know why, Garp replied. Luffy smiled before saying, well, I have to go, Gramps. I'm sure we'll cross paths soon. Until then. Take care of yourself, brat, Garp said before hanging up. Luffy placed the snail back in his coat and walked over to Kobe, pulling out a bag of money he had received from Alvida's bounty. Here, take this. You deserve it after everything she put you through, Luffy said, seeing tears well up in Kobe's eyes. Before Kobe could respond, Luffy turned to Zoro and Ryuma. Get your things, we are leaving, he instructed. Zoro grabbed his swords and stood up, followed by Ryuma. Luffy then addressed the Marines. Take care of Kobe until my grandfather arrives, he said as they began walking out. The Marines nodded in response. As they walked toward the docks, Luffy summoned his thundercloud. When they arrived, Zoro's jaw dropped at the sight of it. That's your ship? Zoro stuttered. It's temporary until we get a real one, Luffy replied as they climbed aboard, taking their seats. Well, Captain, where to next? Zoro asked, placing his swords down. Orange Town. I need to see a certain clown, Luffy said seriously. As they traveled towards Orange Town at high speed, the adventure continued. Zoro was lying back in the cloud, napping, while Luffy and Ryuma sat on their throne with glasses in hand, looking up at the sky. Luffy turned to the sleeping Zoro and called out to him. Zoro turned over, mumbling something unintelligible. Luffy smirked mischievously and pointed his finger at Zoro, electric blue sparks building up at the tip. A small bolt of lightning shot out, hitting Zoro and causing him to yelp in surprise. He sprang to his feet, swords drawn, ready for an attack. Luffy chuckled at Zoro's reaction. Relax, Zoro, it was me, he said, prompting Zoro to resheath his swords, though he still yelled at Luffy. Why did you do that? I tried waking you up the normal way, but you wouldn't budge, so I had to get creative, Luffy replied, taking a sip of his drink. He tossed a cup towards Zoro and continued, the barrel on your right has food, and the one on your left has drinks. Zoro thanked him and grabbed some meat and a drink from the barrels. As Zoro ate, Luffy decided to share their plan for Orange Town. We'll arrive in about 30 minutes. We're going to see Buggy, the clown, who has a 15 million belly bounty on his head, Luffy explained. Zoro's expression turned serious as he asked, and why are we meeting him? I've heard a lot about him from my mentor. If he's as good a pirate as I expect, I'll ask him to join the crew. If not, we'll take him down and claim the bounty, Luffy said with a smirk. Zoro took a bite of meat before responding, hoping to face Buggy's crew himself. And if he's a great pirate but doesn't want to join? Zoro inquired. Simple, we take him down and collect the bounty, Luffy replied, making both Zoro and Ryuma chuckle. From now on, anyone with a bounty is fair game. We've got 800 million belly from some pirates in the Grand Line, Luffy added, causing Zoro to spit out his drink in shock. Million belly? Zoro exclaimed, and Luffy nodded. Yeah, we're clearing out the big bounties in the East Blue before heading into the Grand Line. We'll need to buy and maintain a ship, so any bounty we collect will be shared among the crew, Luffy explained. Zoro smiled and agreed, that sounds good, Captain. After traveling for about 10 more minutes, they reached the shores of Orange Town, which looked devastated. As they walked into the town, Luffy commanded the cloud to stay above the island. They soon realized the town was abandoned, with destroyed houses and vandalized buildings. Luffy sighed, casting a shadow over his eyes. It seems Buggy is not the man I thought he was, he said, continuing through the town. Looks like we'll be 15 million belly richer than we were a few minutes ago, he added, causing Ryuma to chuckle while Zoro looked apprehensive. Hopefully, there's someone strong on his crew for me to face, Ryuma said, placing his hand on his swords, and Zoro nodded in agreement. Their conversation was interrupted by a group of people running towards them. 3 members of Buggy's crew were chasing a girl about Luffy's age. She had short hair with a curled strand over one side of her face and wore an orange miniskirt and a short-sleeve white shirt with blue stripes. As they got closer, Luffy noticed a rolled-up paper in the girl's hand, likely a map. Realizing she must have stolen something important from Buggy, Luffy thought it wasn't his concern and continued walking. However, as the girl approached, she looked at Luffy, Ryuma, and Zoro with a relieved expression. "Oh hey, boss," she exclaimed. "Thanks for coming to save me," the girl said, earning a raised eyebrow from Ryuma, Zoro, and Luffy, as well as the 3 pirates chasing her. Before Luffy could respond, she added, "They're all yours now, boss. Have fun," and took off running. Luffy sighed and exchanged glances with Zoro and Ryuma. In an instant, the 3 pirates were on the ground, defeated, while Zoro and Ryuma stood behind them, sheathing their swords. "What a pain," Zoro remarked, looking at Luffy. "I thought you said I was the only member of your crew." "You are," Luffy replied, his gaze fixed on the roof of a nearby house. "Then who was that girl?" Zoro asked, joining Luffy in looking up. Just then, Ryuma playfully tapped Zoro on the head. "Why you?" Zoro started, but Ryuma interrupted. "She's just a thief, you idiot." "But Luffy, do you have any idea who she is?" he asked, eager for answers. "No idea," Luffy said. At that moment, the girl peeked over the roof to check if Luffy, Ryuma, and Zoro were still alive. To her surprise, they were, and the pirates who had been chasing her were lying on the ground, incapacitated. She shivered as she met Luffy's intense gaze. After a quick glance at the defeated pirates, she exclaimed, "You guys are really strong," as she jumped down from the roof and landed on a balcony. "Even though you were outnumbered and they had swords, you managed to beat them." Luffy maintained his serious expression before responding, "It's the girl who set us up a few minutes ago." "Who are you?" With a wide smile, she replied, "I'm a talented thief who steals strictly from pirates. The name's Nami." Before Luffy could respond, she continued excitedly, "Hey. Do you guys want to team up with me?" Luffy turned to walk away, saying, "Thanks for the offer, but I have no use for a thief, especially one who puts the lives of innocent people in danger just to save her own skin." He walked off with Zoro and Ryuma. Nami clenched her fists, feeling ashamed at his words. However, she quickly decided she couldn't let this opportunity slip away. She jumped off the balcony and called out, "Wait. Hold on. I'm not like that. At least think about my offer before you reject it." As she caught up to them, Luffy, Ryuma, and Zoro stopped and turned to face her. Luffy spoke, "Listen, Nami, I'm sure you're a nice girl, but like I said, I don't have any use for a thief. Unless you have some other skill that may be useful on the open sea, I don't see us working together." Nami's smile widened, indicating she had something to offer. "I am the most skilled navigator you will ever meet," she declared proudly. Luffy's interest piqued. "A navigator? Now that is someone I am looking for," he said, making Nami's smile grow even wider. However, her expression changed when Luffy added, "How about you join my crew? I've been looking for a navigator." Nami's smile vanished as she yelled, "No." This confused Luffy. "I take it you three are pirates?" she asked, receiving nods from Luffy and Zoro. Clenching her fists, she shouted, "There is nothing in this world I despise more than pirates. I only like money and tangerines." Luffy looked at her with concern. It was clear that pirates had hurt her or someone close to her in the past. "You know, not all pirates are bad like the ones you met," Luffy said, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. She looked up at him, surprised. "How did you know I've met bad pirates?" she asked, her voice rising. Luffy sighed and glanced around. "Let's not talk in the open like this. I'm sure you don't want Buggy's pirates to find you," he said, leading the way to an abandoned house. Zoro and Ryuma followed, and a confused yet determined Nami trailed behind them. Inside the house, which a family had left behind to escape Buggy, they found pictures on the walls and a well-stocked liquor cabinet. Luffy's eyes widened as he examined it. Zoro noticed and checked on his captain. "You okay there, Captain?" Zoro asked. Luffy pulled out a bottle and exclaimed, "This is a bottle of Suntory Yamazaki 12-year-old single malt whiskey." Zoro and Nami rolled their eyes at his excitement, while Ryuma shared Luffy's enthusiasm. "Yeah, so what? It's just whiskey," Nami said, earning a gasp from Luffy and Ryuma. "Just whiskey? Just whiskey?" Luffy shouted, startling Nami and Zoro. In the short time Zoro had known Luffy, he had rarely seen him express such emotion. Zoro couldn't help but notice how different Luffy looked without his usual impassive expression. The excitement in Luffy's voice was palpable as he exclaimed, "This bottle of whiskey cost 250,000 belly." Both Zoro and Nami's eyes widened at the price, and Nami's gaze turned to dollar signs at the thought of selling it. Luffy quickly caught on to her thoughts and shouted, "Don't you even think about it, Nami." This snapped her out of her daydream. Luffy then made his way to the dining room table, pouring whiskey into 2 glasses for himself and Ryuma. Zoro joined them, holding a bottle of sake, which Ryuma guessed was his preference. As Luffy and Ryuma savored their drinks, Nami stood by the window, lost in thought. Interrupting their moment, Nami asked, "So, are you going to tell me how you knew I met a bad pirate?" Before Luffy could respond, she continued, "As far as I'm concerned, all pirates are nothing but scum. They ruin innocent lives and leave without a care." Her voice was filled with anger. Luffy, sensing her pain, replied, "I'm guessing the pirates you've met were the worst of the worst and hurt you or someone close to you. I understand your feelings, but you shouldn't judge all pirates based on one encounter." He glanced at her, recalling his own experience. 10 years ago, a group of pirates came to my hometown. We were terrified they would raid us, but they turned out to be kind, playing with the kids and helping around the village. They stayed for 2 months and took me with them, teaching me everything I know. Nami looked at Luffy in shock, jealousy creeping into her thoughts. Why couldn't pirates like them come to our village instead of that monster? Luffy continued, holding his straw hat. This hat was given to me by the captain of that crew as a promise to meet again when I become king of the pirates. I cherish it more than my own life, it's my treasure. He placed the hat back on his head and turned to Nami. So, Nami, join my crew, and let's turn this world upside down. Nami couldn't help but smile back at his enthusiasm. I will never stoop so low as to become a pirate, she said, causing Luffy to frown. However, she continued, making his face brighten again, I don't see why we can't team up to achieve our common goal. Luffy beamed at her, raising his glass. Here's to our new navigator. They all drank to the toast. Luffy then stood up, tucking the expensive whiskey bottle into his coat. Nami looked at him curiously, and he shrugged, What? I'm a pirate. So, what's the order, Captain? Ryuma asked, standing up alongside Luffy. Luffy's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Let's see Buggy and teach him a lesson, he declared, heading out of the house. Zoro and Ryuma exchanged excited glances, while Nami looked apprehensive. Buggy, she stammered. Luffy nodded, explaining, yeah, he's the reason we came here. I was going to ask him to join my crew, but after seeing what he's done, I need to confront him. They walked for a few minutes until they arrived at a tavern where Buggy and his crew were gathered on the roof. Luffy called out, "Bbugggyy." The music stopped, and silhouettes approached the edge of the roof. Buggy appeared, a slim, muscular man with blue hair and a clown-like appearance, complete with a big red nose and makeup. "Who is that shouting the name of the great Captain Buggy?" he demanded, glaring down at them. Luffy pointed at Buggy's nose, teasing, "Wow, Shanks was right, you do have a big red nose." The crew around Buggy exchanged nervous glances. "What did you say about my nose?" Buggy yelled, his anger rising. "And how dare you mention that name in front of me? My captain said you have a big red nose. Any problem with that, Buggy?" Ryuma shot back, making Buggy seethe with rage. "And as for Shanks, he is his apprentice," Ryuma added proudly. Buggy paused for a moment before bursting into laughter, prompting Luffy to raise an eyebrow. "Men! Prepare the Buggy ball," he shouted to his crew. They quickly brought a cannon forward and aimed it at Luffy, loading a red cannonball adorned with Buggy's Jolly Roger. "Now fire the Buggy ball," he commanded, and one of his crew members lit the fuse. Zoro stepped forward, unsheathing one of his swords. "I've got this, Captain," he said. As the cannon fired, Zoro swiftly sliced the Buggy ball in half, causing it to miss Luffy and Nami and crash into the buildings behind them. Buggy looked furious, but Luffy interjected before he could complain. "You know, Zoro, I'd prefer to avoid causing more damage to this town. How about you let me and Ryuma handle the Buggy ball from now on?" Luffy suggested, glancing at the destruction left by the cannonball. He then turned to Buggy. "You know, Buggy, you're not what I expected. From what Rayleigh and Shanks told me, I thought you would be a legendary pirate with a 500 million belly bounty. Instead, here you are in the weakest sea, terrorizing innocent civilians. And to think you were once part of Gold Roger's crew," Luffy said, his disappointment evident and surprising everyone present, including Buggy's crew, Zoro, and Nami. Buggy's expression shifted to fear as he shouted, "Hey! Be quiet about that. The Navy will execute me for sure if they find out." Before Luffy could respond, Buggy's crew exclaimed in unison, "Captain! You were a member of the King of the Pirates ship." Their reaction made Buggy furious. Luffy raised an eyebrow at their surprise. "You didn't tell your own crew," he remarked, stepping closer. "You're a disgrace to call yourself a captain, Buggy." Buggy's anger was palpable, and he seemed ready to explode. "Fire 2 more Buggy ball," he ordered, and his crew loaded 2 special cannonballs into cannons and aimed them at Luffy and Ryuma. Zoro prepared to intervene, but Luffy and Ryuma raised their hands, signaling him to wait. Zoro watched in awe as Luffy's and Ryuma's forearms turned pitch black. In a stunning display, they caught the cannonballs with their bare hands and tossed them into the air, where they exploded harmlessly. Buggy's eyes widened in disbelief, and he stammered, "Haki." Luffy smirked and replied, "Did I forget to mention that my nakama and I are from the New World?" He then unleashed a wave of Conqueror's Haki, knocking out Buggy's crew, except for Buggy himself, a man on a unicycle, and someone trying to wake an unconscious lion. Buggy watched in horror as his men fell, foaming at the mouth. The Conqueror's spirit. Buggy thought, turning to the man on the unicycle. "Kabeji. Attack them," he commanded. Kabeji leaped off the roof and charged at Luffy's group. Zoro ran forward, swords drawn, ready to meet him. Luffy observed the fight, noting that Kabeji relied more on tricks than true swordsmanship. As the battle unfolded, Luffy noticed Buggy's hand flying toward Zoro. In a flash, he transformed into fire, surprising both Nami and Buggy, and teleported just above Buggy's detached hand, stomping on it. He looked up at Buggy, his voice devoid of emotion. If you want to fight someone, I'll gladly take you on. Nami watched in astonishment, her eyes wide. First, Luffy caught a cannonball, then knocked everyone out with a mere glance, and now he had turned his body into fire. These people aren't human, she thought, exclaiming, what are you people? Luffy turned to her first. I ate the avatar know me, so I'm an elemental man, he explained, surprising both her and Buggy. Buggy cleared his throat, proudly declaring, I ate the chop fruit. I'm a chop man. Nami had always thought devil fruits were mere tales spun by pirates. Luffy, noticing Ryuma lost in thought, called out, Hey, Ryuma, why don't you handle the guy trying to wake up his lion? He seems to want that lion to fight for him, so it should be easy. Plus, he's not paying attention, so sneak up on him. Ryuma nodded and prepared to engage, while Luffy instructed Nami, go help Ryuma. Why should I do that? She retorted. Luffy smiled. Because if you do, I'll let you keep all the treasure we take from Buggy. Nami's eyes sparkled at the mention of treasure, and she dashed off to assist Ryuma. Luffy then turned to Zoro, who had already defeated his opponent and was now resting against a building, watching the unfolding chaos. Luffy unsheathed his sword, revealing a pitch-black katana with a silver line along the blade, sharp enough to cut through gold effortlessly. Buggy smirked, thinking, the fool, didn't he hear me say I am a chop man? Luffy watched as he prepared to engage Buggy, confident in his abilities. As Luffy transformed into lightning and appeared in front of Buggy, he noticed that Buggy stood still, seemingly unfazed. Luffy adjusted his swing, only grazing Buggy's cheek. When Buggy felt the blood trickling down, fear washed over him as he looked at Luffy. How? Buggy stammered. Luffy smiled and explained, because I am an elemental man. I can control all 5 elements. There's no metal that can withstand my lightning. He paused, adding with a smirk, except for 2, gold, which my sword isn't made of, and sea prism stone. Buggy's eyes widened in realization. Luffy then touched the tip of his sword to Buggy's chest, causing him to collapse as if all his energy had drained away. Channeling his lightning through the sword, it sparked with electric blue energy. Bind! Luffy commanded, and bolts of lightning shot from his sword, wrapping around Buggy and holding him in place. He repeated the process with Kabeji and another opponent. Turning back to Buggy, who was struggling against the binds, Luffy warned, don't try. The lightning is infused with Haki, neutralizing your devil fruit power. Buggy's shock was evident as Luffy continued, I have an ability that other Logia users don't. I can infuse Haki into my elements without being connected to them. He explained further, comparing himself to Navy Admiral Akiji, who needed to be in contact with his ice to infuse it with Haki. When I let go of my elements, my Haki remains, Luffy concluded, surprising everyone. He then addressed his crew, stating, we're going to cash in their bounty and head to Gecko Island. Zoro raised an eyebrow, questioning, why are we going there? Luffy grinned, to pick up our sniper. After cashing in the bounty on Buggy and his crew, Luffy, Ryuma, Zoro, and Nami traveled on Luffy's thundercloud toward Gecko Island. Luffy divided the bounty among them. Zoro received 8 million for defeating Kabeji, Nami got 4 million, Ryuma received 4 million for defeating Moji the Beast Tamer, and Luffy earned 15 million for Buggy. Luffy allowed Nami to keep half of the treasure she found on Buggy's ship, leaving the other half for the townspeople. As they approached the island, Zoro turned to Luffy, who was seated on his throne alongside Ryuma. So remind me again why we're going to this island? Zoro asked. Luffy sighed, reiterating, we're hoping to pick up a sniper. Nami raised an eyebrow, questioning, hopefully. Luffy nodded, admitting, I don't know if he'll want to join us. I'm just hoping he's a sniper like his dad and wants to be a pirate. He took a sip of whiskey and added, we're also looking to get a ship on that island. Nami, disappointed, asked, why do we need a ship? This cloud is way better. Luffy and Ryuma exchanged glances before Luffy replied, "You may think it's better because you're not the one keeping it together and flying it." Nami fell silent, facing forward. After a few more minutes, they arrived on the shores of Gecko Island. As they disembarked, Luffy sensed 4 individuals hiding on a nearby cliff. "Be careful, we're being watched," he warned. Zoro placed his hand on his sword, and Ryuma readied his weapons, while Nami prepared her staff. Suddenly, Luffy sensed an incoming attack and quickly pushed Nami and Zoro out of the way, allowing the attack to pass harmlessly through him. He looked up to see a teenager standing at the top of the slope, arms crossed. "I am Usopp, leader of the invincible nation of pirates who rule over this island. You stand before a living legend, the most revered pirate who ever lived. I am the great Captain Usopp," the boy declared, causing Ryuma, Zoro, and Nami to sweat drop at his introduction while Luffy smiled at his antics. Usopp was a slim, tan-skinned teenager with medium-length black woolly hair, prominent lips, and a long nose. He wore an olive-green plaid bandana, a blue and white striped armband, brown overalls, and carried a yellow satchel. "If you dare try to attack this island, my army of 8 million super pirates will squash you like bugs," Usopp proclaimed. As he spoke, pirate flags began to rise from the bushes on the cliffs surrounding the shore. Ryuma raised an eyebrow, asking, "Don't you mean 3 little kids?" At that moment, Usopp began to shake with fear as 3 little kids ran out from the bushes, screaming. Usopp turned to the children who were running away and called out, "Hey! Where are you going?" Luffy couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. "Some crew you got there, Captain Usopp," he teased. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Nami bending down to pick something up before she chimed in, "A pirate using a slingshot, huh? Now I've seen it all." Usopp felt a surge of anger at her mockery and reached into his pouch, pulling out a green slingshot and aiming it at Luffy. "Shut your mouth, or I'll shut it for you. I am a proud man, and I won't stand for this. This is your last warning, or you'll see why they call me Proud Usopp and not Pushover Usopp," he declared, pulling back on the slingshot and aiming at Luffy's head. "You've already seen how good I am with this thing, so you know I can rival anyone with a pistol." Luffy looked at him, placing a hand on his hat and tilting it down, casting a shadow over his eyes. In a chilling tone, he asked, "Now that you've drawn your weapon, are you willing to use it?" Usopp felt a bead of sweat trickle down his forehead. "Guns aren't for threats, they're for actions. Are you willing to risk your life for it?" "Because." Luffy paused, pulling out his own pistol and aiming it at Usopp, "That I sure am," he finished, causing Usopp to tremble. Despite his fear, Usopp held his slingshot steady. Luffy smirked and sent a small amount of energy into his gun, ensuring Usopp wouldn't be harmed, and pulled the trigger. A bolt of energy shot from the gun, traveling through Usopp's slingshot and destroying the pellet he had loaded. Everyone stared in disbelief at the shattered pellet. Usopp dropped to his knee, looking at Luffy in awe. Luffy chuckled and said, "Nice shot, huh?" Usopp nodded, still in shock. "Yeah, your dad taught me how to do that," Luffy added, making Usopp's eyes widen in surprise before he stumbled down the cliff, prompting Luffy and the others to sweat drop. "You know my dad?" Usopp asked as he got back up and dusted himself off. Luffy holstered his gun and suggested, "Why don't we go get something to eat and talk there?" Usopp nodded and led Luffy and his crew to a restaurant bar called Meshi. Once there, everyone ordered food and sat down, listening to Luffy share stories about sailing with his dad. Usopp was amazed to learn that his father was the sniper for a Yonko's crew. Luffy noticed Usopp's pride in his father's legacy. After they finished eating, Usopp stood up, puffed out his chest, and declared, "It is decided. One day, I too will travel the seas like my father and become a brave warrior." Luffy chuckled and responded, "What a coincidence. I'm actually looking for a sniper for my crew. That's one of the reasons I came here." Usopp's interest peaked as Luffy continued, "Your dad said you would be a great addition to my crew if you ever wanted to become a pirate. So, how about it?" Do you want to join my crew and turn this world upside down? Usopp looked nervous at the thought of joining a pirate crew. He fidgeted for a moment before replying softly, can I think about it for a while? Luffy nodded. Just as Usopp was about to leave, Luffy called out, Hey Usopp, do you know where we could buy a ship? Usopp thought for a moment and replied, There isn't a shipyard on this island, but if you want to buy a ship, your best bet is to check the mansion up on that hill. He pointed out the window at the lone mansion. When Nami heard mansion, her eyes lit up at the thought of treasure. She asked Usopp, who lives in the mansion? Usopp smiled brightly and replied, an orphan girl named Kaya. Her parents died 3 years ago, and she's been in a depression since then. I've been visiting her every day to cheer her up, and I'm headed over there right now. If you want, you can come along, and I'll introduce you. Luffy smiled and said, That sounds great, Usopp. He and his crew stood up and followed Usopp out of the restaurant. After a 5-minute walk up the hill, they arrived at the mansion. Usopp led them around to the side and removed a piece of the hedge, creating a hole big enough to crawl through. Nami looked at Usopp and remarked, Why do I get the feeling that you're not welcomed here, Usopp? He chuckled nervously and explained, Well, the butler here doesn't really like me, so I have to sneak in to talk to Kaya. Luffy, Ryuma, and Zoro burst out laughing, causing Usopp to blush in embarrassment. Once they calmed down, the group crawled through the hole in the hedge and entered the yard. They stood under a large tree beside the house. Usopp picked up a pebble and climbed the tree, throwing the pebble at one of the windows. Suddenly, the window opened, and a brightly smiling girl stuck her head out. Usopp, you came, she said happily. Usopp smiled back and replied, Of course I came, and I brought some friends who want to join the Usopp pirates and meet you, pointing to Luffy and his crew standing at the bottom of the tree. Kaya, this is Luffy, Nami, Ryuma, and Zoro, Usopp introduced, pointing to each of them. And guys, this is Kaya. Luffy and his crew waved at her, making her smile and wave back. Kaya was a slim girl with pale skin and blonde hair, her wide brown eyes sparkling as she greeted them. It is nice to meet you all, she said warmly. Luffy returned her smile, using a kind voice that surprised his crew. It is a pleasure to meet you as well, Miss Kaya. However, this is more of a business meeting than a social one, Luffy explained, raising an eyebrow at Kaya's curiosity. And what business do you have with me exactly, she asked. Luffy stepped closer to the house before responding. It was brought to our attention that we would be able to purchase a ship from you, he said, looking up at her. Kaya thought for a moment before calling out. Mary, she shouted. Could you come here for a second? Moments later, a man entered the room, standing next to Kaya. You called, Miss Kaya? He asked, noticing only her. Kaya smiled and introduced him. Yes, I did. I would like you to meet a friend of Usopp, she said, gesturing outside. This is Luffy and his friends. He is interested in buying a ship. Can you take him to the docks and show him our ship? Mary looked skeptical at first but nodded. Sure, follow me, he said, leading Luffy and his crew outside. Luffy turned to his crew. Why don't you guys stay here and keep Kaya company with Usopp while I check out the ship, he suggested. Zoro and Ryuma nodded, trusting their captain, while Nami agreed, finding the ship selection boring. Luffy nodded to Mary, who led him to the back of the mansion where the private docks were located. At the docks, Luffy saw a beautiful ship. Mary beamed with pride as he pointed it out. This is the Going Merry, he said. I built it all by myself. Luffy examined the ship, noting its caravel design, cannons, and the charming sheep's head figurehead. It's a beautiful ship, Luffy remarked, turning to Mary. How much for it? 80 million, Mary replied, surprising Luffy with the low price. We don't take her out much anymore, she's just sitting here. I understand, Luffy said, placing a hand on the ship. However, I plan on going into the Grand Line, and a ship like this won't survive as it is. Mary nodded in agreement. I'll pay 100 million for the ship if you can make a few upgrades, Luffy proposed, catching Mary off guard. And what upgrades do you have in mind? Mary asked. I noticed the ship doesn't have a captain's quarters, I'd like one added, Luffy explained. Also, the current cannons are outdated, I want them replaced with new models. The rudder needs replacing too, it wouldn't hold up against strong currents. Mary took note of Luffy's requests. I'll also check the wood to see if any needs replacing. This won't make her invincible in the Grand Line, but it should extend her lifespan a bit. And how long will these upgrades take? Luffy inquired. About 2 weeks or so. I'll have the builders start right away, Mary replied, making Luffy smile. I really appreciate that, thank you, Luffy said as they headed back to the mansion to rejoin the crew. As they approached, Luffy noticed a commotion between Usopp and a well-dressed man, whom he assumed was the butler Usopp had mentioned. I take it that's the butler who doesn't like Usopp? Luffy asked, amused. Mary chuckled. Yes, that's Klahadore, he confirmed. As they got closer, they heard Klahadore insulting Usopp and his father, Yasopp, causing Luffy's smile to fade. Seeing Usopp on the verge of confrontation, Luffy decided to intervene. You know, some might think you have a death wish for insulting a member of a Yonko's crew, Luffy said, making his presence known as he and Mary approached. Klahadore and Kaya turned to him, their eyes wide with surprise. Klahadore quickly regained his composure and spoke to Luffy. He denied any wrongdoing while maintaining a steady gaze. Luffy approached him, locking eyes as he revealed, Usopp's father is the sniper and left hand to red-haired Shanks. This revelation surprised everyone, including Usopp, who had known his father was part of Shanks' crew but never realized he held such a significant position. Luffy continued, so let's be honest here, do you really want to anger a Yonko, butler? His emphasis on butler made it clear he was not intimidated. Klahadore's stoic expression faltered as Luffy sensed his fear. So what? Klahadore replied, surprising Luffy. Even if he is the son of a Yonko's crew member, I doubt a Yonko would come all the way to the East Blue for something like this. Luffy chuckled, sending a chill down Klahadore's spine. Why would Shanks need to come when I'm already here, he said, pulling back his coat to reveal his well-toned abs. The tattoo on his abdomen caught everyone's attention at Jolly Roger, the emblem of the red-haired pirates. Klahadore's face turned pale as he stammered, "That's." Luffy smirked and confirmed, the Jolly Roger of the red-haired pirates. He pulled his shirt back down and glanced at his crew. Zoro and Ryuma smirked, impressed by their captain's strength, while Nami blushed slightly at the sight of Luffy's abs. Turning back to Klahadore, Luffy explained, Shanks is practically my adopted father. He and his crew raised me for the past 10 years, and I eventually became part of the crew, hence the tattoo. He then addressed Kaya, I will take the ship, Miss Kaya. I've already spoken to Mary about some things I want done, and we've agreed on a price. Mary will fill you in on everything. As Luffy and his crew turned to leave, he added in a serious tone, if I ever hear you insult one of the red-haired pirates again, butler, you'll regret it. With that, they departed from Kaya's mansion and headed back to the village. While walking down the hill, Zoro and Ryuma noticed Luffy deep in thought and decided to check on him. Are you okay, Captain? They asked in unison, pulling Luffy from his reverie. He shook his head slightly, showing he hadn't been paying attention. Zoro raised an eyebrow and repeated, you look a bit distracted. Luffy nodded, admitting, yeah, I am. There's something about that butler that feels familiar, but I can't figure out what it is. Zoro and Ryuma pondered the matter but came up empty. Nami, observing them, suggested, maybe you're overthinking it. Why don't we check into one of the local inns and get some rest? That might help you figure it out. Luffy agreed, and Usopp led them to a local inn. Luffy checked everyone in and ordered dinner before they all settled in for the night. As Luffy closed his eyes, he thought, maybe a good night's rest will help me figure out why he seems so familiar. The next morning, Luffy woke up early and decided to take a stroll through the village. He wandered until he found a peaceful spot on a cliff overlooking the southern shores. While enjoying the tranquility, he heard voices coming from the beach. Curious, he crawled to the edge to see Klahadore speaking with a strangely dressed man. "Is everything set, Django?" Klahadore asked. Django sat on a nearby rock, assuring him, "Rest assured, everything will go according to plan, Captain Kuro." Luffy's eyes widened as he finally understood why Klahadore seemed familiar. "So, that's why you're familiar," he thought, watching the two men. "Captain Kuro of 1000 Plans. Looks like I'll have some entertainment while we wait for the ship." His thoughts were interrupted when Kuro shouted, "Don't call me that, idiot. I gave up that name a long time ago." Django sighed and replied, "Fine, fine. Just hurry up and give the signal so we can inherit her money." Luffy noticed Kuro's frustration as he adjusted his glasses. "You idiot, I can't inherit her fortune because I'm not related to her," Kuro exclaimed. "Miss Kaya needs to face an unfortunate accident, but before that, I need you to hypnotize her into creating a will that leaves everything to her butler, Klahadore," Kuro said with a smug grin. Django sighed and sat down on a nearby rock before speaking again. He urged Kuro to hurry up and give the signal, noting that the boys were getting bored, a smirk playing on his lips. Kuro looked at him for a moment before addressing a concern that could hinder their plan. He mentioned a boy in the village who wore a straw hat and instructed Django to avoid him and his crew at all costs, surprising Django. "Why?" Django asked, raising an eyebrow. Kuro's serious expression conveyed the gravity of the situation. He explained that the boy had ties to one of the 4 emperors, and while he doubted the boy would get involved, he assured Django that he would handle it if necessary. As Kuro turned to leave, Django stood up and stated that he would have the boys on the north shore at daybreak to storm the village. Meanwhile, Luffy, who had been listening, got up and headed back to the village to inform his crew about what he had overheard. Upon arriving at the inn, he found everyone awake, with Usopp already there. Luffy shared the news, prompting Usopp to dash out to warn Kaya. Luffy shook his head, predicting that Usopp was about to face heartbreak. When Nami asked what he meant, Luffy explained that Usopp was known in the village for his tall tales and was about to tell Kaya that the man responsible for her care was a pirate. Nami pondered this and agreed that she wouldn't believe him if she were Kaya. Zoro and Ryuma, seated across from Luffy, inquired about the plan moving forward. Luffy, finishing his drink, spoke with a determined tone that sent chills down the spines of his crewmates. He expressed his gratitude to Shanks and his crew, vowing not to let a small-time pirate disrupt the peace of the island where Yasopp's wife was buried. Zoro and Ryuma smirked at Luffy's resolve, while Nami looked apprehensive. The crew spent the rest of the day planning, with Usopp returning heartbroken as Luffy had predicted. The following day, the crew woke up early and headed to the north shore to wait for the pirates. They stood in a line at the top of the slope leading from the shore, with Luffy appearing bored, Nami and Usopp looking scared, and Zoro and Ryuma visibly excited. Finally, the Black Cat pirates' ship docked, and a group of pirates disembarked, rushing toward the village. They halted upon spotting Luffy and his crew. One pirate, recognizing Django, reported that a group of kids was standing at the top of the slope. Django's face paled when he spotted Luffy's straw hat, and he stuttered in alarm, recalling Kuro's warning to avoid Luffy. He quickly ordered his men to attack before Kuro got angry. Luffy exchanged glances with Zoro and Ryuma, who unsheathed their swords and charged at the pirates. Zoro and Ryuma fought valiantly, taking down pirates left and right, while Usopp watched in awe. Seeing his men falter, Django called for reinforcements from his ship. 2 pirates emerged, and although they initially appeared scared, they soon attacked with newfound confidence. As the battle unfolded, Luffy noticed Zoro struggling against the duo. He turned to Nami and Usopp, instructing them to retrieve Zoro's swords from the ground. Nami hesitated but ultimately complied, running down the hill with Usopp. Just as they reached the swords, Django intercepted them, attempting to hypnotize Nami. However, Nami cleverly flicked Zoro's swords toward him before engaging Django in a fight. Luffy's focus returned to Zoro, who had successfully reclaimed his swords and was now on the offensive. However, he was still facing challenges against Sham and Buggy. Just then, Luffy noticed Buggy preparing to attack Zoro from behind while he was distracted. Ryuma, quick on his feet, teleported behind Buggy to divert his attention. As Ryuma coated his arm with his water manipulation ability and armament Haki, he backhanded Buggy across the face, sending him flying down the slope and crashing into their ship's figurehead before continuing his path through the ship's cabin. "It is rude to attack a swordsman from behind," Ryuma remarked, glancing back up the slope to see a very angry Kuro standing in front of Luffy, who smirked in response. "What is going on here?" Kuro yelled, causing everyone to stop fighting and look at him. The Black Cat pirates appeared terrified at the sight of Kuro, while Django seemed to be in a panic. "See Captain Kuro, these kids are monsters," he stuttered, prompting Kuro to glare at everyone present. When his eyes landed on a smiling Luffy, he stared at him with pure hatred before reaching into his bag and pulling out a pair of furred gloves with katana blades at the end of each finger. Luffy turned to Zoro and Ryuma, saying, "Finish up your fight and get off this slope." Kuro addressed Django in a deadly tone. "You have 5 minutes to clean up this mess, Django," he warned as he began to put on the gloves. Luffy rushed down the slope to assist Nami with Django, leaving Zoro and Ryuma to deal with Sham. When Luffy reached the bottom, Django was unsure whether to be more afraid of Kuro or the boy who had just decimated his fleet. As Luffy approached, Django attempted to hypnotize him, but before he could react, Luffy was already behind him with his finger pressed against the back of his neck. An electrical shock coursed through Django, causing him to pass out. Luffy then turned to Nami, saying, "Why don't you go clean them out?" She smiled widely and rushed off to the ship with Usopp to steal their treasure. Luffy looked up the slope to see Zoro and Ryuma finishing off their opponent and walking toward him. Kuro was furious, unable to comprehend how a group of kids had derailed his plans after 3 years of careful plotting. With a murderous look in his eyes, Kuro charged at Luffy and Zoro, moving too quickly for Zoro to track. However, Luffy and Ryuma could see his every move. Luffy dashed after Kuro, intercepting him on the slope and landing a punch in Kuro's stomach, causing him to fall to the ground gasping for air. "Why?" Kuro asked from the ground, looking up at Luffy. "Why are you getting involved?" Luffy chuckled, his tone serious. "I'm bored. So, I'll kill time by taking you down." This only fueled Kuro's anger further. Kuro sprang up and slashed at Luffy's head, but to his surprise, Luffy dodged. Kuro's claws cut through the air, but instead of blood, he saw electric blue sparks. Suddenly, Luffy's head transformed into a bolt of lightning and reattached itself to his body. Usopp, Zoro, Nami, and Kuro were left in shock, while Ryuma remained unfazed, having witnessed Luffy's abilities before. Luffy stared at Kuro with an impassive expression before speaking in a bored tone, "Is that it? Just what are you?" Kuro asked, bewildered. Luffy chuckled lightly. "A demon," he replied before delivering a punch to Kuro's face, sending him tumbling back. After a few moments, Kuro shakily stood up, looking at Luffy with desperation. "My plan. My plan cannot fail," he screamed, prompting everyone to look at him as if he were losing his mind. "I think I hit him a bit too hard," Luffy joked, further infuriating Kuro. "I will defeat you, Straw Hat. You and your crew. Then I'll make Kaya sign over all her fortunes to me." Kuro shouted, not noticing the teary-eyed Kaya behind him. Luffy chuckled menacingly. "Before you do all that, I have a question for you," he said, puzzling Kuro and the others. "Have you ever been kicked at lightning speed?" Kuro's eyes widened as Luffy crouched in front of him, then kicked him under the chin, sending him flying into the air. Luffy transformed into lightning and teleported to the side of Kuro, delivering a lightning-fast kick to his midsection that sent him crashing to the ground. The impact created a crater, and when Luffy landed, he placed his hands in his pockets, inspecting the damage. Kuro lay in the center of the crater, clearly defeated. He did all that with just one kick, one of the Black Cat pirates exclaimed, drawing Luffy's attention. Realizing that Zoro hadn't finished them off, Luffy warned the remaining pirates, "I suggest you take that guy with the rings and leave this island before I take you down." The pirates scattered, quickly gathering their fallen comrades and fleeing on their ship. Luffy approached Kaya with a smile. "Miss Kaya, how about I treat you to breakfast?" he offered, drawing her gaze away from Kuro's defeated form. "You've had a rough start to your day." Kaya looked at Luffy with teary eyes and nodded before asking, "But what about Klaha? I mean Kuro's body?" Luffy smiled and gazed up at the sky, prompting Kaya and the rest of his crew to look up as well. A small thundercloud began to descend over Kuro's body, and with a flash, it disappeared, leaving only ashes that were swept back into the sky. "What body?" Luffy asked, making Kaya smile. He then turned to his crew, playfully demanding, "Well, are you four going to stand there all day? I'm hungry." This made them rush towards him and Kaya as they all walked back into the village. Time skip, 5 days later. Luffy and the crew stood on the southern shore of the island, staring at their ship, the Going Merry. With upgraded cannons, a freshly painted figurehead, and stronger wood, she looked better than ever. As they said their goodbyes to Kaya and Mary, a scream echoed from behind them. They turned to see Usopp tumbling down the hill, carrying a large bag. "Someone please stop me," he yelled. Luffy and Ryuma stepped forward, sticking out their feet to halt Usopp's fall. "Thanks," he mumbled, landing face first on the ground. "Don't mention it," Luffy and Ryuma replied. Usopp dusted himself off and told Kaya he was setting out to sea like his father to become a brave warrior. Luffy chuckled as he and Ryuma boarded the ship. Leaning over the railing, Luffy asked Usopp, "So, are you going to join my crew?" Usopp pondered for a moment before proudly declaring, "I will happily join your crew as your captain." Kaya giggled at his enthusiasm. "Try again," Luffy said in a teasing tone. "As your vice-captain then." Usopp corrected himself. "That's Ryuma, but I do need a sniper," Luffy replied. Usopp beamed and shouted, "Yosh! I will be the head sniper." This made everyone sweat a little. "Just hurry up and get on," Luffy urged. Usopp climbed aboard and stowed his belongings. Luffy then summoned the cloud they used for traveling, which also carried their supplies. When it arrived, Luffy had Zoro and Usopp put the food and drinks into storage while he handed Nami her treasure. After dissipating the cloud, a medium-sized chest fell out, catching everyone's attention. "What's in the chest, Luffy?" Nami asked. Luffy picked it up and replied seriously, "Nothing you need to worry about," before taking it into the captain's quarters and locking the door. Zoro and Usopp shrugged, indifferent, but Nami stared at the closed door with determination. "Whatever is inside that chest must be very valuable. I will have it," she thought. Luffy and his crew were sailing on the Going Merry towards a floating restaurant rumored to have fighting chefs, which excited Luffy. He lounged at the back of the ship on a throne made from a thundercloud, sipping a drink while observing his crew. Zoro and Ryuma were training, Usopp was preparing one of the cannons for a test, and Nami was reading a navigation book on a lawn chair. Luffy smiled at the sight of his pirate flag, a Japanese Hanya skull wearing a straw hat, flying proudly. He had Usopp paint a larger version on the sails to instill fear in their enemies. Turning to Usopp, Luffy asked, "Hey Usopp, is it ready?" Usopp grinned widely and replied, "Yes, it's all set." He struck a ridiculous pose and added, "Just give me a target, and I will show you what the great Captain Usopp can do." Luffy sighed, taking a sip of his drink, just as Ryuma chimed in, "Care to repeat that, long nose?" Usopp sweated nervously at Ryuma's glare, but Luffy ignored it, pointing to a giant rock off the starboard side. "Look over there. I want you to hit that rock," he instructed. Usopp stopped panicking, focused on the rock, and aimed the cannon. Luffy noticed him sweating but said nothing. Usopp fired, and the cannonball sailed through the air, smashing the rock into pieces. Luffy smiled, proud of Usopp's accuracy. "Good job, Usopp," he congratulated. Usopp turned to Luffy, beaming and striking another pose. "You can expect only the best from the great Captain Usopp," he proclaimed, only to stop when he saw Ryuma glaring at him. Luffy shook his head, then called out to Zoro, "Zoro. Could you come here for a second?" He then looked at Nami and added, "You too, Nami." When they gathered around, Luffy reached into the cloud he was sitting on and pulled out 4 bags filled with something. "What's with the bags, Captain?" Zoro asked. "I think it's time to give you your share of Kuro's bounty," Luffy announced, making Nami's eyes light up. "Kuro's bounty was 16 million, and there are 5 of us, so it's 4 million for each of you," he said, handing bags to Zoro and Ryuma. Luffy handed 2 million to both Usopp and Nami, who thanked him. Nami, however, immediately began to cuddle the bag of money, causing the others to look at her in surprise. When Luffy handed the bag to Zoro, Zoro requested Luffy to hold onto it for now, and Luffy agreed, placing the money back into the cloud. Ryuma did the same, and Usopp followed suit, asking Luffy to hold his money as well. Luffy then turned to Nami to see if she wanted him to hold on to hers too, but she shook her head vigorously. Luffy, now serious, gathered everyone's attention. "Just so we are clear, this is probably one of the few times I will be sharing a bounty with you," he said, leaving Nami and Usopp puzzled. Nami asked for clarification, and Luffy explained that while treasure found from other pirates and marines would be divided equally, any bounties from defeating individuals would go to the one who defeated them. Zoro and Ryuma nodded in agreement, while Nami pouted, which Luffy ignored. Standing up, Luffy caused the thundercloud to rise into the sky and announced, "I am hungry, let's eat," prompting his crew to follow him into the kitchen. Once there, Luffy sat down at the table and refilled his glass before asking Zoro how much food they had left. Zoro checked the fridge and replied that they had about 2 days' worth of food. Luffy then asked Nami how long it would take to reach the restaurant, to which she responded that they should arrive in a few hours if the wind held up. Luffy felt reassured and stated that if they couldn't find a cook at the restaurant, they would stock up on food before moving on. Suddenly, a loud crash outside startled the crew, followed by a man's voice yelling, "Get out here, you pirates!" Luffy and Ryuma quickly left the kitchen to investigate. Upon opening the door, they saw an angry man wielding a sword, glaring at Ryuma. Ryuma confronted him, demanding a good reason for being on their ship. The man, furious, accused them of harming his partner and swung his sword at Ryuma, who easily dodged the attack. The man's sword struck the ship's railing, breaking it apart, which angered Luffy. In a flash, Luffy appeared in front of the man, startling him, and flung him across the ship, causing him to crash into the wall of the captain's quarters. Zoro, noticing the commotion, approached the edge of the upper deck and recognized the man. "Johnny, is that you?" he asked, surprised. Johnny, now on the ground, looked up at Zoro and exclaimed, "Big bro Zoro. Why are you on a pirate ship?" Zoro, trying to remain calm, asked about Yasaku. Johnny, now emotional, ran to the side of the ship, prompting Luffy, Ryuma, and Zoro to follow him. They found Yasaku lying on a small boat, looking unwell. "He's been sick," Johnny explained. Zoro, concerned, instructed Johnny to bring him on board. Johnny nodded eagerly and jumped off the ship to retrieve his friend. Ryuma, sitting on a nearby barrel, asked Zoro if he knew the two. Zoro confirmed that he had met them during his bounty hunting days and assured Luffy that they were good people. As Johnny returned with Yasaku, Zoro inquired about his condition. Johnny explained that Yasaku had been healthy until a few days ago but had since been fainting and looking pale. Nami and Usopp arrived just in time to hear Johnny's concerns. Luffy, trying to ease the tension, apologized for the cannonball incident and reassured Johnny that they would take care of his friend. He then instructed Usopp to fetch all the limes from the kitchen, leaving Johnny curious about what Luffy had in mind for Yasaku. Luffy turned towards Johnny, ready to speak, but Nami interjected first. "He has scurvy," she stated, prompting Johnny to look at Luffy for confirmation, which he received with a nod. When Usopp returned, Luffy instructed him to squeeze lime juice into Yasaku's mouth. Usopp complied while Luffy settled back onto a barrel. Scurvy is caused by a deficiency of plant-derived nutrients like vitamin C, Luffy explained from his perch. "You and your friend should know better," he added, surprising Zoro, Usopp, and Johnny, while Nami and Ryuma nodded in agreement. "Every sailor should be aware of scurvy before setting out to sea," Luffy said, causing Johnny to look down in embarrassment. "But don't worry, your friend will be fine," he reassured them, bringing bright smiles to Johnny and Zoro's faces. Just then, Yasaku shot up into a sitting position, looking around in confusion. When his gaze landed on Johnny, he beamed and jumped to his feet, starting to dance with him. "I'm cured!" Yasaku exclaimed as he and Johnny celebrated. Luffy sighed and exchanged glances with Nami, who promptly scolded the two for celebrating too soon. Just as she began her lecture, Yasaku fainted again. Luffy sighed again and turned to Zoro. "Take him inside to rest," he instructed, receiving a nod from Zoro. Luffy then retreated to the back of the deck, summoning his cloud throne to sit down. Soon, Johnny, Ryuma, Zoro, Nami, and Usopp joined him. Luffy turned to Nami and asked, "How long until we get there?" Nami looked ahead and replied, "Less than an hour," pointing into the distance. The crew followed her gaze and spotted a small silhouette, which Luffy confirmed was the restaurant. "Ah, I see you guys are going to the Baratai," Johnny remarked, catching their attention. "You've been there?" Nami asked, to which Johnny nodded. "Yes, I have. The food is incredible. However, I've heard rumors about a certain hawk-eyed man appearing there," he added, glancing at Zoro. Luffy, Ryuma, and Zoro exchanged knowing smiles, with Zoro's being the most pronounced. As the ship approached the restaurant, a loud horn and ringing bells startled the crew. They turned to see a marine ship pulling up alongside them, their eyes widening in surprise at how stealthily the marines had approached. Luffy rose from his throne and made his way to the main deck, jumping onto the rails to confront the marines, with Ryuma and Zoro beside him. "I haven't seen that pirate flag before," a pink-haired marine said, stepping closer to the edge of his ship. "I am Iron Fist Full Body, but you can just call me sir," he declared, fixing his gaze on Luffy. Luffy recognized the arrogance in the marine's demeanor. "I don't recall asking who you were," Luffy replied flatly. Full Body's irritation was evident as he slammed his fist on the rail of his ship, shouting, "Who do you think you are, punk?" "Me." Luffy pointed to himself. "I am Monkey D. Luffy, the captain of this ship," he stated confidently. "Why don't I recognize your flag?" Full Body challenged. Luffy regarded him as if he were foolish before responding, maybe because it's only a day old. Full Body smirked condescendingly, but his attention shifted when he noticed two men hiding in the main cabin of Luffy's ship. Luffy glanced over to see Johnny and Yasaku peeking out. "You two," Full Body said, addressing them. "You're that bounty-hunting duo after small fish," he mocked. A beautiful woman in a red dress emerged beside Full Body, saying, "Come on, babe, let's go," as she linked her arm with his. Full Body nodded and turned away from Luffy and his crew, beginning to walk off. In a moment of impulse, Johnny jumped out, brandishing a large stack of wanted posters and scattering them into the air. "Do you think small-time bounty hunters will go after these guys?" he shouted as the posters flew around the ship. Ignoring Johnny, Full Body ordered his marines, "They're an eyesore, sink them," before departing. The marines aimed a cannon directly at Luffy, causing Usopp to panic. "They're pointing a cannon right at us," he yelled. Luffy raised his hand, silencing Usopp. "Relax, we can handle it," he assured the crew, who turned their attention to him. Without warning, the marines fired their cannons at Luffy and Ryuma. The two stood their ground, catching the cannonballs effortlessly, leaving everyone, including the Marines, wide-eyed in disbelief. "Now, that wasn't very nice," Luffy said in a tone that sent a chill through the Marines. "Agreed, Captain," Ryuma replied, nodding. Together, they infused the cannonballs with lightning and water elements, creating a dazzling display around them. They then hurled the charged cannonballs at lightning speed toward the Marine ship's main mast, resulting in a massive explosion that destroyed the mast and sent several Marines flying. Johnny and Yasaku stood in awe, their jaws dropped at the spectacle they had just witnessed. They had heard stories of people with devil fruits and the incredible abilities they granted, but they had never seen anyone with one. Full Body, already on a small dinghy with a woman in a red dress and two Marines, quickly ordered them to turn back after hearing an explosion from their ship. Luffy and Ryuma hopped off the railing and faced their crew. Just as Luffy was about to speak, Johnny interjected. "Wow, big bro Luffy and Ryuma," he exclaimed, staring at Luffy. "You two took out that Navy ship with just one move." Luffy and Ryuma turned to look at the burning Marine ship. "They're lucky we didn't completely destroy it," Luffy remarked, causing their eyes to widen. He then turned back to his crew. "I'm hungry, let's go eat," he said, forming a small boat out of a thundercloud to fly everyone to the restaurant. As they boarded the cloud, Luffy noticed Nami staring at a wanted poster, which made him narrow his eyes in suspicion. "What are you hiding?" he wondered before hopping onto the cloud. A few moments later, Nami joined them, wearing an obviously forced smile that Luffy saw right through. Leaning over to Ryuma and Zoro, who sat beside him, Luffy whispered, "Both of you keep an eye on Nami for me." Ryuma nodded, while Zoro looked at him curiously before agreeing and narrowing his gaze at the back of Nami's head. When they arrived at the restaurant, Luffy pushed open the large doors, causing everyone inside to stop and stare at the pirates. It was clear who their captain was by Luffy's attire. Luffy noticed a few women in the restaurant blushing as they looked at him. A man approached them, holding a silver platter. He was a muscular man with a lot of hair on his arms and legs, dressed in a navy blue short-sleeved shirt and knee-length shorts, along with a white apron and a pink ascot. "Hello and welcome to the Baratai," he greeted with a smile that Luffy recognized as fake. "May I ask how you will be paying for your meal?" Luffy chuckled in response. "With money, of course," he replied, prompting the man's smile to turn genuine. "Well then, allow me to show you to your table," he said, leading Luffy and the crew to an empty table. "Your waiter will be with you shortly to take your order," he added as he handed out menus. Luffy nodded and began to browse the menu. 5 minutes later, a blonde-haired man in a black suit approached their table. "Hello, my name is Sanji. I am the sous chef here but will be acting as your waiter today," he said, a cigarette in his mouth. Luffy and his crew were enjoying their meal. Luffy had ordered a large platter of meat and a bottle of whiskey, while Ryuma had meat and wine. Nami chose a salad with a glass of wine, Usopp opted for a medium seafood platter with a bottle of Coke, and Zoro, Johnny, and Yasaku ordered a large meat platter and 2 bottles of sake. The crew was laughing and having a great time when suddenly, the restaurant doors were flung open, drawing everyone's attention. Full Body stood there, visibly angry, breathing heavily as he glared at Luffy and Ryuma. The crew grew tense, and Zoro placed his hands on his swords, ready to defend his captain. Full Body marched straight toward Luffy, who continued to eat without acknowledging him. "Just who do you think you are?" Full Body shouted, his voice echoing in the restaurant. Luffy and Ryuma remained unfazed, continuing to eat. "Because of you, my men are injured, and my ship is in chaos," he yelled. Luffy looked up at Full Body, while Ryuma spoke in a bored tone. "Well, maybe you shouldn't have attacked me," Ryuma said before returning to his meal. Full Body, now even more enraged, raised his fist and slammed it on the table, spilling drinks everywhere except for Luffy's and Ryuma's, who had lifted their drinks in anticipation. "Do you have any idea who I am?" Full Body shouted. Luffy and Ryuma placed their drinks back down before Luffy calmly responded. "Are you a Navy admiral?" he asked, startling Full Body. Because if you're not and you keep bothering me. Luffy paused, looking at Full Body with an intense gaze. You will surely regret it. Full Body took a step back, momentarily taken aback, but before he could respond, Sanji approached. Is there a problem over here, sir? Sanji asked Luffy. Luffy smiled at Sanji as Ryuma pointed his fork at Full Body. Yes, there is. This gentleman is disturbing my captain's meal, he said. Full Body looked at Sanji before turning back to Luffy and Ryuma, exclaiming that he didn't care about their meal. He picked up their plates and examined the food, declaring it disgusting before tossing one of the plates over his shoulder. Luffy and Ryuma were ready to retaliate, but Sanji intervened with a swift kick that sent Full Body flying across the restaurant. As Sanji approached the fallen man, Luffy smiled at his crew, declaring he had found their cook. Zoro voiced his discontent, questioning why they needed a cook like Sanji, to which Luffy assured him they would get along just fine. Luffy then noticed Sanji and Patty, along with another chef who had a wooden leg and an impressive mustache, kicking Full Body toward the door. Just as Full Body began to get up, a marine burst in, calling for him and announcing trouble. A prisoner had escaped, and a pirate named Krieg's henchman had attacked. Full Body was taken aback, questioning how the prisoner could have gained strength after being starved for days. Luffy, sensing the rising panic in the restaurant at the mention of Krieg, focused on the conversation to gather more information. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed through the restaurant, and the marine dropped to the ground. A man in a gray tracksuit, looking weary, entered and sat at a vacant table, demanding food. Patty approached him with a forced smile, inquiring about payment. The pirate pointed his gun at Patty, suggesting a bullet would suffice. Patty's demeanor shifted to anger as he slammed his fist on the pirate's head, declaring they only served paying customers. Two chefs then carried the pirate to the back of the restaurant, unnoticed by the others. Meanwhile, Sanji slipped away from the commotion and returned to the kitchen. Luffy decided to follow the chefs to the back. Upon entering, he found the pirate hunched over on the ground, holding his stomach. Luffy leaned against the rail and asked for the pirate's name. Just then, Sanji appeared, placing a plate of food and a glass of water in front of the pirate. He instructed the pirate to eat, standing next to Luffy. The pirate, touched by the gesture, initially refused the food, insisting he didn't want charity. Sanji urged him to eat, warning that refusing food at sea could lead to dire consequences. After a moment of hesitation, the pirate relented and began to eat. Once finished, Luffy reminded him of his earlier question. The pirate introduced himself as Jin, the right-hand man to the notorious pirate Admiral Don Krieg. Luffy, unfazed, admitted he had never heard of Krieg, which shocked both Sanji and Jin. Luffy then turned to Sanji, confirming his name and extending an invitation to join his crew. Sanji, surprised, declined, citing a debt to the owner he couldn't repay. Luffy, undeterred, insisted on his offer. Jin then interjected, asking if Luffy was a pirate, to which Luffy nodded. "And what are your dreams, if you don't mind me asking?" Jin inquired, earning a confused look from Sanji, who wondered where this conversation was headed. "Conquer the Grand Line, find the One Piece, and become king of the pirates," Luffy replied casually. "I see. Allow me to give you some advice as someone who has been to the Grand Line," Jin said, eliciting an amused look from Luffy and a curious one from Sanji. "Stay away from that place. Our entire fleet of 50 ships went in there and only lasted a week before we lost everything to one man," Jin explained, surprising Sanji and causing Luffy to chuckle. "That just means you guys were too weak to survive paradise," Luffy responded, earning a frustrated look from Jin. Before Jin could retort, Luffy continued, "It doesn't matter how many ships you have or how many men are in your crew. Only the strong can survive, and I know that because I am from the Grand Line," he declared, leaving both Jin and Sanji speechless. "Why you're from the Grand Line?" Jin asked, to which Luffy nodded. "I see. I guess you will be more prepared than we ever were," Jin said, a hint of sadness in his voice. Luffy didn't respond, He simply pushed off the rail and headed toward the door. As he opened it to re-enter the restaurant, he turned to Sanji and stated, "I won't be leaving here until you join my crew," before stepping inside and closing the door behind him. 4 hours later, Luffy and his crew were still at the same table, drinking and getting to know each other better. Luffy had made it clear that they weren't leaving without Sanji, so they were staying until then. As they chatted, a large shadow suddenly loomed over the restaurant, capturing everyone's attention. A customer stood up and looked out the window, his body shaking with fear. It's the dreadnought Saber. It's Don Krieg's ship," he yelled before retreating to his table. Panic spread throughout the restaurant. Luffy watched the chaos unfold with a calm demeanor. Suddenly, the doors were blown open, and Jin entered, dragging a man who looked gravely injured over his shoulder. "Please, bring us some food and water," Jin pleaded, struggling to support the man, whom Luffy assumed was Don Krieg. "We have money," he added, begging the restaurant staff. The chefs and customers were taken aback, their eyes wide and jaws dropped. The only ones unfazed were Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and the owner, Zeph. Then, Don Krieg collapsed to the ground, prompting Jin to plead even more. Luffy noticed Sanji heading toward the kitchen, but Patty denied him the food and water, leading to comments from the other chefs about Krieg's reputation. In an unexpected turn, Krieg bowed his head and began to beg for food, even asking for scraps. Jin tried to convince him to stop, but Krieg continued to plead. Just then, Sanji spoke up. "Hey, step aside, Patty," he said, kicking Patty aside and walking over to Jin and Don Krieg. He placed a bowl of food and a bottle of sake in front of them. "Here is something for your captain," he said, as Luffy added, "Here, have some wine," handing over a bottle of his homemade wine. Krieg began to gulp down the food and drink with abandon. One of the chefs rushed down the stairs, yelling at Sanji to take the food away, but Sanji remained unfazed, watching with a bored expression. Suddenly, Krieg slammed the bottle on the ground and lunged at Sanji, punching him and sending him flying. The patrons started to flee, leaving only the chefs and Luffy's crew behind to confront Don Krieg. Luffy sensed something with his observation Haki that made him smile. He turned to his crew and instructed, "Hey, move the ship to the other side of the restaurant. We are about to have more guests," prompting Nami, Usopp, Johnny, and Yasaku to rush outside to comply, leaving Luffy, Ryuma, and Zoro in the restaurant. Luffy then focused back on Krieg. "This is a pretty good ship, I believe I'll take it," Krieg said with a sinister grin. "As you can see, my ship is a wreck. Naturally, I will need a new one. After a few small chores, all of you will leave this ship," he declared, causing one of the chefs to protest. "What? No," a chef exclaimed, but Krieg ignored him. "There are about 100 men left on my ship, all weak with hunger and many seriously injured. If you value your lives, you will prepare food and water for every last one of them," he commanded. "You're telling us to feed our executioners? Do you hear how ridiculous that sounds? We refuse," Patty shouted. "I am not asking, I am telling you to do it," Krieg replied, making the cooks tremble in fear while Luffy merely scoffed. Sanji stepped forward, announcing that he would cook for 100 people, but he was stopped by the other cooks, who brandished large knives and forks, accusing him of being a spy for Krieg. Patty knocked Sanji to the ground and walked over to a small door at the bottom of the stairs. He pulled out a large handheld cannon, aimed it at Don Krieg, and fired. The cannonball flew through the air at incredible speed, colliding with Krieg and filling the restaurant with smoke. The cooks celebrated their apparent victory, but their cheers were cut short by Krieg's voice emerging from the haze. "Are you a chef or a comedian? Because your jokes are lame," Krieg taunted, startling the cooks and surprising Luffy and his companions. As the smoke cleared, they saw Krieg standing in golden armor, with guns protruding from his shoulders and 2 pistols in his hands. He pointed them at the group of chefs and shouted, "So, die. You cooks should not have defied me, I am the world's strongest man." Luffy stifled a laugh at Krieg's boastful claim. Suddenly, Luffy heard footsteps and turned to see the owner, Zeph, carrying a large sack as he descended the stairs. Zeph placed the sack in front of Krieg and said, "This is about 100 meals. Now, take it to your men right away." The other cooks gasped in disbelief. "Owner Zeph, what are you doing?" they exclaimed in unison. Krieg looked shocked. "You're Redfoot Zeph," Krieg whispered, causing Luffy's eyes to widen. Zeph then returned to stand with his chefs. "Owner Zeph, why did you do that?" one chef asked anxiously. "If his men regain their strength, they will kill us." "That is only if they still have their will to fight," Zeph replied, turning to Krieg. "Tell me, did your will survive defeat?" The chefs looked at Krieg in disbelief. Not even a pirate ship with 50 vessels could make it on the Grand Line. Patty asked incredulously. Krieg stared at Zeph for a moment before responding. "It is you, isn't it? You're Redfoot Zeph," he said again. "So, you are alive, the unrivaled pirate captain who was also the ship's cook." "Yes, that is right, I am still alive, but what does any of this have to do with you?" Zeph asked, echoing Luffy's curiosity. "I haven't been a pirate for many years now. I chose the life of a cook," he explained, prompting Krieg to laugh. "Chose the life of a cook, huh?" "Yeah, right. You didn't have a choice, old man. You live as a cook because that's all you can be now," Krieg sneered, pointing to Zeph's wooden leg. He then began to recount the legend of Redfoot Zeph for everyone to hear. "Enough chit-chat, let's get to the point. What do you want from me?" Zeph asked, causing Krieg to smirk. "You're the man who sailed the treacherous seas of the Grand Line and came back unharmed," Krieg said, making everyone, including Luffy, look at Zeph in shock. "There should be a logbook detailing your tactics, a full year of your journey." "Give it to me," he demanded, making Luffy narrow his eyes. "Yes, there is such a book in my possession, but I will never hand it over to the likes of you," Zeph replied, causing Krieg's expression to darken. "That logbook is the pride of the crew I sailed with. It is far too important to give to you," he insisted. Luffy understood why Zeph wouldn't want to part with the book, especially considering the loss of his crew in the accident that cost him his leg. It was a treasure too precious for any decent captain to surrender. "Then I'll just take it," Krieg said, snapping Luffy out of his thoughts. "Yes, it is true that the Grand Line defeated me. Still, I will never give up on it, for I am Don Krieg. It is just another ocean. I had enough men, enough weapons, and enough ambition. Regrettably, the only thing I lacked was information, but now I will fix that. Once I have your logbook, I will form another pirate fleet and capture the legendary One Piece," Krieg declared, causing a heavy silence to fall over the room. The silence was broken by laughter, and everyone turned to see Luffy, who was getting up from his seat. "Man, that was the funniest thing I've heard in a while, right Ryuma?" Luffy said, standing between the chefs and Krieg. "You think having that logbook means you can survive the Grand Line?" "Don't make me laugh," he said confidently. "It doesn't matter how many men or ships you have, or how much information you possess. It all means nothing if you are weak. And you, Krieg, are as weak as they come," Luffy declared, causing the chefs, including Zeph, to widen their eyes in shock. Krieg's anger flared at being insulted by a kid. "Just who do you think you are, punk?" he growled, his voice dripping with menace, making some of the cooks tremble in fear. Luffy was about to respond when Jin interjected. "Don Krieg," Jin said, catching his attention, "he is the pirate I told you about. The one from the Grand Line," he explained, making everyone look at Luffy in awe. Krieg studied Luffy for a moment before Luffy spoke again. "I mean, come on, Krieg, you couldn't even survive paradise for a week, and you think you can conquer the Grand Line and find the One Piece?" "Get real," Luffy said, stepping closer to Krieg. As he approached, Krieg attempted to punch Luffy with a gloved hand adorned with a large diamond. Luffy anticipated the confrontation and remained still as Ryuma caught Don Krieg's fist, causing Krieg's eyes to widen in shock. Before Krieg could react, Ryuma flipped him into the air and slammed him down onto the ground while still gripping his fist. Don Krieg! Jin shouted, staring at his captain in disbelief. Luffy glanced at Jin and reassured him, "Don't worry, Jin. Ryuma won't kill him." This revelation surprised everyone. "He is Hawkeye's prey," Luffy added, which made both Jin and Krieg's eyes widen in fear. Ryuma then released Krieg and returned to sit next to his captain and Zoro. Luffy turned to Krieg once more. "I suggest you go feed your men because he will be here any moment now," Luffy said, prompting Zoro to look eagerly at the door. "Shouldn't have interrupted his nap," he added, taking a sip of his whiskey. Krieg got up and walked over to the food bag, picked it up, and began to leave. As he reached the door, he turned to Zeph and declared, "In 1 hour, I will come back for this restaurant. Anyone still here will face the consequences." Luffy simply scoffed at him. He then addressed Zeph, "Hey, old man, I'll take care of Krieg for you if you give me that chef," pointing at Sanji. Zeph smiled and agreed, "You got yourself a deal, kid," despite Sanji's protests, which everyone ignored. 1 hour later. The restaurant was filled with tension as everyone awaited Krieg's return. Suddenly, loud banging echoed outside, and the entire building shook as if large waves were crashing against it. "He's here," Luffy said, rising to his feet and heading toward the door, with Zoro and the chefs following closely behind. As Luffy stepped outside, he witnessed Krieg's massive galleon being sliced in half. "It's been a while, hasn't it, Luffy?" a man on a coffin-shaped boat called out. Luffy smirked in response, "Indeed it has. Hawkeye." All the chefs had come outside, standing behind Luffy and Zeph, who were watching Hawkeye interact with the Krieg pirates. Zoro, on Luffy's right, and Ryuma, on his left, stared at Hawkeye with excitement. "There he is. The greatest swordsman in the world," Zoro thought eagerly, placing his hands on his swords. "I didn't think I would meet him so soon, but I am not about to back down now." His thoughts were interrupted by one of the cooks exclaiming, "How did he split that giant galleon in half?" Zoro shared the same curiosity. Just then, Luffy chuckled, and Ryuma answered the cook's question, "He cut it." Everyone turned to Luffy, expecting him to elaborate, but he remained silent. Zeph noticed the confusion on his chefs' faces and explained, "That man is Dracul Mihawk, also known as Hawkeye. He is the greatest swordsman in the world," surprising the chefs. Mihawk was a tall, lean man with black hair and a distinctive appearance, dressed in ornate black and red clothing that resembled a Spanish swordsman. His wide-brimmed hat and long coat added to his imposing presence. "And if you're wondering what he used to cut that ship, it was the sword strapped to his back," Zeph added, drawing everyone's attention to Mihawk's impressive weapon. The sword was long and ornately decorated, with a pitch-black blade that gleamed in the light. Just as one of the chefs was about to speak, Mihawk reached behind him and grabbed the hilt of his sword, causing Luffy and Ryuma to narrow their eyes and prepare for any potential threat. Everyone held their breath, waiting to see Mihawk's next move. Luffy was about to ask him what he was planning when Zoro stepped out from behind Luffy, ready to confront Mihawk. Luffy turned to Zoro, instantly understanding his intentions. Just as Zoro was about to leap off the restaurant, Ryuma grabbed him by the collar and pulled him back. Surprised by Ryuma's action, Zoro shot up to his feet and yelled, "Why did you do that?" Luffy kept his gaze fixed on Mihawk, replying without turning, "You were about to throw away your life for no reason." This angered Zoro. "What do you mean?" Zoro retorted. "Are you saying I can't beat him?" Luffy, still facing forward, calmly stated, "That is exactly what I am saying." His words shocked both the Krieg pirates and the chefs. "You have no idea how vast the ocean is and how small a fish you are in it," Luffy continued, signaling Ryuma, who nodded and unsheathed his sword. Luffy followed suit, raising his sword as he added, "If you can't even do this, you're nowhere near ready to challenge the world's greatest." As Luffy finished speaking, he and Ryuma brought their swords down in one swift motion, aimed at the already split Krieg pirate ship. The next thing everyone saw was the ship splitting into 8 pieces. Zoro and the chef stared in disbelief, their eyes wide. The remaining pirates, along with Krieg, clung to fragments of wood to stay afloat. Krieg managed to climb onto a piece of the ship, soaking wet, and glared at Luffy and Ryuma with intense hatred. However, Luffy ignored him and turned to Zoro. "Still think you got what it takes?" Luffy asked. Zoro considered this for a moment, then tightened his bandana and replied, "Only one way to find out," before leaping onto a large piece of the ship. Luffy sighed and looked at Mihawk. "I want him back alive, Hawkeye," he said. Mihawk glanced at Zoro, then turned to Luffy with a light chuckle. "I'll try," he replied, causing Luffy to narrow his eyes. Zoro unsheathed all his swords and addressed Mihawk. "Dracul Mihawk," he said, capturing everyone's attention. "I challenge you to a duel for the title of the world's strongest swordsman," Zoro declared with determination. Mihawk stepped off his coffin-shaped boat and onto the same broken piece of the ship. Luffy was right. "You have no idea how vast this world is and how small you are in it," Mihawk said, provoking Zoro. Just as Zoro was about to charge, a familiar voice called out from their right. "Luffy!" It was Usopp, Johnny, and Yasaku in a small lifeboat. Luffy noticed Nami was missing. "What's wrong, and where is Nami?" Luffy asked, moving closer. Usopp, finally catching his breath, explained, "It's Nami, she tossed us off the ship and stole it." Luffy quickly turned to Zoro, frustration evident on his face. "I thought I told you to keep an eye on her," Luffy shouted. Zoro, pulling his sword from his mouth, retorted, "I was watching her until I had to move the ship. How was I supposed to know she would steal it?" Before Luffy could respond, Mihawk interjected with a chuckle, "Looks like you already have a mutiny on your hands, Luffy." This only fueled Luffy's anger. Blue electric sparks and flames began to surround him, the wind picked up, and dark thunderclouds gathered above. The waves surged, and the earth trembled. A loud thunderclap echoed, startling everyone, including Mihawk, as Ryuma realized Nami was in serious trouble if she was caught by Luffy. Luffy turned to Zoro, his tone serious. "Hurry up and get my ship back while I deal with Krieg," he commanded, and Zoro nodded in agreement. Luffy then addressed Usopp. "After Zoro finishes, I want you to follow Nami and get the ship back. I'll be right behind you, and I will handle Nami myself," he said, causing everyone to think the same thing, "I feel sorry for her." Luffy turned to watch the fight between Zoro and Mihawk, which had already begun. Mihawk was using a small dagger, and Luffy could see Zoro struggling to match his skill. Luffy observed as Mihawk effortlessly countered Zoro's strongest attack. "Welcome to the real world, Zoro," Luffy thought, noticing Zoro questioning his strength after being thwarted. The onlookers were astonished, even the renowned Zoro was struggling against Mihawk. Luffy focused intently on Zoro, and then the unexpected happened. Mihawk stabbed Zoro in the chest. From Luffy's angle, it looked as if Zoro had been struck in the heart. Yet, Zoro did not back down, he raised his guard and attacked Mihawk again. Though Luffy couldn't hear their exchange, whatever Zoro said made Mihawk smile before he drew his actual sword and slashed at Zoro, breaking 2 of his swords and wounding him across the chest. Zoro fell into the water, prompting Usopp and the bounty hunter duo to scream and jump in after him. Luffy placed his hand on his katana, unsheathing it while staring at Mihawk, who met his gaze with a smirk. Suddenly, Luffy vanished from his spot, leaving the pirates and chefs in awe of his speed. A clash of metal rang out, followed by a massive shockwave that sent debris flying and knocked several chefs and pirates off their feet, creating large waves that rocked the restaurant and the remnants of the Krieg pirate ship. Confused by the source of the shockwave, everyone turned to see Luffy and Mihawk locked in combat. Luffy looked Mihawk in the eye and said, "I thought I said I want him back alive," before pushing off Mihawk's sword and creating distance between them. Mihawk raised his guard before responding to Luffy. "I guess I got carried away," he admitted. In an instant, Luffy kicked off the ground and rushed at him with incredible speed. Mihawk barely managed to block Luffy's downward slash with his sword, the impact creating a shockwave that knocked several pirates and chefs off their feet. Krieg watched the two swordsmen with wide eyes, whispering to himself about the immense power in their strikes. Sanji, equally astonished, questioned aloud, "Are they even human?" Zeph, arms crossed, replied, "That's what exists in the Grand Line," before pointing to the sky. Sanji and the others looked up to see the thunderclouds split in two, forming a trench in the sky. The clouds on either side rushed toward the divide but dared not cross it. A cook, visibly shaken, remarked, "They split the sky." "No, the heavens in two." Zoro's voice broke through the stunned silence as he called out, "Luffy." Both Luffy and Mihawk turned to see Zoro lying on his back, holding his remaining sword aloft. "Luffy, can you hear me?" Zoro asked, his voice shaky. Luffy chuckled, sheathing his katanas with a smile. "Yeah, I hear you." Zoro took a breath before speaking again. "Sorry for worrying you," he said, prompting a smile from Luffy. "If I don't become the greatest swordsman in the world, you'd be in a dilemma now, right?" He coughed slightly but pressed on. I will never lose again." Tears streamed down his face as he declared, "Until I defeat him and become the world's greatest swordsman, I'll never be defeated again." Hearing this, both Mihawk and Luffy grinned widely. "Do you have a problem with that, Pirate King?" Zoro challenged. Luffy chuckled again, replying, "Not a single problem." He then turned to Mihawk, who stood with his arms folded and sword sheathed. Before Luffy could speak, Mihawk addressed him first. "It is still too early for you to die. My name is Hawkeye Mihawk. You are strong, but there is still much for you to learn. No matter how many years it takes, I will hold this title as the greatest in the world and wait for you. Until that day, you must hone your skills and seek me out, Roronoa Zoro." His words surprised everyone, including Luffy. Mihawk then turned to Luffy. "Is your goal still to become the king of the pirates?" he asked. Luffy smirked, responding, "You already know the answer to that question." Mihawk chuckled as he began to walk back to his boat. Just before he left, Luffy called out, "By the way, if you come across Shanks, let him know I'll be entering paradise in a week." As Mihawk approached his boat, the sound of someone landing on the broken ship caught everyone's attention. Don Krieg stood there in his golden armor, addressing Mihawk. "Hawkeye, I was under the impression you were here to kill me," he said. Mihawk looked at him with a bored expression. "I was, but I've had enough fun for today. I'm going back home to rest," he replied, turning away. Krieg, undeterred, pulled out two pistols and activated hidden guns beneath his armor, aiming them at Mihawk. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a bolt of lightning struck Krieg, causing him to collapse to the ground. The onlookers stared in disbelief at Krieg's smoking form. "It's as though the gods themselves judged Krieg," Patty said, astonished. Luffy, watching the scene unfold, smiled. "You know I could have handled that, Mihawk. I didn't need your help," he said, causing everyone to look at him in surprise. Later, Luffy and Ryuma sat at a table in the restaurant, enjoying bowls of soup with Sanji and the other chefs. A few hours had passed since Luffy's victory over Krieg, and the atmosphere had calmed. The chefs expressed their gratitude, knowing the bounty would help cover their expenses for the next few months. Some of Krieg's former pirates had even chosen to leave their old lives behind and become waiters at the restaurant. Suddenly, Patty's voice rang out. "Who made this soup?" he yelled. Sanji stood up, smiling as he walked over to Patty. "I did." "Isn't it the best soup you've ever tasted?" he asked. However, Patty's response wiped the smile off Sanji's face. "More like the worst soup I've ever tasted," he retorted, tossing the bowl to the ground. Sanji, furious, grabbed Patty by the scruff of his neck. "What did you say, you bstrd?" he shouted angrily. Before Patty could respond, some cooks began to voice their opinions about the soup. One chef remarked that it was disgusting, while another compared it to garbage. The comments escalated, and soon every chef in the restaurant was yelling at Sanji about how terrible his soup was. Luffy and Ryuma were confused, wondering if they were tasting the same soup as everyone else. Luffy glanced over at Patty and the pot on the table, realizing it was the same one he had taken his food from. He took another spoonful, savoring the amazing taste that reminded him of the home-cooked meals Makino used to make for him on Dawn Island. Suddenly, the sound of Zeph's wooden leg hitting the floor caught everyone's attention as he walked down the stairs with a spoon in hand. He approached the pot of soup, dipped his spoon in, and everyone in the restaurant paused, waiting to hear his verdict. Luffy believed that Zeph was the best judge of the soup's flavor. After tasting it, Zeph declared, "This soup is horrible," and spat on the floor. Luffy and Ryuma were taken aback, their jaws dropping in disbelief. They hesitated before sipping their drinks, wondering if the whiskey was affecting their taste buds. They shrugged it off and continued to enjoy their drinks. Sanji, visibly upset, approached Zeph with an angry expression. "What did you say, you old geezer?" he yelled. Zeph crossed his arms and replied, "You heard me the first time, brat." As he turned to walk back to the kitchen, he added, "You might as well join that kid's pirate crew because I don't need a cook like you here." Luffy noticed how much that comment affected Sanji and decided to speak up. He and Ryuma stood up, walked over to the pot, and served themselves more soup. "You know, I don't know what you guys are talking about," Luffy said, drawing everyone's attention. "This is the best soup Ryuma and I have had in years," he declared, causing Sanji to smile. Looking at Luffy and then back at Zeph, Sanji said, "Fine then. If you can't appreciate good cooking, I'll go where my skills are valued." He turned to Luffy, who was returning to his table. "You got yourself a cook, Luffy," he said before leaving the restaurant. Luffy smiled, pleased to have found his cook, and thought about resolving his navigator issues next. Once Sanji was gone, Luffy turned to Zeph and remarked, "I really didn't taste anything wrong with the soup," which made Zeph chuckle, while a few chefs looked slightly ashamed, confusing Luffy. "There is nothing wrong with the soup," Zeph said with a warm smile. "Sanji is a great cook, one of the best in the restaurant," Patty added, and several chefs nodded in agreement. "Then why did you tell him his food SCKS?" Ryuma asked, taking a bite of his meal. Zeph sat down across from Luffy and explained, "That boy is extremely stubborn. He has dreams of his own but stays here, thinking he needs to repay a debt I never expected him to pay back." Luffy nodded, understanding. "He would have never left on his own," Zeph chuckled. "So, we decided to give him a push." "A pretty hard push," Patty added, prompting laughter from everyone. At that moment, Luffy and Ryuma sensed Sanji's presence at the door, listening to their conversation. Luffy smiled but said nothing as he and Ryuma headed toward the back door to meet him. They found Sanji leaning over the side of the ship, tears in his eyes. Luffy stood next to him, leaning against the ship's side. "Got any dreams, Sanji?" Luffy asked, catching his attention. Sanji wiped his eyes and lit a cigarette. "Yeah, I have one I want to achieve before I die," he said, taking a deep puff. "Have you ever heard of the All Blue?" Luffy turned to the sky and sighed before answering, "Yeah, I have." Sanji looked surprised. "It's said to be a mystical sea where the North, South, East, and West seas meet, with fish from each of the four seas. It's the ultimate dream of every chef," Luffy explained, noticing Sanji's wide-eyed reaction. "Do you think it exists?" Sanji asked, his voice tinged with uncertainty. "Don't know," Luffy replied, causing Sanji's mood to drop slightly. "However," Luffy continued, making Sanji look up with hope, "that there's only one way to find out if it exists or not," he said with a grin, prompting Sanji to smile back. "Guess there's only one way, huh?" Sanji said, smirking. Luffy turned around and gazed out at the open sea, a confident smirk on his face. "Let's turn this world upside down," he declared, his voice brimming with determination. He then addressed Sanji, instructing him to prepare for their departure. Go get your stuff ready. We need to leave as soon as possible, he said, heading in the direction Nami had gone. I have a thief to catch, he added before stepping back inside. Upon entering, Luffy noticed everyone cleaning up the restaurant, while a few chefs took a moment to relax. He settled at an empty table, poured himself a glass of whiskey, and began to enjoy his drink. Suddenly, the restaurant doors burst open, startling everyone inside. The calm atmosphere shifted dramatically, and many chefs speculated whether it was the Krieg pirates returning for revenge or the Marines coming to arrest them after hearing about Luffy's earlier confrontation. As the dust settled, the sight that greeted them was unexpected. A man was lying on the ground, trapped in a shark's mouth. Luffy couldn't help but wonder if he should reconsider his drinking habits. He looked around to see that everyone else was witnessing the same bizarre scene. Is that a fishman? One cook asked, while another speculated, did he come all the way from Fishman Island just to eat here? Patty, another cook, corrected them, stating, you idiot, it's a human in a pan shark. Ryuma, finally standing up, approached to get a better look and gasped in surprise. It was Yasaku. Yasaku! Ryuma exclaimed, quickly pulling him out of the shark's mouth. Some chefs freed the shark while another brought a blanket for Yasaku. After settling him in a chair, Luffy began to question him. Why are you here? Where are the others? Did you find Nami? He asked. Yasaku wrapped himself in the blanket and spoke somberly. We never actually caught up with her, but from the direction she's heading, we think we've figured out where Big Sis is going and what she plans to do, he explained, causing Luffy to narrow his eyes. I see, Luffy said, taking a sip of his whiskey. So we can get the ship back, he suggested, but Yasaku's downcast expression made him pause. Maybe, Yasaku replied, causing Luffy to raise an eyebrow. But if our suspicion is true, the place she's going could mean serious danger for all of us if we follow her, he warned, surprising Luffy, Ryuma, and the others. We really need you and big bro Ryuma. Please come with me. Yasaku pleaded. Okay, I don't fully understand, but I'm in. Let's go, Luffy agreed, heading toward the front door with Ryuma and Yasaku following closely behind, along with the chefs who wanted to bid farewell. As they exited, they spotted Sanji standing with a bag slung over his shoulder. Are you ready to go? Captain, he asked, surprising the chefs present. Yeah, looks like the rest of the guys will need some help, Luffy replied, moving toward the edge of the restaurant. He could hear Sanji in the background, scolding the cooks for their poor acting and thanking Zeph for everything he had done for him over the years. Luffy decided to focus on the sky, concentrating to summon a cloud for their journey. A few thunderclouds began to gather, and when the size was to his liking, the cloud descended toward the restaurant. Sanji, having finished his farewells, stood next to Luffy, unaware of the cloud's arrival. How are we getting there? He asked, wiping away tears. I have a small boat that could carry us, he offered. Luffy simply pointed upward, prompting Sanji and the chefs to look up in astonishment. Their eyes widened as they saw the thundercloud slowly descending and stopping at Luffy's feet. Without hesitation, Luffy jumped onto the cloud, surprising everyone except Yasaku, who had witnessed it before. From the cloud, 2 thrones formed, along with 2 seats in front. Luffy turned to Sanji and Yasaku, playfully asking, are you two going to stand there all day or get on already? They quickly hopped onto the cloud and took their seats. As they settled in, a bolt of lightning encircled them, securing them in place. Luffy then turned to Zeph. Take care of yourself, old man, he said before the cloud sped away across the water toward where the others had gone. Cheeky brat, Zeph muttered, watching as the cloud grew smaller in the distance. Meanwhile, on the cloud, Luffy and Ryuma relaxed on their thrones, pouring themselves drinks, while Sanji and Yasaku marveled at the cloud beneath them. How are you able to do this? Sanji asked, astonished. Luffy took a sip of his drink before explaining, I ate an elemental devil fruit. I can control elements and even become them. He demonstrated by transforming his right hand into a bolt of lightning and his left into fire, showcasing his abilities. For some reason, I can control thunderclouds to a certain degree. It surprised me too when I first discovered it, he added. Sanji nodded, returning to admire the cloud, but was interrupted when Luffy spoke to Yasaku. So, Yasaku, he said, getting Yasaku's attention. Do you want to tell us what is so concerning about where Nami is going? Yasaku sat up straight and addressed both Luffy and Sanji. She went to Arlong, he said, causing Luffy and Ryuma to narrow their eyes and Sanji to raise his eyebrows. Arlong. As in, Sawtooth Arlong? Luffy asked, surprised. Yasaku nodded before continuing. Nami couldn't stop looking at Arlong's picture when she saw it. It wasn't a normal kind of stare, there was something focused about it. I'm telling you, Nami is planning to take down Arlong and collect the 20 million berry bounty. Yasaku said, making Sanji's eyes widen. Luffy remained silent, waiting for Yasaku to continue, as something didn't add up in his mind. The warlord and captain of the Fishman Pirates, Jim, left Arlong here in the East Blue, and since then, he has taken control of 20 towns, Yasaku explained, surprising Sanji once more. Just as Yasaku was about to speak again, Ryuma interrupted. Jim didn't leave Arlong here to cause trouble. They had a falling out long ago, and Arlong, along with a few other fishmen who think themselves superior to humans, set up shop in the East Blue after leaving the Fishman Pirates, Ryuma clarified. How do you know that? Sanji asked, looking at Yasaku, who nodded, wanting to know how Ryuma was aware of this. My captain and I met Jim a long time ago when we visited Fishman Island, Luffy said, surprising the two passengers on the cloud. He was really nice. He even gave me drinks and food, Ryuma added with a smile, causing Luffy to chuckle. While we were there, he told us the story of Fisher Tiger and other tales from his pirate journey. The story about Arlong happened to be one of them, he finished. Wow, you both went to Fishman Island, Sanji said, a strange look on his face. You've got to tell me. Are the mermaids as beautiful as the stories say? He asked, his eyes sparkling. The stories don't do them justice, Luffy replied, causing Sanji to get overly excited. But you don't have to take my word for it, you can see for yourself when we go there, Luffy said, making Sanji smile widely and start dreaming about how many mermaids he would marry. Luffy and Ryuma shook their heads, and Luffy turned back to Yasaku, urging him to continue. Arlong set up his main base of operations on Konomi Islands. He calls it Arlong Park, and that's where Nami is headed, Yasaku said. Luffy sighed and took a sip of his drink before responding. This girl is more trouble than she is worth, he said, massaging his forehead. If she wants to take down Arlong for his bounty, why didn't she just say so? We all would have helped her. Is she that greedy that she wants it all for herself? He asked, causing the others to shrug. Something about her behavior doesn't add up. Hold on tight, Luffy said suddenly, puzzling Sanji and Yasaku. Then, the thundercloud they were riding on sped up and angled upward, climbing higher into the sky. What are you doing? Yasaku screamed. Going to a higher altitude. We'll get there faster this way, Luffy replied, increasing the cloud's speed. Now the cloud was flying across the sky at about 80 miles per hour and was around 20,000 feet in the air. Yasaku and Sanji looked terrified at the height, with Yasaku screaming for his life. After about 30 minutes in the clouds, the thundercloud began to descend until it was just 10 feet above the water. Looking ahead, they could see an island in the distance. Luffy turned to Yasaku, who was trying to compose himself. Is that the island? He asked. Yasaku looked ahead and nodded. Yeah, that's it, he said, pointing. And that's Arlong Park right there, he indicated, pointing at the silhouette of the tall building at the front of the island. As he said that, Luffy turned the cloud to the right and started moving away from Arlong Park. What are you doing? Arlong Park is right there, Yasaku asked, confused. We're going to the other side of the island. Let's find Zoro and the rest of the guys before we go tearing this place apart, Luffy said, receiving nods of agreement from Ryuma, Yasaku, and Sanji. They flew around the island until they reached a secluded spot on the rear shore. The cloud landed softly, and as it did, the lightning bolts that had been holding Sanji and Yasaku in their seats disappeared. Luffy and Ryuma stood up, followed by Sanji and Yasaku. The cloud got closer to the ground until it touched down, slowly dissipating until only the four of them remained on the shore. So what now, Captain? Sanji asked as he lit a new cigarette. Luffy looked around before replying. There doesn't seem to be any towns or villages nearby, Luffy noted, while Ryuma used his observation skills to scan for people. There's probably one more inland. For now, we just need to find the rest of the guys, Ryuma suggested. How are we going to do that, big bro Luffy? Yasaku asked, looking puzzled. Luffy thought for a moment before coming up with an idea. I think we just let them know we're here on the island and take it from there, he said, confusing both Sanji and Yasaku. And how do you plan on letting them know? Sanji asked, raising an eyebrow. Luffy smirked. You'll see, he said, looking up at the sky. At Arlong Park. Tied up in front of what appeared to be a pool was Zoro, surrounded by numerous fishmen and Nami. Behind Nami sat the leader of the Arlong pirates, Arlong, a large, muscular, light blue saw-shark fishman with long black hair and a distinctive hat. He had a fin on his nape, surrounded by his hair, and gills located on both sides of his neck. A tattoo of the fishman pirates adorned the left side of his chest, while his own Jolly Roger was inked on his lower left arm. He sat on a white lawn chair, staring at Zoro, who was focused on Nami. I guess you finally get it. I just used you all to get what I wanted. You were skilled enough to help me, but you were a bunch of suckers, Nami said with a smug expression, causing Zoro to grit his teeth. At that moment, Arlong began to laugh. She had you all completely fooled. It's no use, she is cold-blooded. She betrayed her own family for money, so you really shouldn't feel too bad, Arlong said, causing Nami to flinch, which Zoro noticed. If I were you, I would just admit defeat and try to forget the day you even met her, he added, making Zoro look down for a moment before he started to chuckle, puzzling everyone, including Nami. Here was a man who was likely facing defeat, yet he laughed as if everything was fine. Forget about it. Zoro replied, his tone rhetorical. That's kind of impossible. And as for trusting her, we didn't. Well, the captain sure didn't, he said, surprising everyone, including Nami. The only reason she stole our ship is that I wasn't watching as the captain told me to. I got a bit distracted, he explained. What are you talking about? Nami asked, confused. Zoro chuckled again before responding. You see, the captain told me to keep an eye on you before we went to that restaurant, but after someone showed up, I got distracted and took my eyes off you, he said, prompting Nami to scoff. And as for not being able to forget about this. Let's just say she upset the wrong person, Zoro said cryptically. Arlong observed the exchange with narrowed eyes, along with the other fishmen. What are you talking about? Nami asked, her curiosity piqued. Zoro's expression turned serious as he answered. You joined the captain's crew, then committed treason, and on top of that, stole his ship with his Jolly Roger on it. Zoro said, causing Nami to look worried. You don't really think there won't be any consequences for your actions, do you? He asked with a smirk. He is probably on his way here right now, and for your sake, you better hope he has calmed down a bit since the last time I saw him, he warned. As he spoke, a large shadow loomed over Arlong Park, spreading outwards toward the sea. Everyone looked up in surprise, except for Nami and Zoro. Nami's face drained of color while Zoro smiled, gazing at the sky. Above them, lightning and wind flashed, striking random parts of the island. Suddenly, a loud thunderclap echoed throughout the island, followed by tidal waves appearing. The fishmen were confused by the sudden storm, but Zoro and Nami knew it was no ordinary weather phenomenon. It could only mean one thing: Luffy was here, and he was still angry. Meanwhile, Luffy, Ryuma, Sanji, and Yasaku were walking through a forested area of the island. Not long ago, Luffy had turned the sky dark and summoned thunder and lightning to signal his arrival. Initially, Sanji and Yasaku were impressed, recalling his previous feats, but they soon grew anxious as the thunder shook the island and lightning struck unpredictably. After sending his signal, the group continued inland. Although Luffy had finished, the thunderclouds remained, flashing intermittently. "I can sense a large number of people ahead," Luffy announced, capturing their attention. "It's still a distance away. About another 10 minutes, and we should reach them," he added, causing Sanji and Yasaku to exchange puzzled glances. "How do you know that?" Sanji asked, curiosity evident on his face. "I used my observation haki to sense them." "Don't worry, once we sort this out, I'll teach it to you," he promised, earning a nod from Sanji. After walking for another 10 minutes, they exited the forest and found themselves in what appeared to be a small, deserted village. Luffy looked around, expecting to see people in the streets, but it was eerily empty. Remembering that he had sensed people here earlier, he decided to use his observation haki again. Closing his eyes, he focused on the life force around him. After a few moments, he opened his eyes and pointed ahead. "I sense that all the people in the village are just ahead of us," he said, leading the way down what seemed to be the main street. Soon, they spotted a large group gathered around a man in a police uniform, his body covered in scars. The trio stood at the edge of the crowd, observing before making their presence known. Luffy tapped Sanji and Yasaku on the shoulder, pointing to the left, where they saw a completely destroyed house. Instead of debris scattered above, the roof lay at the bottom, as if someone had flipped the house upside down before slamming it down. "What could have the power to flip a house like that?" Yasaku whispered. "A fishman," Sanji replied, causing Yasaku's eyes to widen in fear. At that moment, Luffy decided to announce their presence. "It looks like we missed quite the party," he said, drawing everyone's attention. As the crowd began to notice the three newcomers, they parted to create a path for Luffy, Sanji, and Yasaku to walk through. Luffy stood confidently in the middle, flanked by his companions, as they approached a man in a police uniform, who bore many scars. "Who are you three?" the man asked, eyeing them curiously. Luffy regarded him with a blank expression for a moment before responding in his usual calm tone. "We're just sailors looking for our friends who came to this island," he said, stepping closer. "You wouldn't happen to have seen them, would you?" The townspeople shifted nervously. Visitors were a rarity on this island. "Are you pirates?" the man inquired, causing the villagers to tense up even more. "Yes, we are," Luffy replied, prompting gasps of fear from the crowd as they began to back away slowly. "Relax, I mean you no harm. I'm just looking for my crew. One of them is a swordsman with green hair, known as Roronoa Zoro," he added, surprising everyone with the revelation that the infamous pirate hunter had joined their ranks. "The other is a long-nosed guy named Usopp," he continued, noticing recognition flicker across the villagers' faces. "That brave boy is part of your crew?" the man asked, receiving a nod from Luffy. "I see. I don't know about Roronoa, but that long-nosed man was here. Arlong's men went after him, and they ran in that direction," he said, pointing off into the distance. Luffy's eyes widened at the news. "Damn it, Usopp," he thought to himself, sighing as he massaged his forehead. "Thanks. I didn't catch your name," he said. "Oh, forgive me. I am Genzo," the man replied, extending his hand for a shake. Luffy accepted the handshake, introducing himself in return. "Thanks for your help, Genzo." "I'm Luffy," he said before turning back to his companions. They began walking in the direction Genzo had indicated when Luffy paused and turned back to ask another question. "Hey, Genzo," he called, catching everyone's attention. "I'm also looking for a girl named Nami. Do you know where I can find her?" The villagers flinched at the mention of her name, but Luffy noticed a blue-haired girl whose expression shifted from serious to worried. Using his observation skills, he sensed a mix of curiosity and concern from her. Before he could inquire further, Zoro's voice rang out from behind him. "Luffy," he shouted, rushing up the road with his sword in hand. Luffy frowned upon realizing that neither Johnny nor Usopp was with him. When Zoro finally reached him and caught his breath, he delivered shocking news. "Luffy, Nami is a member of Arlong's crew," Zoro stated, leaving the others in disbelief. "What did you just say?" Luffy asked, his surprise evident. "Yeah, are you joking right now?" "This isn't the time for jokes," Ryuma interjected, but Zoro continued. "You heard me. She is part of Arlong's crew. She even has his Jolly Roger tattooed on her shoulder," Zoro explained, further shocking everyone. Luffy began to reflect, realizing he had never seen Nami's shoulder. She always wore short sleeves. That's not possible. Arlong hates humans, so there's no way he would let one join his crew. Something doesn't add up, Luffy thought. He returned to Genzo, taking a seat beside him and pulling out a bottle of whiskey and a glass from his coat to pour himself a drink. "Okay, forget about Nami for now. Where are Usopp and Johnny?" he asked. Zoro shrugged, and Luffy sighed again. Just then, Johnny's voice broke through the tension. "Big bro Luffy!" Johnny cried, rushing through the crowd with tears streaming down his face. He dropped to his knees in front of Luffy, causing everyone to stare in confusion. "Johnny, calm down. Where's Usopp? Is he coming too?" Luffy asked, trying to soothe him, but instead, Johnny's crying intensified. "Big bro Usopp is gone," Johnny sobbed, shocking everyone into silence. "Nami killed him," he shouted, causing gasps of disbelief among the villagers. A loud thunderclap echoed above, and Luffy immediately grabbed Johnny by the collar, his expression turning cold. "Don't joke with me, Johnny," he said firmly, locking eyes with him. "Nami wouldn't do that. Stealing is as far as she goes," Luffy insisted. "Yeah, Johnny, you must be mistaken," Ryuma added, while Zoro nodded in agreement. "It's true," Johnny screamed as Luffy released him. "She was a traitor all along. She's trying to gain Arlong's favor to get the treasure in Kokoyashi village for herself. You don't have to believe me, but I know what I saw. Nami killed Big Bro Usopp." Zoro opened his mouth to respond but fell silent when he noticed Luffy and Ryuma staring intently up the road. The villagers followed their gaze and saw someone approaching. After a few moments, they recognized Nami walking towards them, a bow staff in hand. As she reached the village, her eyes locked onto the blue-haired girl, and a sad expression crossed both their faces. Luffy's gaze was intense as he confronted Nami. "Where is Usopp, Nami?" he asked, his voice steady. Nami smirked, responding, with the fishes, which drew gasps from the villagers. Genzo seemed ready to speak, but Luffy's chuckle interrupted the tension, causing everyone to look at him in confusion. "Oh, now I'm really mad," Luffy declared, and as if on cue, lightning struck a nearby ruined house, igniting the debris. Johnny jumped to his feet, tears streaming down his face as he pointed accusingly at Nami. "DMNU. Because of you, Big Bro Usopp is gone," he yelled. Nami remained unfazed, her smug expression unwavering. "Yep, that's right," she replied, prompting Luffy to raise an eyebrow. "So why don't you kill me and get your revenge?" she challenged, eliciting a chuckle from Luffy. "Kill you? That would just end your misery." "I'm going to add to it," Luffy stated, lightning flashing behind him. "Even though you stole my ship and betrayed us, I was only going to deal with Arlong and leave with the bounty. But now you've crossed a line," he said, making the villagers uneasy. "So, I'm not going to kill you," he continued, signaling Ryuma, who seized the blue-haired girl with tattoos and threw her to the ground, causing her to cry out. Luffy placed his foot on her chest, drawing his sword and aiming it at her as he spoke again. I'm going to kill her instead, he said, his eyes cold as he fixed his gaze on Nami. What do you think you're doing, Ryuma? Luffy. Sanji shouted, anger evident in his voice. She has nothing to do with this. Oh, she has more to do with this than you think, Luffy replied, looking at Sanji. When you arrived, the first person you made eye contact with was this girl, and you both recognized each other. So, I concluded you have history. I'd even say you're related, he said, causing Nami to flinch. Luffy smiled at her reaction. Seems I hit the nail on the head. I would go further and say you two are sisters, he added, watching her clench her fists. You see, Usopp's dad raised me in a way, so Usopp is like a brother to me. If you killed him, it's only right I kill her. An eye for an eye, right? Luffy said with a smirk. Ryuma chimed in, it would be more like, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Luffy grinned, continuing, those tactics might work for pirates here in the East Blue, but I'm from the Grand Line. We tend to be a bit more ruthless and clever. So. Any last words for your sister, Nami? He asked, positioning his sword near her neck. The villagers watched in horror, some hiding their faces, while Genzo looked ready to intervene. Nami, appearing as if she had seen a ghost, finally shouted, Usopp is not dead. Her declaration shocked everyone except Luffy and Ryuma, who simply smiled at her. I know, Luffy replied, and Ryuma stepped back, sheathing his sword. Nami looked bewildered, along with the rest of the crowd. What do you mean you know? She asked, surprised. Luffy pointed between two houses. He's right over there, he said. The crowd turned to see Usopp hiding behind barrels. Johnny and Yasaku rushed to him, embracing him tightly. Ryuma looked down at the girl he had nearly harmed and extended his hand to help her up. She hesitated but eventually accepted his support. Sorry about that just now, Ryuma said, glancing at her. My captain needed to teach your sister a lesson. Apologies for the rash behavior. It's no problem, she replied, dusting herself off. She can be a bit of a problem sometimes, she added, causing Luffy and Ryuma to chuckle. Luffy then turned his attention back to Nami. So, Nami, what's your plan now? He asked with a smug smile. Nami's expression shifted from rage to a similar smirk as Luffy's, which puzzled him. You know, I feel really sorry for you guys, she said condescendingly. Thanks to Zoro's actions, Arlong is going to kill him and anyone in his crew, she declared, noticing Luffy's and Ryuma's brows twitch at the mention of Zoro's crew. I don't care how strong you think you are, you're no match for the real monsters. If you stay on this island, you will surely die. It's a choice of life or death, she said, smirking as she awaited Luffy's reaction. Instead of fear, he and Ryuma shared the same confident smirk before Luffy addressed Zoro. What about you, Ryuma, Zoro? Are you too scared to die? Luffy asked, prompting a chuckle from Zoro. Not even in the slightest, he replied with a smirk. Not in a million years, Captain, Ryuma added, also smirking. And Nami, Luffy continued, causing her to look at him. If you think Arlong is a monster, you are in for a rude awakening, he said, lightning flashing behind him. Nami turned away for a moment, preventing Luffy and the others from seeing her face as she clenched her fist. When she turned back, she looked at Luffy and shouted, Fine. Go ahead and die, before running off in the direction of Arlong Park. As Nami ran away, Luffy noticed everyone watching her. He began to walk in the same direction, soon followed by Zoro and the rest of the crew. We are going to find a good spot to talk about what happened while you guys were here, Luffy said, earning nods from everyone. After walking for a while, the crew came upon a flooded field where the villagers planted rice. At the end of the field was a tree providing decent shade, so Luffy decided to relax there for a bit. Zoro, Usopp, and Johnny began recounting everything that happened from the time they left the restaurant to when they reunited with Luffy. They explained how Usopp and Johnny had hidden in a town that Arlong had destroyed, leaving Zoro to face the fishmen alone. Initially, Luffy was angry that Usopp had abandoned Zoro to save himself, but hearing about Zoro's actions at Arlong Park calmed him down. Apparently, after Nami broke Zoro out of prison and told him to leave, he chose to stay and fight the fishmen. Luffy assumed this was what Nami meant when she said Arlong wanted to kill Zoro for his recklessness. Luffy was surprised to learn that Nami had saved Usopp's life by injuring herself, and he recalled that she had been wearing a black glove when they first encountered her. "So Nami saved you from being killed by Arlong?" Yasaku asked. "Yeah, she did," Usopp replied. "Why would she do that if she is a member of Arlong's crew?" Johnny asked, looking confused. "I believe I can help with that," a woman's voice interrupted, startling everyone. Luffy looked up to see Nami's sister. "And who are you?" Zoro asked, studying her carefully. Before she could answer, Usopp spoke up. "That's Nami's big sister, Nojiko," he said, pointing at her. "She saved me from a fishman when he arrived and took me to her house." Luffy sighed and turned to Usopp. "I really need to teach you Haki, Usopp," he said, sounding exhausted. Upon hearing that was Nami's sister, Sanji immediately went into flirt mode, prompting Luffy to exchange glances with Ryuma and Zoro, signaling them to intervene. "You all need to know the reason she joined Arlong's group, and if that doesn't get you to leave here, I don't know what will," Nojiko said, raising an eyebrow at Luffy. "Well, tell us all about it." "I have to admit I'm curious," Usopp said. Luffy then stood up from where he was sitting and began to walk away. "I'll pass," he said, continuing on his way. "I don't care about her past. I'm going for a walk," he added, leaving them confused. Zoro and Ryuma sighed and settled against the tree again. "Don't mind him, that's just how he is," Ryuma said, placing his arms behind his head. "We'll hear you out," he added. After Luffy left, he walked along a lonely road between the flooded rice fields and the forest. He had been walking for a while and was quite a distance from the rest of the group when he noticed three figures ahead. As he approached, he realized they were fishmen, slightly taller and more muscular than him. The octopus fishman was the first to speak. "Hello there, stranger," he said, arms folded. "Hey," Luffy replied, walking right past them. "I've never seen you on this island." "Are you a guest?" the octopus asked, while the other two watched him closely. "Just passing through," he replied, not stopping to look at them. "And where are you headed?" the fishman with a long mouth inquired. "Nowhere in particular, just walking," Luffy said as he continued on his way. The octopus fishman smiled and waved at him. "Well, have a good walk, stranger," he said cheerfully. Luffy remained silent, continuing to walk away. If someone were to ask Luffy why he was walking, he couldn't provide an answer, as he didn't know himself. It was unusual for him, he typically made well-thought-out decisions, but now he felt aimless. After some time, Luffy reached a cliff that offered a stunning view of the beach and the open ocean. As he gazed out, a smile spread across his face, thinking about the freedom that came with being a pirate. While enjoying the view, he noticed something out of the corner of his eye. Turning slightly, he spotted a marine ship, likely from Marine Branch. Did the Marines finally decide to take action against Arlong? Luffy wondered, staring at the ship. "I better head back. I've got a weird feeling that trouble is just around the corner," he said to himself as he turned and started walking back to meet the rest of the crew, opting for a different route to avoid running into the fishmen again. Luffy took the long way to the village, planning to reunite with the rest of his crew afterward. After walking for about 15 minutes, he entered the bustling village and made his way down a busy street. Suddenly, everyone around him, including Luffy, stopped and stared ahead. A group of Marines, accompanied by Genzo, was approaching. Luffy narrowed his eyes and quickly stepped to the side of the road, ducking into an alley. He wondered if Genzo had called the Marines to arrest him. As the Marines passed by, he overheard their conversation. Genzo asked, "What do you want with Nami?" Luffy's eyes widened at the question. The Marine captain, resembling a mouse, replied, your job is just to lead us there. I suggest you do that and stop asking questions. Once the Marines were gone, Luffy transformed into air and teleported to his crew's location. Zoro and the rest of the crew had been waiting for Luffy for about 5 minutes. Usopp was tinkering with his slingshot, Sanji was relaxing, Zoro was asleep, and Johnny, Ryuma, and Yasaku were engaged in a card game, with Ryuma winning. Suddenly, a wind cyclone struck the ground, kicking up dust and startling everyone. When the dust settled, Luffy stood there with a serious expression. Usopp, Johnny, and Yasaku jumped to their feet, shouting, "Luffy," as they rushed toward him. "Come on, it's time to move," Luffy said, turning to walk toward the village, flanked by Zoro and Ryuma, with Sanji, Usopp, Johnny, and Yasaku following closely behind. As they approached the village, they passed a group of villagers armed with weapons, heading toward Arlong Park. Luffy turned to Johnny and Yasaku, instructing them, "You two go make sure those villagers don't do anything reckless before I get there." They nodded and ran after the villagers. Luffy and the rest of the crew continued toward the village, where he sensed Nami's presence. Upon arrival, he saw Nami kneeling on the ground, a dagger in her hand, clawing at the tattoo on her shoulder while tears streamed down her face. In a shocking moment, she stabbed the dagger into her shoulder, crying out Arlong's name repeatedly. "Arlong! Arlong! Arlong!" she screamed, each utterance accompanied by another stab. Just as she was about to stab herself again, Luffy transformed into lightning and teleported behind her, catching her hand before she could harm herself. Nami turned to him, tears flowing down her cheeks. "Luffy," she said softly, dropping the dagger. "What do you want?" she asked, looking down. "You don't know anything. You don't know what's been happening on this island for the past 8 years. "Nope, I don't," Luffy replied in an emotionless tone. "This has nothing to do with you. I told you to leave this place," she insisted, digging her fingers into the ground. "Yep, you sure did," he said, maintaining his emotionless demeanor. "So leave. I told you to leave. Get out of here." Nami shouted, throwing sand at Luffy, which passed through him harmlessly. She hunched over, sobbing, with tears and blood on her arm, while Luffy watched her silently. She looked up at him and Ryuma, her eyes filled with despair. "Luffy, Ryuma. Help me," she pleaded. In response, Luffy removed his straw hat and placed it on her head, causing her eyes to widen in recognition of its significance. "Hold on to this for me," he said before turning back to Usopp, Sanji, and Zoro. "Let's go," he instructed. "Right," the three replied in unison, and they began walking toward Arlong Park, leaving a sobbing Nami behind. The group walked in silence for about 5 minutes, and as they approached Arlong Park, the sky darkened ominously. When they reached the entrance, they saw the villagers being blocked from entering by Johnny and Yasaku. Luffy called out, "Step aside," and the crowd parted, allowing Luffy and his crew to pass. Standing before the large gate of Arlong Park, Luffy turned to Usopp and asked jokingly, "Do you think we should knock?" Usopp laughed before responding, let me think. "No." They both chuckled as Luffy and Ryuma approached the gate, covering their fists with armament Haki before delivering powerful punches that shattered the gate. The destruction kicked up a cloud of dust, obscuring the view for those inside and outside. As the dust settled, the villagers stared in awe at Luffy and Ryuma's strength. When visibility returned, they saw the fishmen surrounding a larger fishman seated in a white lawn chair, who looked at Luffy and the villagers with wide eyes. "What's that?" Arlong exclaimed, surprised by the sight of his gate being destroyed by 2 unarmed men. Luffy dusted off his captain's coat and addressed the fishmen with cold, emotionless eyes. "Now, which one of you is Arlong?" "Arlong," the shark fishman in the chair replied. "That just happens to be my name." "Good, then you can call me Luffy," he said, standing confidently with Zoro on his right and Sanji on his left, while Usopp hid behind the broken wall. "Luffy?" Arlong asked, his tone condescending. And what exactly does Luffy want with me? Luffy smirked, staring at him. Oh, nothing really, just here to take you down, he declared, causing Arlong and his crew to burst into laughter. You pitiful human think you could defeat me? A fishman? Arlong laughed, his confidence unwavering. Yes, we do, Ryuma replied, his boredom evident. Arlong's laughter faded as he focused on the duo. Let me enlighten you humans about us fishmen. From birth, we can breathe underwater and above, while you humans can only do one. We are 10 times stronger than any normal human above water, and in the water, our strength increases significantly. Heaven granted us the power to set us apart from you. So we are different. Humans are weaker since the day they were born. Arlong boasted, his eyes fixed on Luffy, who seemed increasingly uninterested. Are you going to talk all day, or are we going to fight? Luffy asked, his tone casual. This only fueled Arlong's anger. Who does this lowly human think he is? I am the one who will rule the seas. He should be honored to be in my presence. Arlong thought, his gaze filled with fury. Just then, the octopus fishman spoke up. Let us handle these guys, boss, he suggested, catching Arlong's attention. After a moment's thought, Arlong agreed. You're right, Hachi. These lowly pieces of trash aren't worth my time, he said, glancing at the sky. And make it quick, a storm is coming, he added, causing Luffy and his crew to smirk knowingly. Hachi approached the edge of the pool-like structure and placed his hands on his mouth, playing it like a trumpet. The villagers began to panic as the ground shook and waves formed in the pool. Luffy noticed something large moving underwater, approaching the island rapidly. Hachi laughed, arms wide. Now every single one of you will become fish food, he declared. Momo, rise, he commanded. To Luffy's surprise, a giant sea cow emerged from the pool, adorned with a gold nose ring and green spots. Hachi pointed at Luffy and his crew. Get Momo, he ordered, prompting the sea cow to charge at them while the fishmen rushed forward. Sanji and Zoro prepared to attack, but Luffy stretched out his arms to stop them. Stop, he said calmly. We got this. Using his water manipulation, he created a cyclone around the sea cow, neutralizing it swiftly. In a flash, Ryuma moved through the fishmen, expertly dispatching them with his sword. Luffy then turned his attention to the sea cow, lightning crackling around him. Thunderclap bolt strike, he shouted, summoning a powerful bolt that struck the sea cow and the remaining fishmen, leaving them in ashes. The villagers watched in awe, astonished by the display of power. What kind of man is he? One villager asked. They defeated. No, slaughtered Arlong's entire crew with just 2 attacks, the village doctor remarked. That's big bro Luffy and Ryuma for you. They have devil fruit powers, Johnny explained to the villagers. Devil fruit powers? Genzo echoed, surprised. Johnny and Yasaka nodded. I thought they were just myths, he said, gazing at the duo. Arlong and his officers stared in disbelief at their fallen comrades. Way to steal all the fun, Luffy and Ryuma, Zoro quipped, causing the two to chuckle. Don't worry, those were just the trash. They aren't worth your time, Luffy said, pointing at the 3 fishmen standing with Arlong. Those are your targets, he added, prompting smiles from Zoro and Sanji, while Usopp trembled in fear. How dare you? Arlong shouted, rage evident on his face. How dare you kill my brothers, he screamed, turning to his officers. Kill them. Kill them all, he ordered. Yes, boss, they replied, charging at Luffy. Before they could reach him, Zoro intercepted Hachi, Sanji took on the fishman with unusual elbows, and Usopp, from a distance, launched a flaming bomb at the fishman with a long mouth, causing him to chase after Usopp. Luffy and Ryuma remained in their positions, observing Arlong. Why don't we let our subordinates fight it out first before we throw down? Luffy suggested, pulling out a bottle of whiskey and summoning a thundercloud to create 2 thrones for himself and Ryuma. He poured drinks for both and relaxed, watching his crew engage the fishmen. He used this time to study Sanji and Zoro's fighting styles, planning how to advise them on using their haki. Arlong interrupted his thoughts. "You both have devil fruit powers," he noted, prompting Luffy to roll his eyes. "You just figured that out?" Luffy replied, unimpressed. "I thought you would have realized it when I defeated all your men and sent your pet cow to its end," he said, shaking his head. "Why you?" Arlong growled, glaring at Luffy with intense hatred. Soon, both Luffy and Arlong's attention was drawn to Zoro's fight with Hachi. When they looked over, they saw Hachi airborne, his swords broken and lying on the ground. He crashed behind Zoro, kicking up a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, everyone saw Hachi lying in a small crater, unconscious. Luffy glanced at Zoro and noticed he was in pretty bad shape. He's still not fully healed from his fight with Mihawk. That being said, he managed to defeat a strong fishman while severely wounded, Luffy thought to himself before speaking to Zoro. "You did well, Zoro. I expected nothing less from my right-hand man," Luffy said with a smile as he watched Zoro stumble over to him. "Rest now, you earned it," he added as another thundercloud appeared in front of Zoro, ready for him to collapse onto. Luffy then turned to watch Sanji's fight and was surprised by what he saw. Sanji's fighting style seemed to revolve around his legs, and Luffy was puzzled that Sanji wasn't using his hands. In Luffy's mind, he would be more effective if he used his hands, but everyone has their own style that represents who they are. Luffy watched as Sanji kicked the fishman, Kurubi, through the main building of Arlong Park. "Well, that takes care of that," Sanji said before lighting a cigarette. He then walked over to Luffy and Ryuma. "You did well, Sanji. Now all that's missing is Usopp," Luffy said before taking a sip of his drink. "Do you think it's a good idea to let him fight that guy alone?" Sanji asked. "Yeah, he'll be fine," Luffy replied, staring at Arlong, who was looking at the fallen forms of Hachi and Kurubi with rage in his eyes. "How? How is this possible?" Arlong screamed. "Humans can't defeat fishmen. We are superior beings in every way." He yelled before standing up, causing Luffy to do the same. "Guess it's my turn," Ryuma said, downing his drink. Just as Arlong was about to rush at them, he spotted someone behind them and smiled. Puzzled, Luffy turned around to see Nami wearing his straw hat, her shoulder bandaged, and her bow staff in hand. "Hey, Nami," Arlong said. "Did you come here to see me defeat these pathetic pirates?" he asked cockily. "I'm here to defeat you," Nami replied in a chilling voice that surprised Luffy and Ryuma. Before Arlong could respond, Usopp's voice interrupted him. "Luffy!" Usopp screamed from behind a broken wall, causing Luffy to smile. "I got your back," he said with a grin. Usopp looked like he had been through a lot, he was covered in dirt and bruises. "Impossible. Chu was defeated?" Arlong asked in disbelief as he stared at Usopp. Usopp simply smiled and gave Arlong a thumbs up. Luffy chuckled before he turned his right hand into lightning and sent it towards Nami, causing everyone's eyes to widen. The lightning raced towards her faster than she could move. She closed her eyes, expecting pain, but nothing happened. She slowly reopened her eyes to see Luffy placing his straw hat back on his head. "You need to relax, Nami," he said with a smile. "Your punishment will come," he added, causing her to shiver in anticipation. He then turned towards Arlong. "Time to face the consequences," he declared, prompting Arlong to laugh. "Shahaha. Foolish human, do you seriously think?" Arlong was interrupted as Luffy's fire-coated fist buried itself in his stomach, sending him crashing into one of the walls of Arlong Park. "You talk way too much," Luffy said, watching Arlong pick himself out of the rubble. The villagers and Nami stared at Luffy in awe. "He laid Arlong out with one punch," said one villager. "Amazing," said another. Luffy ignored the villagers' cheers and focused on Arlong. "It doesn't matter what species you are," Luffy said, getting Arlong's attention as he stood up. "Your strength is useless if you don't know how to use it properly." "I guess that's why you could never beat Jim," Ryuma added with a smirk, infuriating Arlong. "Don't mention that name." Arlong screamed as he rushed towards Luffy. Luffy simply stared as Arlong approached, not moving. Arlong grabbed Luffy's head and shoulder, preparing to bite his neck. Everyone gasped, except for Luffy's crew, who knew exactly what was about to happen. Arlong bit down, expecting to taste blood, but instead got a mouthful of rocks that exploded, sending him backward. Where Arlong had bitten, Luffy's neck was covered in rock armor that began to reform. Arlong stared at Luffy in disbelief. "Did I forget to mention I ate a Logia-class devil fruit?" Luffy said innocently. "Oops," he added, further angering Arlong. "I'll show you why fishmen are superior," Arlong shouted before leaping into the water. Luffy looked at the spot where Arlong dove in, confused. Did he not get the part where I control elements? Luffy wondered aloud before walking to the edge of the pool and holding out both hands. "I guess he was dumber than I thought," he said. "Electro-murder." Luffy called out, causing ropes of lightning to shoot from his fingertips into the water, electrocuting everything within. After a few minutes, Luffy stopped the technique and stared into the water, expecting Arlong's body to float to the surface. He waited for about 5 minutes, but nothing happened. Suddenly, he saw a shadow in the water racing towards him. In an instant, Arlong shot out of the water, his pointed nose aimed right at Luffy's heart. Luffy sighed as he covered his palm with armament Haki and caught Arlong by the nose, causing his eyes to widen. "So, this is the unbreakable nose," Luffy remarked before bending it downwards. The sound of Arlong's nose breaking echoed in the room, making several onlookers wince. Luffy then tossed Arlong over his shoulder, sending him crashing through a window on the second floor. Transforming his body into flames, Luffy teleported to where Arlong had landed. He found himself in a room filled with papers, books, and sea charts hanging up to dry. In the corner, Arlong lay on a pile of ruined sea charts, bleeding. When he realized what he was on, he shot up to his feet, desperately trying to clean the blood off the maps. His frustration grew as he noticed it was futile, the maps were already ruined. "UBSTRD!" Arlong screamed, clutching a bloodied map. "Look what you've done. I made Nami draw these maps for the last 8 years, and now you ruined them." Luffy approached the desk, picking up a pen stained with blood. "So, this is Nami's room?" Luffy asked in a cold tone. "Yes, this is where I had her draw all these sea charts," Arlong replied. Luffy took a step back and kicked the desk through the window, sending more maps flying. "UBSTRD! What are you doing?" Arlong shouted, angered by the destruction. "You just set me off." "So, no more games," Luffy declared, flipping the pen around and covering the tip in Haki before stabbing it into the side of Arlong's neck. Arlong screamed in pain, falling to his knees, fear washing over him as he looked up at Luffy's cold, emotionless eyes. Luffy stepped back, adjusting his straw hat slightly before speaking in a chilling tone. "Inferno meteor shower." Confused and frightened, Arlong and the others watched as a pillar of fire meteors descended from the sky, engulfing the building. The villagers and Luffy's crew were startled by the sight, retreating a few feet to avoid the chaos. "Luffy!" Usopp and Nami cried out in fear. Zoro and Ryuma, who were nearby, reassured them. "Relax," they said. "Luffy told me once that elements don't affect him." "So, he is fine," Ryuma added, watching the meteors fall. After what felt like an eternity, the meteors disappeared, revealing a scene that left everyone in shock. The entire building was gone, reduced to a pile of ash, with Luffy standing in the center, a serious expression on his face as ash swirled around him. There was no sign of Arlong or any remnants of the building. Luffy walked towards the group, stopping beside Nami, his back to the remnants of Arlong Park. "You're my navigator." "Got that?" he asked, prompting a teary-eyed Nami to nod in agreement before he continued on towards the village. After the confrontation with Arlong, the villagers struggled to comprehend their newfound freedom. It felt surreal. They had long believed they would remain under Arlong's control forever. As Luffy walked through the crowd, a strange laugh caught his attention. Turning around, he saw the Marines he had encountered earlier with Genzo. The Marine captain, with a cocky smile, addressed the villagers, "What a lucky day. I witnessed the entire fight and must say, good work. I never thought the fishmen would lose to you and your crew." However, his demeanor shifted as he declared, "Now that Arlong is gone, I will be taking all the money meant for him and the treasure in Arlong Park." The villagers gasped in anger. "Now drop your weapons. Captain Nezumi of Branch 16 gets all the credit," he yelled. Just then, Luffy reached the front and slammed his fist onto the Marine captain's head, sending him crashing to the ground. Seeing their captain attacked, the Marines aimed their weapons at Luffy and the villagers. Thinking quickly, Luffy and Ryuma unleashed a wave of Conqueror's Haki, causing the Marines to faint. "Sorry, but that money is for the village," Luffy said before turning to Nami. "Is there a Marine base around here?" Nami thought for a moment before responding, "Yes, just northeast of here is Branch 16. Luffy nodded, turning his attention to Sanji. "Sanji," he called, getting his friend's attention. "I want you, Johnny, and Yasaku to go raid that Marine ship over there," Luffy instructed, pointing to the vessel behind them. "Whatever you find on the ship, give it to the village and bring the Marine ship back here to me. And do as you please with the Marines on board." The three nodded in agreement. Luffy then summoned a thundercloud for them to ride on, and as they hopped on, the cloud took off toward the ship. Turning to Usopp and Nami, Luffy continued, "Nami, Usopp, you two go raid Arlong Park." He paused, glancing at the pile of ash that was once Arlong Park, and chuckled nervously. "Or never mind," he said, causing everyone to sweat drop. He then turned to Zoro and Ryuma. "Zoro, can you fight?" Zoro looked slightly offended. "What kind of stupid question is that?" "Of course, I can fight," he replied, prompting a chuckle from Luffy. As Luffy turned back, he noticed the Marine ship approaching the island, signaling that Sanji and the others had succeeded. When the ship docked, Johnny and Yasaku were the first to disembark, carrying a large black box with money sticking out of it. Behind them, 5 Marines, each looking battered, carried large sacks on their backs. Sanji followed, empty-handed, with his hands in his pockets. Luffy chuckled and shook his head at Sanji's demeanor. The group arrived in front of Luffy and the villagers, dropping everything down. Nezumi, who had just woken up, stared at the scene from his ship with wide eyes. He was about to yell but stopped when he met Luffy's cold gaze. Luffy turned back to Sanji's group. "I did not expect your raid to be so fruitful," he said, surprised. "Neither did we, but these guys had a lot of treasure on board. The black box is filled with money and jewels, while those sacks have gold, diamonds, and other precious stones," Sanji explained, taking a drag from his cigarette. Luffy nodded and turned to Genzo. "That's for your village," he said, causing everyone's eyes to widen. "But that's way more than we need," Genzo protested, earning nods from the villagers. "At least take some for yourselves," he urged Luffy. Luffy smirked. "Oh, don't worry about us, we will get paid," he replied, bending down to grab Nezumi by the collar and dragging him toward the Marine ship. "Zoro, Sanji, Ryuma, with me," Luffy called out, and the three smirked before following their captain. The 4 of them, along with a protesting Nezumi, boarded the Marine vessel and set sail toward the Marine base. "Where are we going, Captain?" Zoro asked, and Luffy smirked in response. "Oh, we are going to raid the Marine base," he declared, causing Nezumi's eyes to widen, along with Zoro, Ryuma, and Sanji's. Luffy turned to Nezumi. "And if you behave yourself, I'll let you keep your life," he said. His gaze intense. Nezumi nodded quickly. Yes, yes, anything you want, he replied nervously. Luffy smiled and stood him up, dusting him off. Good. Now you are going to lead us into the base as our guest and take me directly to the vault, Luffy instructed calmly, placing a hand on Nezumi's shoulder. He then turned to Zoro, Ryuma, and Sanji. While I'm emptying the vault, you three go search for gunpowder and ammo for the ship, he ordered, and they nodded. After sailing for a few more minutes, they arrived at the marine base island, which was entirely occupied by marines. The marine ship docked, and Nezumi led them off the ship toward the base. As they approached, a group of marines came out to greet their captain. Captain Nezumi, a marine officer shouted, saluting. Welcome back, sir. Nezumi sighed and returned the salute. Okay, stop shouting, he said tiredly. Luffy was impressed by his acting, none of the marines suspected anything. I have a job for you, Nezumi announced, getting the marines' attention. These gentlemen are our guests and need gunpowder and ammo. Please take them to storage and give them all that we have, he instructed, surprising the marines. All of it, sir, one marine asked, astonished. Nezumi, feigning anger, yelled, did I stutter, marine? The marines jumped back, quickly apologizing. No, sir. Very sorry, sir. We will get right on it, sir, they replied, turning to Sanji, Ryuma, and Zoro. If you would follow me, we can get going, the marine said, and they nodded, following him. Luffy turned to Nezumi, amused. You have one loud and energetic marine, he remarked. You have no idea, Nezumi replied, rubbing his temple. He then straightened up, speaking to Luffy with disdain. Let's just hurry up and get this over with, pirate, he said. Luffy nodded, and they walked into the building. He summoned a small thundercloud to carry the money back to the island. The cloud followed closely as they entered and descended a staircase toward the basement. At the end of the hallway, Luffy spotted a giant safe with a door as large as the hallway itself. The two of them walked towards the end of the hallway. Nezumi approached a door, inserting a key into the keyhole. He then moved to a combination lock on a safe, entering the code before returning to the key and turning it 4 times. Luffy heard a click as the safe unlocked. Nezumi pulled the handle, and the large door swung open, revealing a towering pile of gold inside. Luffy was taken aback, he hadn't expected the Marines to possess such wealth. How much is in there? Luffy asked, astonished. 500 million, the last time I checked, Nezumi replied, surprising Luffy even more. Where did all this money come from? Luffy questioned, still in disbelief. We're in the East Blue, not the Grand Line. We collected this over 5 years. Usually, we send half to HQ, but we keep telling them we only have enough to maintain the base. Being in the East Blue makes them believe us, Nezumi explained, causing Luffy to chuckle. Very well, Luffy said, stepping aside to let the thundercloud enter the vault. After today, you won't have to lie anymore. Nezumi growled at this. The cloud expanded, engulfing everything inside the vault. What is it doing? Nezumi asked, watching in disbelief. It's storing everything in the vault, Luffy replied. A minute later, the cloud shrank to about twice its original size, emerging from the vault to reveal what remained. Inside, only a single gold coin lay on the floor. Nezumi's eyes widened in shock. Luffy had cleared the entire vault, leaving him with just one berry. Luffy laughed and placed a hand on Nezumi's shoulder, his tone serious. I think our business has come to an end. Nezumi growled but knew better than to attack Luffy, having witnessed his formidable strength against Arlong. Follow me, and we'll be on our way. I'm sure your friends are done with their business, Nezumi said, leading Luffy through a different hallway. That's not the way we came, Luffy remarked, narrowing his eyes. Yes, I know. The door to that staircase can't be opened from the inside, and no one is allowed to open it from the outside. Anyone who enters through that door must leave through the prison section, Nezumi explained. Luffy shrugged and followed him. At the end of the hallway, they turned left and encountered a row of jail cells. Some were empty, while others held prisoners who shouted at Nezumi and Luffy, growing increasingly irritating for Luffy. Finally, he had enough and unleashed bolts of lightning, shocking each prisoner. As they reached the end of the hallway, Luffy spotted a staircase leading up. Just as he was about to ascend, a desperate scream for help caught his attention. "Please help me," a woman cried out, prompting both Nezumi and Luffy to turn. Luffy's heart sank at the sight before him. A woman lay on the ground in a cell, visibly injured and frightened, while 3 Marines loomed over her with malicious grins. "Shut up," one Marine snapped, grabbing her by the hair. "You're our toy now," he sneered, shoving her back down. One of the Marines noticed Nezumi and Luffy watching and immediately saluted. "Sir," he called, drawing the attention of the others. Nezumi nodded and continued up the stairs, ignoring the woman's pleas. As he stepped onto the staircase, a loud thunderclap echoed outside, causing the building to tremble. Nezumi turned pale, realizing Luffy was seething with rage, electric sparks dancing around him. "You Marines call us pirate scum, yet this is how you treat a defenseless woman." Luffy's voice was icy, sending chills through everyone present. He drew his pistol and fired 3 shots. Bang bang bang. The shots struck the Marines, and they fell lifelessly to the ground. Luffy then turned to Nezumi. "You Marines are worse than scum," he declared, extending his arm. A rope of lightning shot out, ensnaring Nezumi and causing him to stumble. Luffy approached the wall, placing his palm against it and sending lightning coursing through the basement. Moments later, all the cell doors swung open, and the prisoners rushed out, thanking Luffy as they fled past him. Luffy walked into the cell where the woman was sitting, her back turned to him as she cried, staring at the fallen Marines on the ground. As he stood directly behind her, he noticed a mark on her left shoulder that ignited his anger. It was the hoof of the flying dragon, a symbol placed on slaves by the world nobles. Without hesitation, he took off his captain's coat and draped it around her. She turned to face him, and he offered her a warm smile. "You're safe now," he reassured her, which only caused her to cry more. Luffy then bent down and picked her up in a bridal carry, prompting a surprised gasp from her. He carried her out of the cell and placed her on a cloud before ascending the stairs, the cloud following closely behind. As he climbed, he grabbed Nezumi by his hair, dragging him up without slowing down. When they reached the door, Luffy kicked it off its hinges, knocking out 2 startled Marines in the process. He marched through, pulling Nezumi along, as the cloud trailed behind them, heading toward the exit. Outside, chaos reigned. The ground was marked with scorch marks from previous lightning strikes, while Marines scrambled to recapture escaped prisoners. Luffy spotted Zoro, Ryuma, and Sanji by the docks, surrounded by crates of gunpowder and cannonballs. He approached them, unfazed by the lightning striking around him and the thunder rumbling overhead. Zoro, Ryuma, and Sanji exchanged glances, noting Luffy's lack of his coat for the first time, and behind him, the girl on the cloud showed signs of distress. They silently agreed to wait for Luffy to explain her presence. As Luffy walked closer, bolts of lightning struck any Marine attempting to confront him in defense of Nezumi. "What got you all worked up, Captain?" Zoro asked, only to be met with smacks to the head from Sanji and Ryuma. "What was that for?" he protested, but they pointed at the girl behind Luffy, prompting him to fall silent. "Enough, you 3, Luffy commanded before summoning a large thundercloud from the sky. The cloud descended, enveloping the cargo Zoro and Sanji had gathered before aligning behind the cloud with all the money. Luffy then dragged Nezumi onto the Marine's ship, followed closely by Zoro and Sanji. Once on board, Sanji raised the anchor and released the sails, allowing the ship to sail away from the stormy island. After reaching a safe distance, Luffy ordered Sanji and Zoro to stop the ship. He unbound Nezumi and kicked him in the stomach, causing him to cough. "Please, don't kill me. Nezumi begged. Luffy stared at him with cold, emotionless eyes before speaking in a chilling tone. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't let scum like you live after what you allowed your men to do to that girl. Nezumi turned pale, trembling in fear. However, I won't kill you, Luffy continued, surprising everyone. If I kill you, who will tell Navy HQ what happened here? Dead men tell no tales. He then gazed at the Marine base island. But I will deal with your men for what they did to her. Nezumi crawled to the side of the boat, peering over the railing. Zoro and Sanji stood behind Luffy, while the girl wrapped Luffy's coat tightly around herself and moved to the opposite side of the ship, watching intently. Above the Marine base island, the thunderclouds began to swirl ominously. The wind picked up, darkening not only the island but also a large portion of the ocean surrounding it. Luffy's eyes glowed with power, and the air thickened, making it difficult for Zoro and Sanji to breathe. They stepped back, gasping for air as Luffy became surrounded by electric blue sparks. The crackling of lightning filled the air as he raised his right hand high, speaking in a booming voice before bringing it down in a swift motion. Celestial thunderclap eruption. A massive pillar of lightning descended from the swirling clouds, engulfing the entire island. A bright flash blinded everyone momentarily, followed by a thunderous roar that forced Zoro, Sanji, Nezumi, Ryuma, and the girl to cover their ears. The sound and light were felt and seen throughout the entire East Blue. When their vision cleared, they were left in disbelief. The pillar of lightning had vanished, and the clouds were dissipating, revealing that the island had completely disappeared. In its place was a gaping hole in the ocean, rapidly filling with water. Zoro and Sanji stared in shock, realizing the extent of Luffy's power. They had always known he was strong, but they never imagined he could erase an entire island in mere seconds. He just... Wow, Sanji stammered, while Zoro could only nod in agreement. Luffy and Ryuma turned to walk toward the girl, leaving Zoro and Sanji to continue staring at the hole that was filling up with water. When Luffy reached the girl, he spoke to get her attention. Hey there, he said in a calming tone. What's your name? The girl looked up at Luffy for a moment before answering in a nervous voice. My name is Tien, she said, glancing at her feet. Thanks for saving me, she added, tears welling in her eyes. Nice to meet you, Tien. I'm Luffy, and this is my friend Ryuma. You don't have to thank me, Luffy said, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Where are you from? I'm from right here in the East Blue, Kokoyashi village on Konomi Islands, she replied, causing Luffy to smile warmly at her. That's great because we just came from there, he said, making her look up at him with hopeful eyes. We're heading back to pick up the rest of my crew, so we can drop you off. Overcome with emotion, she wrapped her arms around Luffy and Ryuma, sobbing into their shirts. Luffy and Ryuma smiled and hugged her back before Luffy called out to Sanji and Zoro. Hey! You too, he shouted, gaining their attention. Time to go. Zoro, destroy the rudder and cut the anchor, he instructed, earning nods from both. Luffy then picked Tien up in his arms and placed her back on the cloud before hopping on with her. Sanji followed, and Zoro joined them after cutting the anchor. As they took off, the two clouds carrying the cargo began to rise into the sky, leaving Nezumi stranded on a ship in the middle of the ocean without a way to steer or stop it. Luffy pulled out his pistol and fired a shot at the ship's main mast, causing it to collapse. Nezumi, who had taken cover, emerged and shouted at Luffy, "You will pay for this, Straw Hat. Mark my words." Luffy ignored him, focusing instead on carrying everyone and the cargo. Realizing he couldn't hold the weight for long, Luffy turned to everyone. Hold on, he said, and bolts of lightning shot out from the cloud, wrapping around them and securing them in place. The clouds then sped off toward Kokoyashi village. After a couple of minutes, they arrived in front of Arlong Park, where Usopp, Johnny, and Yasaku were waiting. It appeared the rest of the villagers and Nami had returned to the village. They all hopped off the cloud, and Luffy was Slightly out of breath. "You okay there, Captain?" Zoro asked, prompting everyone to look at Luffy. "Yeah, it just took a lot of effort to carry all of you, plus the cannonballs and gunpowder," he replied, and they nodded in understanding. Luffy sent the cloud with the cargo toward the Going Merry, which was docked next to Arlong Park, and instructed it to drop the cargo on deck. He then turned to Johnny, Yasaku, and Usopp, giving them orders. "Bring the ship to the rear of the island, next to the village, Usopp," he said, earning a salute. "And you too, take all that cargo below deck and store it," he instructed Johnny and Yasaku. Turning to Sanji, Zoro, Ryuma, and Yen, Luffy said, "We're going to the village. I need a drink, and Zoro needs a doctor." Zoro was about to protest, but Luffy's look silenced him. Before they left, Luffy sent the cloud with the money into the sky to wait until he was ready for it. As they walked toward the village, they could hear laughter and cheering from the villagers. "It sounds like they're having a party. I wonder what the occasion is," Jen remarked, walking beside Luffy. He chuckled before responding, "It's a long story. But before we tell you, I have a question." Jen looked a bit nervous. "Were you one of the slaves Fisher Tiger freed?" he asked, causing her to flinch. "Don't worry, you're safe here. No one will hurt you," he assured her. "Yes, I was," she admitted, causing Ryuma, Sanji, and Zoro to widen their eyes, while Luffy remained calm. "I was captured as a little girl and sold to one of the world nobles. I thought I would die a SLV, but one night, a fishman saved me and others. Since then, I've been trying to find my way back to the East Blue. A few months ago, I finally returned, but Nezumi and his men found me on a passenger ship. When they saw my mark, they took me away and locked me up," she explained shakily. Luffy placed his hand on her shoulder. "It's okay now. You're back home," he said, pointing toward the village. She hadn't realized it, but they had already arrived. The village looked just as she remembered it. Upon seeing Luffy, the villagers began cheering and rushing toward him with bright smiles. Just as they were about to surround him, he held out his hand to stop them. "Before anything else," he said, grabbing Zoro by the back of his shirt and pushing him forward. "He needs a doctor, ASAP, he announced, prompting an old man in a white coat to step forward. "I'll take care of him," the man said, and Luffy, Ryuma, and Sanji gently pushed a grumbling Zoro toward him. Luffy then placed his hand on Diane's shoulder again. "This is Diane," he said, drawing everyone's attention. "She is from this village but was kidnapped a long time ago. I found her being held prisoner by the Marines and brought her here," he explained, causing whispers to ripple through the crowd. All the whispering was interrupted when a woman stepped forward to speak to Diane. "Diane? Is it really you?" an older woman asked, tears in her eyes as she held on to an older man. Diane looked at them and began to cry before running toward them and embracing them. Genzo was the next to speak. "I can't believe it," he said, staring at Diane. "It has been almost 15 years since she was taken," he remarked, causing Luffy's eyes to widen, along with many of the younger villagers. Before anyone could say anything more somber, Luffy shouted, "Hey!" drawing everyone's attention as he pulled out a bottle of whiskey. "I thought we were having a party," he said with a rare smile. The atmosphere shifted as everyone began to celebrate. 4 days and one big party later. It had been 4 days since Luffy and Ryuma defeated Arlong. The entire village celebrated their freedom for 3 days straight with no work and a buffet that seemed endless. During those days, Zoro had received treatment for his wounds, and the crew enjoyed a well-deserved rest. Diane returned Luffy's coat on the second day after washing it, and she and her parents repeatedly thanked him for bringing her home. Luffy insisted they didn't need to thank him, but they wouldn't listen. Currently, Luffy, Ryuma, Sanji, Zoro, and Usopp were on the Going Merry, packing up food supplies the villagers had given them, along with a couple of tangerine trees Nami had placed on the ship the night before. Standing on the docks beside the ship were all the villagers, Diane, her parents, Genzo, and Nojiko. No one had seen Nami all morning, but Luffy knew she would show up eventually. He looked at his crew on board and asked, "You guys remember the plan, right?" Zoro and Ryuma nodded, along with Usopp, Johnny, and Yasaku, while Sanji looked confused. "Huh? What plan?" he asked. Luffy chuckled, "You'll see," and walked to the back of the ship, calling out to Nojiko, "Hey Nojiko." She turned to him, intrigued. "Your sister can be a handful sometimes," he said with a smirk, causing Nojiko to smile back. "I might need some help keeping her in check." "Oh, and you want me to help you keep her in check?" she asked. "That's right," Luffy replied, removing his hat and running a hand through his hair before putting it back on. "Well, if you're interested." Nojiko thought for a moment before responding, "Okay, you got yourself a new crew member," and hopped on board the ship. Luffy looked at her curiously and asked, "No clothes or anything?" She smiled and replied, "Nami is getting it." Just then, Luffy heard Nami shouting, "Set the sails." He turned to see her standing a distance away from the villagers, who were pleading with her to say goodbye. Luffy turned to his crew and yelled, "You heard the lady. Set the sails. Raise the anchor. Sanji, man the rudder." They scrambled to get everything done. Usopp and Johnny released the sails while Zoro and Yasaku pulled up the anchor, and Sanji took command of the rudder, steering the ship. Nojiko ran over to help Usopp and Johnny tie the sails in place while Luffy stood with a straight face, observing everyone. Luffy turned towards Nami, who was running toward the ship, weaving through the crowd. "You don't think she is going to do what I think she is going to do, right?" Ryuma asked from beside him. "I think she is," Luffy replied. Nami reached the end of the dock and made a giant leap onto the ship, surprising Luffy. As she landed, she pulled her shirt up, causing Luffy's eyes to widen while Sanji looked excited. A bunch of wallets and purses fell out of her shirt, items she had taken from the villagers while running past them. Luffy shook his head and started laughing. "Thanks a bunch." She yelled at the villagers, leaving them in shock. Luffy then nodded to the guys, signaling it was time to start the plan. As they sailed away from the island, Luffy and Ryuma sat on thrones made of clouds, Zoro was in a crow's nest, Sanji was in the kitchen making lunch, Usopp was on the floor next to Luffy working on his inventions, and Johnny and Yasaku were playing cards off to Luffy's left. Nami and Nojiko had just finished tending to their tangerine trees and were walking up to the rear deck with lawn chairs to sit with Luffy. "What do you think you're going to do, Nami?" Luffy asked, raising an eyebrow. "I'm going to relax for a bit," she replied, opening her lawn chair. By now, Usopp, Johnny, and Yasaku were in position to carry out the plan along with Zoro and Ryuma. "Relax?" Luffy laughed, puzzling Nami and Nojiko. "You committed treason on a pirate ship, and you think you can just come back on board and relax?" he asked, causing her eyes to widen. "In a normal situation, that crime would be rectified with your life," he said, making her a bit nervous. "But you see, you never actually joined the crew. We only teamed up to achieve our goals," he explained, causing her to relax slightly. "That doesn't mean you're off the hook. You stole my ship that carries my symbol, so you must be punished." "Boys!" Luffy shouted. At his command, Zoro, Ryuma, Usopp, Johnny, and Yasaku dumped 5 large buckets of mud all over the deck, except for the rear deck where Luffy was. Sanji then emerged from the kitchen wearing an apron, exclaiming, "What the hell are you idiots doing?" while looking at Zoro. Luffy approached Nami, handing her a mop and bucket. "From this day forward, you are on cleanup duty until I say otherwise," he declared, prompting Nami to take the items. "And no one is to help her," he added, casting a stern look at Sanji and Nojiko, who both nodded in agreement. Nami, though initially reluctant, began her task, diligently cleaning the ship for 3 hours. Finally, she climbed up the steps, visibly exhausted and sweaty, and reported, "Done." Luffy smiled and nodded, signaling her to take a break. Sanji soon arrived with 4 drinks on a silver platter. He served Luffy and Ryuma glasses of whiskey on the rocks, while he offered the other two drinks to Nami and Nojiko. Luffy took a sip, enjoying the moment, and glanced up at the sky just as a news coup flew overhead. He whistled, catching the bird's attention, and it swooped down to the ship. After paying the bird, Luffy opened the newspaper and began reading aloud. This world sure is a turbulent place, he mused, flipping through the pages. There's been another coup in Villa, he noted before a piece of paper slipped out of the newspaper, floating down to land between him and Usopp. Luffy's eyes widened in surprise, and Usopp let out a startled scream. Meanwhile, at Navy HQ, the Vice Admirals gathered in the agenda room to discuss a significant new threat. One Vice Admiral, pouring himself some sake, asked, "So, even a conservative estimate of their power is still too much for our branches to handle?" Brand New confirmed, detailing the formidable pirates that had been taken down by one individual, including notorious figures with bounties exceeding 10 million. From the reports, he possesses a Logia-class devil fruit and is a master of all three forms of Haki, Brand New revealed, causing gasps among the officers. "A Haki user in the East Blue," one Vice Admiral exclaimed. "Did you just say all three? He has Conqueror's Haki." Another added, expressing concern. Brand New continued, "It gets worse. He is also the apprentice of red-haired Shanks." The room fell silent as the weight of this revelation sank in. 10 years ago, Shanks came to the East Blue and took a kid back with him. We believe this is the same kid, who was once a high-ranking officer on Shanks' crew and left to start his own crew with Shanks' blessing. Because of this, we are giving him a significant bounty, Brand New announced, allowing the information to settle. "I can't believe it," a Vice Admiral said, while another quickly inquired about the boys' whereabouts. "They are currently heading towards Logue Town. Reinforcements have been sent to support Captain Smoker," Brand New replied. "We cannot allow a pirate of this caliber to re-enter the Grand Line," one Vice Admiral asserted, receiving nods of agreement from the others. In Syrup Village, Mary rushed up the stairs, waving a piece of paper. Miss. Did you see this?" he exclaimed, holding up Luffy's wanted poster. Kaya took it, smiling as she remarked, "Looks like they are really doing it, huh, Mary?" She then expressed her determination to work harder towards her own dreams, inspired by Usopp's journey. In Shell Town, Kobe was sweeping the halls of the Marine base when he spotted a wanted poster on the wall. A wide smile spread across his face as he recognized Luffy's image. "Luffy, you're out achieving your dream, but when we meet again, we will meet as enemies," he said, feeling a mix of pride and anticipation. On a random island in the Grand Line, Hawkeye Mihawk stepped ashore, immediately confronted by a group of startled pirates brandishing weapons. "What do you want, Hawkeye?" one pirate asked nervously. Mihawk, unfazed, replied, "Oh, relax, take me to your superiors," prompting the pirate to flee into the woods. "Camping out on a deserted island, what a carefree man," he remarked before following the pirate into the woods. After a short walk, he arrived at the camp of the red-haired pirates, where they were gathered under a large umbrella, nursing their hangovers. "Boss!" "Ha ha Hawkeye," the pirate called out to Shanks, pointing behind him. Shanks, seated on a log, didn't even glance at Mihawk as he spoke. "Hello, Hawkeye, to what do I owe the pleasure? Have you come to fight me?" "Because I'm not feeling so good at the moment," he said in a low voice. "I have no intention of fighting a hungover man, I'll settle the score some other time," Mihawk replied, looking down at Shanks. "I recently came across a mutual friend of ours in the East Blue," he added, capturing everyone's attention as he approached Shanks with a rolled-up paper in hand. "I thought you might want to see this," he said, unrolling the paper to reveal Luffy's bounty poster. Shanks' eyes widened in surprise, and he chuckled before speaking. "Well, in that case, I just can't let you leave, Hawkeye," Shanks said, his tone taking on a more serious edge, causing Mihawk to narrow his eyes. He then poured himself a drink. While laughing. "Hawkeye, come on, drink up," Shanks urged, a large smile on his face. "Weren't you just hungover?" Mihawk asked. Don't be ridiculous, we have to celebrate. My student just got his first bounty. Everybody, let's party. Shanks shouted, raising his glass. To Luffy, he yelled. To Luffy, the rest of the crew echoed as they downed their drinks. Meanwhile, back in Fusha village, everyone was celebrating Luffy's achievements. Inside Makino's bar, the main festivities were underway, with villagers drinking and cheering for Luffy's first bounty. Who would have thought a big-time pirate came from our village, one villager remarked. I know, right? It's amazing, another responded. Shut up. What's so great about a criminal coming from our village? The mayor interjected. Ah, just look at him, mayor. He's so determined, Makino said from behind the bar. He's really out there chasing his dreams. His dream or his fate, the mayor muttered to himself. Back on the Going Merry, the crew stared at the wanted poster on the ground, their faces filled with shock, while Luffy and Ryuma exchanged smirks. Would you look at that? We're now wanted men, Luffy said proudly, gazing at the poster. The image captured him after the destruction of Arlong Park, standing amidst the remnants with dark clouds looming behind him. Below the picture, his name and bounty were displayed. Wow, Johnny and Yasaku said in awe. 100 million. Usopp exclaimed, astonished. That's amazing, he added, only to be smacked on the back of the head by Nami. Shut up, you idiot. This is bad, she warned, her expression anxious. This means strong Marines will come after us. With a bounty like that, Navy HQ will definitely take action, Zoro said quietly. Not to mention it will attract a lot of skilled bounty hunters, he added, causing concern among the crew, except for Luffy and Ryuma. Noticing the panic, Luffy decided to reassure them. All of you, he called from his throne, capturing their attention. Relax and calm down. Unless they send Navy Admiral Kizaru, we'll be fine, he said, helping to ease their worries. What's so wrong with this Kizaru guy? Nojiko asked. Let's just say he's the only one who might give me a hard time in a fight, Luffy replied, surprising them. With a bounty like this, the Navy is aware of my connection to Shanks and my abilities. They'll do their best to prevent us from entering the Grand Line, he explained, earning nods from his crew. Turning to Nami, he instructed, Nami, plot a course to Logue Town. We'll stop there to resupply before heading straight into the Grand Line. Right, she responded, heading for her map. Why do we need to stop at Logue Town? Sanji asked curiously. Can't we just go straight into the Grand Line? We have enough supplies, he said, prompting a chuckle from Luffy. We could, but stopping at Logue Town before entering the Grand Line is a pirate tradition, he explained, garnering curious looks from everyone. You see, Logue Town is where Gold Roger was born and where he died. It's also where the Great Pirate Era began. It's known as the town of the beginning and the end. The crew had been traveling for a few hours since learning about Luffy's and Ryuma's bounties. Luffy and Ryuma sat on their thrones, observing the crew as they engaged in various activities. Usopp was cleaning one of the cannons, Nami and Nojiko relaxed on lawn chairs, Zoro, Johnny, and Yasaku exercised at the front of the ship, while Sanji was busy in the kitchen. Luffy then stood up and walked toward the main deck. All of you, come here, he shouted, prompting everyone to stop what they were doing and gather around him. Standing on the main deck, he looked up at the sky, causing the crew to follow his gaze. They spotted a thundercloud descending from above, which Sanji and Zoro recognized as the cloud containing the money they had stolen from the marine base. Before we begin, Luffy said, drawing everyone's attention as he approached Nami and placed his hand on her shoulder, leaving everyone puzzled. Need to add on to Nami's punishment, Luffy said, and suddenly ropes of lightning sprang from his wrist, binding her in place. "Aich!" she screamed as they wrapped around her. "What the hell, Luffy?" she yelled. Luffy chuckled mischievously as he pushed her back, causing her to fall onto his throne, which seemed to have followed him. Nami struggled to break free but found it impossible. The lightning binding her and the lightning in the thundercloud throne were connected, effectively holding her in place. Luffy, is there a reason you tied up Nami? Usopp asked, curiosity evident on his face. Luffy turned away from Nami to face him. Yes. This, he said, snapping his fingers. The cloud released a downpour of money and treasure. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment as they watched it rain riches. Nami looked like she was at the gates of heaven, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't reach them. All she could do was watch from the outside. So this is why you tied up my sister, Nojiko said, walking over to the pile of treasure. You're very evil, you know that, Captain, she remarked with a smirk. Luffy smirked back before bursting into laughter, and soon everyone joined in. They turned to check on Nami, who was desperately trying to break free of her bonds. It's no use, Ryuma said, catching her attention. It won't come undone until the captain decides to undo it. Nami stopped struggling, looking dejectedly at the others. All right, listen up, Luffy said, walking into his quarters and returning with several large bags. Place all of the money in this bag, he instructed, tossing one to Sanji. After that, take all of the gold and precious stones in these and store them below deck, he added, tossing the rest to Johnny, Yasaku, and Nojiko. We will store the cash in one of the clouds and keep it safe in the sky. The rest of the treasure will stay here on the ship, he said, earning nods from everyone. Luffy then turned to Sanji. Sanji, we are a few days away from Logue Town. I want you to check the kitchen inventory and make a list of everything you'll need, he said, receiving a nod in response. Okay, everyone hurry up and put this stuff away so I can begin your training, he called out, leaving them puzzled. Luffy, Nami said from behind him. What kind of training? She asked. Your Haki training, Luffy replied, leaning against the throne. And what is Haki, big bro Luffy? Johnny asked, confusion clear on his face, echoed by Yasaku. Luffy sighed before responding. I'll explain all of that when you're done, he said, summoning a new cloud to sit on as he watched the crew hurry to put everything away. It took about 45 minutes, but once they finished, only a large bag of money remained. All done, Captain. Usopp, Johnny, and Yasaku said, standing in a straight line and saluting Luffy. Luffy and Ryuma exchanged amused glances before getting up from their clouds. As they stood, the cloud Luffy had been sitting on moved closer to Nami's throne and fused with it, creating a larger cloud. He snapped his fingers, and the lightning binding Nami disappeared. Nami sprang to her feet and rushed toward the large bag Luffy had just grabbed. Just as she was about to reach it, it vanished along with Luffy, causing everyone's eyes to widen. Nami tumbled forward, landing on top of Sanji, whose face ended up buried in her chest, sending him flying back with a nosebleed. When everyone turned to see where Luffy had gone, they found him standing in front of the throne with the bag in hand. As Nami picked herself up, Luffy held up the bag and dropped it into the throne made of clouds, causing it to disappear. Good, now that we're all done, let's get started, he said as he sat on the throne. Before I teach you Haki, I will first explain what it is. I already told Zoro about it, so he has a general idea, but he doesn't know how to use it, he said, earning a nod from Zoro. Sanji, finally regaining control after his nosebleed, walked over to Nojiko, sticking tissues in his nose. The old geezer told me once about Haki, he said, surprising Ryuma and Luffy. Well, he mentioned the name but didn't really explain what it is, he added, causing them to nod in understanding. Luffy had heard rumors that Zeph had entered the New World but found it too difficult and returned to Paradise. He said it's a power that every pirate in the Grand Line has, and it can rival Devil Fruit users, Sanji said, alarming Usopp, Nami, Johnny, and Yasaku. Luffy chuckled at their reaction. Not everyone in the Grand Line knows Haki, Ryuma interjected, drawing their attention. Only those in the New World are familiar with it. The pirates in Paradise don't really know about it, he explained, earning confused looks from the crew. Ryuma, Nojiko said, prompting the duo to look at her. What is this new world and paradise you're talking about? She asked, and the others nodded, indicating they were equally curious. The Grand Line is divided into two parts. The first part, which we will enter in about 3 days, is called Paradise, while the second half is known as the New World, he explained, overseeing them all. It is a common misconception that the Grand Line is just one continuous sea. In reality, it is divided into two halves by the Red Line, Luffy explained as he reached into his coat, pulling out a bottle and glass to pour himself a drink. Paradise? Nami asked, her voice tinged with apprehension, prompting a smirk from Luffy. I think we've all heard stories about the Grand Line, and none of them suggest it's paradise, she added, earning nods of agreement from Usopp and the bounty-hunting duo. Luffy's mischievous grin only heightened their unease. The first half of the Grand Line is called Paradise because, compared to the New World, it is indeed a paradise, he said, causing their eyes to widen. But don't worry about that for now. Ryuma and I will help you all get stronger by then, he reassured them. Now, back to Haki, he continued, capturing their full attention. Haki is a power that lies dormant in all living creatures. It's not unlike the typical senses, but most people either fail to notice it or can't awaken it, he explained, taking a sip of his drink. So everyone can learn this Haki thing? Johnny asked, awe evident on his face. Luffy nodded, taking another sip. That's so cool, Johnny exclaimed, and the others nodded in agreement. There are mainly two types of Haki that anyone can achieve with the right training. The first is observation Haki, he said, pausing to ensure everyone was focused. It grants users a sixth sense of their surroundings and limited precognitive abilities. I've heard rumors of people honing their observation Haki to see a tiny bit into the future, he added, causing their eyes to widen further. Seeing into the future? Sanji asked, skepticism in his voice. Luffy nodded again. Yeah, just a few seconds ahead, he clarified before sipping his drink. I haven't reached that level yet, I can only predict my enemy's moves and sense the life force of everything around me, he said, turning to Usopp. As a sniper, you could use observation Haki to shoot targets from extremely long distances with precision, he encouraged, making Usopp's eyes light up with excitement. Wow! Usopp exclaimed, jumping up and down. Luffy chuckled before continuing. The next type is armament Haki, he said, demonstrating by holding out his hands. To their surprise, his hands changed color to a deep black. This allows the user to use their spirit as armor to defend against attacks or to enhance their own attacks, he explained as the blackness receded back into his skin. When fighting someone else who uses armament Haki, it comes down to who has a stronger will, as the weaker one takes more damage, he said, finishing his drink and looking at Zoro. You can use it on your sword to make your attacks more powerful, he added, causing Zoro to grin. There are two important things about armament Haki you need to know, Luffy said, drawing their attention. Firstly, you can run out of it during a fight if you overuse it, he warned, surprising them again. Secondly, this type of Haki can bypass the powers of a devil fruit user whose body has been altered by their fruit, he stated, causing their eyes to widen in realization. What do you mean bypass their powers? Nojiko asked. For example, I am a lightning Logia type user, which means I can turn my body into lightning and become intangible against certain attacks, he explained, noting Nojiko's understanding nod. If you were to punch me right now, your arm would pass right through me without causing harm, but if you punched me with armament Haki, your fist would hit me and it would hurt, he clarified. WOW.SO It is extremely useful against devil fruit users. Nami asked, astonished. Luffy nodded. Yes, but you would need to train your Haki more to compete with Ryuma because of his devil fruit powers, he added, as Nojiko remarked, those are the main two that everyone could awaken. Luffy nodded, but Nami looked puzzled. Main two? She asked. Luffy confirmed with a smirk, so there is more. There is one more that only a certain group of people can unlock, he said, surprising them. It's an extremely rare type of Haki called Conqueror's Haki or the King's Spirit, he explained. 1 in several million. Usopp asked, and Luffy nodded. What does it do? Sanji inquired. It allows the user to overpower the wills of others. Zoro, Nami, and Usopp have seen me use it before, he said, prompting them to recall the moment. Usually, when someone uses it, they can make a group of people faint just from their presence, he explained, noting that those with strong wills can resist its effects. Luffy then stood up and walked into his captain's quarters, returning with strips of black cloth. First, I will teach all of you observation Haki before anything else, he said as he approached them. Any reason why that one is first? Zoro asked. I think it would be best for all of you to learn to predict your enemy's movements in a fight before we strengthen your attacks, he replied, handing out BLNDFLDS to Johnny, Nami, Usopp, and Sanji. And it's more fun to learn. Well, more fun for us anyway, he added with a playful smirk, making everyone a bit nervous. Now, pair up. Sanji, you're with Zoro, Luffy announced, prompting Sanji to complain about not being paired with the beautiful ladies. Usopp, you are with me, he added, receiving a nod from Usopp. Johnny, Yasaku, you're with me, Ryuma said as they followed him. So, what are we supposed to do, Captain? Nami asked, causing Luffy to chuckle. One of you will be blindfolded while your partner stays unblindfolded. The one who isn't blindfolded has to try to hit you on the head with one of these sticks, he explained, pulling out 5 sticks from the cloud. Why do you have sticks in there? Nami exclaimed. Luffy shrugged. I picked them up while we were at your hometown, he replied, tossing a stick to each pair while keeping one for himself and giving another to Ryuma. The goal for the blindfolded person is to dodge the incoming hit. Don't just guess and move your head, clear your mind and try to feel the life forces around you, he instructed, earning nods from everyone. Soon, each pair went to a different part of the ship to begin their training. It was clear to everyone, except Ryuma and Luffy, that the next 2 days would be quite challenging. 2 days later. The entire crew stood at the front of the ship, staring at the island they were approaching. The past 2 days had been tough for Luffy's crew, except for Ryuma. The training had been largely successful, everyone could predict most of the hits and dodge them, though they still got hit occasionally. Luffy hadn't expected them to master observation Haki in just 2 days, so he was pleased with their progress. He understood that the best way to learn Haki is when one's life is in danger, as the desire to survive strengthens one's will. All they needed now was real-life combat experience to elevate their Haki skills. Usopp surprised Luffy by mentioning that he could sense a faint outline of Luffy, which Luffy explained was the life force he was sensing, helping him identify his targets. So that's it, huh? Nojiko asked, interrupting Luffy's thoughts. He turned to see her staring at the island, then looked back with a serious expression. Yeah, that's it, he replied in his usual tone. The town of the beginning and the end, he added before pouring himself a drink. He then walked back to his throne and called everyone to gather around him. Reaching into the cloud, he pulled out a small bag of money and tossed it to Sanji, who looked confused. What's this for, Captain? Sanji asked. That's 1 million berries, Luffy said, causing everyone's eyes to widen. Use that for supplies and food for the kitchen, and whatever is left is yours to spend, he instructed, earning a nod from Sanji. Luffy then pulled out a larger bag and tossed it to Zoro. That's 5 million berries. Buy yourself 2 new swords and get Johnny and Yasaku whatever weapons they want, he said, pointing to them. Zoro nodded, while the bounty hunter duo saluted Luffy and shouted, "Thank you, Big Bro Luffy." Luffy chuckled at their enthusiasm. Next, he pulled out a bag smaller than Zoro's but larger than Sanji's and tossed it to Nojiko. That's 2 million berries, he said, surprising her. She was about to protest, but he raised a hand to stop her. This is for you and Nami, he clarified, causing Nojiko to smirk while Nami's eyes lit up at the mention of money. Nojiko is in charge of the money, Luffy declared, making Nami's expression shift to one of shock. I think she may be a bit more responsible with it, he added, causing Nami to pout. You two can buy whatever you want, but I have some requests. Nami, please buy more charting supplies, we don't know when we'll get another chance. And find yourselves some weapons, he instructed, and they nodded in agreement. Aye, Captain, they replied in unison. Luffy then tossed a bag the same size as Sanji's to Usopp. That's 1,000,000 berries. Buy what you need for your inventions or anything else, he said, and Usopp nodded excitedly. But be careful, many people in this town will try to sell you knockoff equipment, claiming it's from the Grand Line or belong to Gol Roger. Don't be fooled, Luffy warned, and Usopp nodded seriously. Luffy looked around at everyone. Good, you all have your orders. Now let's dock the ship somewhere the Marines won't find it, he instructed, receiving nods from everyone as they hurried to prepare for docking. Just as they were about to head down the stairs, Luffy called out again, capturing their attention. One more thing, there's a Marine captain here named Smoker. Many pirates have stopped here on their way to the Grand Line, but none have left the island, he said, causing concern among the crew, except for Zoro and Sanji. He has caught every pirate who has set foot on this island and will likely come after me. So, don't worry about it. Ryuma and I are his targets, he doesn't know about any of you. But if you hear a commotion involving me, hurry up and finish what you're doing and head back to the ship, he instructed, and they all nodded before rushing off to get ready to dock. Luffy poured himself a drink and took a sip, looking up at the sky with a smile on his face. He was determined to achieve his dreams, and nothing would stand in his way. After the ship docked at the island, everyone disembarked and made their way toward town. As they walked, Luffy and Ryuma kept an eye out for any Marines who might have spotted them. To their surprise, there was no sign of anyone. They had expected that with Luffy's bounty, the Marines would be on high alert to stop them from re-entering the Grand Line. However, it seemed that despite the increased Marine presence, the patrols were lacking. Luffy and Ryuma were relieved, they didn't want to stir up trouble just yet. As the crew reached the entrance of the main shopping area, Luffy turned to his friends and said, "Alright, I'll see you guys later. I'm going to find out where they executed me around here." He walked away with Ryuma, leaving his crew puzzled. Luffy's main goal for this island was to visit the place where Gol Roger had met his end, but first, he had something else to do. Walking down the main street, Luffy scanned the shops until he spotted one that caught his eye, Rita's Tailored Clothing. A smile spread across his face as he approached the store. Inside, he saw mannequins displaying suits and coats of various designs, shelves filled with colorful fabrics, and in the back, an elderly woman stood behind a counter. "What can I do for you two, young men?" she asked kindly. Luffy returned her smile and walked toward her. "I was wondering if you could add something to my coat," he said, removing it and placing it on the counter. The woman raised an eyebrow, curious. "Are you two pirates?" she inquired. Luffy beamed at her and replied, "That we are," which made her smile back. "It's been a while since I had a pirate in my shop," she said, examining the coat. "I was beginning to think I would never see another one." "Let me guess, you want me to add your Jolly Roger to the back of your coat?" she asked, turning to look at him. Luffy nodded and pulled out a picture of his Jolly Roger, handing it to her. "I do," he confirmed. The woman's eyes widened as she looked at the design. "That's quite a striking Jolly Roger you have there, young man," she remarked, causing Luffy to chuckle. Meanwhile, Ryuma browsed through the clothing, admiring various designs. Luffy watched him and then asked the woman, "How long will it take to add it on?" "Not long, just give me a few minutes," she replied, sitting down at a sewing machine. Luffy wandered around the store, chatting with her as she worked. "So, you used to have a lot of pirates as customers?" he asked, examining the shirts on display. "Yes, I did," she answered. "Pirates used to come here non-stop on their way to the Grand Line, but that all changed when Marine Smoker arrived. Since then, any pirate who steps foot here gets captured, she said with a hint of distaste. Luffy chuckled in response. That's good, he said, surprising her. The sewing machine paused, and she turned to him with wide eyes. I mean, today everyone with a boat claims to be a pirate. If they can't get past one marine captain, they have no right to try for the Grand Line, he explained, smirking. She smiled and returned to her sewing. You're a strange one, young pirate, she said with a laugh. Luffy leaned against the counter, introducing himself. The name is Monkey D. Luffy, and this is my first mate, Ryuma, he said, watching her work. Ah, I see. So, that's why you two look so familiar. You're that rookie pirate with the big bounty, she said, stopping the machine to inspect the coat. You've been making the Marines around here quite nervous, she added with a chuckle. Luffy laughed and replied, not our fault, they're all wimps, which made the old lady laugh again. After a minute, she finished the coat and handed it to him. Here you go, all done. Luffy held it up and grinned at the back, where his Jolly Roger was perfectly sewn on a Japanese demon skull wearing a straw hat, with 4 elements replacing the usual crossbones. It's perfect, he exclaimed, putting it on. How much for this and Ryuma's clothes, he asked. The old lady walked over to the register, pushed a few buttons, and replied, 5,000 berries. Luffy nodded, reached into his pockets, counted out the money, and handed it to her. Here you go, and thanks, he said as he turned to leave. As he walked out of the store, the old lady spoke to him one last time. Good luck, young man, she said, causing Luffy to sigh. He wondered why she wouldn't use his name before ducking into one of the alleys. He didn't want to walk around with his Jolly Roger on his back for everyone to see, it was still too soon to cause trouble, and they hadn't yet reached the execution platform. So, they began making their way to the platform by using the connected alleys of Logue Town. As Luffy and Ryuma navigated through alley after alley, they soon realized, we are lost. They looked around, trying to figure out the right direction. Just then, they spotted a bar sign that read Bar Gold Roger, which piqued Luffy's curiosity. They decided to investigate and walked inside. The bar was empty and run down, with dust everywhere, overturned chairs, and cobwebs. The only person present was a short elderly man sitting at one of the tables with a skull in front of him and 2 glasses, one for himself and one for the skull. Excuse me, do you work here? Luffy asked as he entered. The sign outside said this place is called the Gold Roger. How did it get that name? He inquired before the man could respond. The man looked at Luffy and Ryuma through his sunglasses with a calculating gaze before replying, Scram. This isn't a place for kids like you. Besides, we're closed for good starting today, he added, pouring himself a drink. You're shutting down? Ryuma asked, taking a seat on one of the bar stools. I'm not going under, I've decided to shut it down myself, the man said, placing the bottle back on the table. I'm retiring, he sighed. Sorry, I just wanted to know about the name, Luffy said, pulling out a glass and pouring himself a drink. I'm looking for the execution platform, but I'm lost. Could you tell me the way? His eyes then focused on the skull on the table. Better question, where did you get that skull? He asked. Killer Giant, one of the most feared villains to have haunted the waters of the Grand Line, the man replied, raising his glass to the skull. He sent hundreds of pirates to their deaths, but it only took Gold Roger a single blow to put him down for good, he said with a smile, causing Luffy's eyes to widen. Gold Roger killed him? Luffy asked, surprised. The man threw his hands in the air and exclaimed, with lightning speed. He then brought his arms back down. You see, Killer Giant was known for wielding a massive blade, but the whole fight was over before he could even raise it, he explained, making Luffy grin widely as he listened to a story about his idol. And here is the wound that did it, he said, pointing to the missing part of the skull. Killer Giant was a terrible waste of human flesh, but with his dying breath, he proclaimed, Gold Roger, I take my hat off to you. You will forever be the king of the pirates, the old man said, causing Luffy and Ryuma to feel a thrill of excitement. An hour later, the crew had left Logue Town and was sailing toward the Grand Line. Usopp was at the rudder while Johnny and Yasaku were in the crow's nest. Zoro sat at the rear deck with Luffy and Ryuma, cleaning his swords. Nami and Nojiko were studying a map of the Grand Line, while Sanji was in the kitchen organizing supplies. Luffy was sipping his drink, gazing up at the thundercloud-filled sky. It looked like a storm was approaching, but Luffy didn't mind. They had a tailwind since leaving Logue Town and were likely to escape the storm before it hit. Just as Luffy was about to take another sip, Nami screamed, startling everyone and causing Luffy to spill some of his drink. "Itch," she yelled. Luffy shot her a glare before asking, "You better have a good excuse for making me spill my drink." Nami nodded, looking a bit nervous. "Well, what is it?" he pressed as Sanji and the others rushed over. "I was looking at this map of the Grand Line that I got from Buggy, and it says the entrance is a mountain," she explained, causing everyone's eyes to widen, except for Luffy's. "A mountain?" Zoro asked, confused. "Are we supposed to crash into it?" Luffy looked at him incredulously. "Really?" Ryuma chimed in, shaking his head. "Crash into it? Does that sound like how you enter the Grand Line, or how you meet your end?" Zoro looked away, embarrassed. "So how do we enter the Grand Line then?" Sanji asked. Luffy took a sip of his drink before replying, "We sail up the mountain," surprising everyone. "Ships can't sail up a mountain," Usopp exclaimed, and everyone nodded in agreement. "Hand me that map, Nami," Luffy said, extending his hand. Once he had the map, he laid it on the floor in front of them and began explaining. "You see this mountain right here?" he asked, pointing to the mountain in the center of the map. They all nodded, paying close attention. "That mountain is part of the Red Line and is called Reverse Mountain. Currents from all four seas flow up the mountain and into the Grand Line," Luffy explained, tracing his finger along the small blue line on the map. Everyone's eyes widened at this revelation. "But that's impossible, currents can't flow up a mountain," Nojiko said, disbelief evident on her face. "In the normal world, they don't, but this is the Grand Line," Luffy replied, rolling up the map and meeting their gazes. "If you try to use logic to explain everything that happens there, you'll go mad," he added, handing the map back to Nami. "There's nothing normal about that sea. One minute it's raining, the next it's snowing, and just seconds later, it could be hailing." "You're kidding, right?" Nami asked, her expression a mix of skepticism and concern. "Nope. Well, the hail thing I only saw in the New World, but it could happen in Paradise," he said, easing their worries a bit. "By the way, Nami," he continued, catching her attention, "did you and Nojiko get a log pose?" They nodded in response. "Yeah, but why do we need it?" she asked. "It's how you navigate the Grand Line, regular compasses don't work there," he explained, surprising them. "Don't lose it, or we could be in serious trouble," he warned, prompting her to nod vigorously. "So, what did the rest of you buy while you were there?" he inquired. "I bought fresh vegetables and some meat for healthier meals," Sanji said, causing Luffy to nod. "I also got new pots and pans for the kitchen and some knives. The best part? I won a blue-finned elephant tuna in a cooking contest," he added, beaming. Luffy smiled, looking forward to tasting it. "I got these new goggles," Usopp chimed in, pointing to the pair on his head. "They'll help me hit my targets better," he said, causing Luffy to nod in approval. "I also bought some chemicals to make my slingshot attacks deadlier, so pirates and marines everywhere will fear the name Sniper Usopp," he declared, striking a pose that made everyone chuckle. Zoro then spoke up, "I can't say I bought these two swords, the guy gave them to me for free," he said, surprising everyone. "Why would someone give you two swords for free?" Sanji asked, intrigued. Zoro picked up the sword in the red scabbard. "It's because of this sword," he said, showing them. Luffy narrowed his eyes at the blades. "But why?" Nojiko asked, looking at the sword. Because it's cursed, Luffy replied, glancing at the blade. Their eyes widened at the revelation. It's one of the Kitetsu blades, isn't it? He asked, and Zoro nodded. Kitetsu blades? Usopp asked, curiosity piqued. There are 3 Kitetsu blades, and all 3 are cursed. Once unsheathed, they must spill an enemy's blood, or they'll take their master's blood instead, Luffy explained, sending a shiver through the group, except for Ryuma, who chuckled. Or so the myth goes, he added lightly. What did those 2 buy? He asked Zoro, pointing to the bounty hunters in the crow's nest. I thought they were going to buy swords, but they each got a Bicento instead, Zoro said, surprising Luffy. He didn't mind if that was what they were comfortable with. He turned to Nami to hear what she had purchased. I bought new clothes and shoes, she said happily, causing the boys, except for Sanji, to roll their eyes. I also got high-quality charting paper and backup ink and pens, she added, prompting Luffy to nod before looking at Nojiko. I bought clothes and shoes with Nami, but I also got this 3-section metal staff, Nojiko said, pulling the staff from behind her back. It was a silver staff divided into 3 sections, connected by a chain. Luffy speculated it could be used as a staff or nunchucks, and with Haki, it could become a formidable weapon. Nice, better practice how to use it, he encouraged, and she nodded, putting it away. Usopp, man the rudder and let us know when the current is too strong to steer, he instructed, and Usopp saluted before running off. Sanji, I'm quite hungry, can you prepare lunch? Luffy asked, and Sanji nodded, heading to the kitchen. And the rest of you, he said, gathering their attention, you all still have some training to complete, he reminded them as they rushed to get their BLNDFLDS and sticks while Ryuma began training Yasaku and Johnny. Luffy poured himself more whiskey and gazed up at the sky. After sailing for about 10 more minutes, the ship finally emerged from the thunderclouds into clear blue skies. The water was calm, but Luffy sensed the ship picking up speed. He stood and walked to the side of the ship, looking down at the rapidly moving water currents. In a few more minutes, the current should be too strong for Usopp to steer, he thought, lost in contemplation. Suddenly, Johnny and Yasaku's voices broke through. Big Bro, they shouted from the crow's nest, capturing everyone's attention. Marines, they yelled, pointing ahead of the ship. Luffy looked forward and saw a fleet of about 25 marine ships lined up, sailing toward them. It seems they really don't want me to re-enter the Grand Line, Luffy said with a chuckle, and Ryuma laughed alongside him. What are your orders, Captain? Nami asked, running toward Luffy with Nojiko. Sail toward them, he commanded, causing their eyes to widen. Johnny, Yasaku, come down from there and take over for Usopp, he instructed, and the 2 quickly descended from the crow's nest to the rudder. Usopp emerged, looking to Luffy for further orders. Usopp, get to the cannons in the front and start picking off their ships. I will take care of the majority of them, Luffy instructed, prompting Usopp to nod before heading below deck to work the large cannon under the figurehead. Nojiko and Nami moved to the 2 cannons on the upper deck and began firing at the fleet. What should I do, Captain? Ryuma asked. Help me destroy the last ship, Luffy replied, and Ryuma nodded. Sanji approached, curious about Luffy's plan. What are you going to do, Captain? He asked as he walked with Luffy and Zoro toward the front of the ship. Luffy chuckled before responding. Something I've been eager to try, he said, hopping onto the figurehead to survey the situation. It seems this fleet belongs to Commodore Nelson from Branch 8, he noted. Is he strong? Zoro inquired. No, he's just really large, Luffy replied with a laugh, watching as Nami, Nojiko, and Usopp took out 3 of the 25 ships. Luffy, Sanji called, drawing his attention. Look behind the Marines, a storm is coming our way, he warned, prompting Luffy to turn and see storm clouds gathering just behind the enemy fleet. That's not a storm, he said, causing everyone to stop and look at him. That's the entrance to the Grand Line, he declared, and their eyes widened in realization. Luffy clasped his hands together as if in prayer, focusing on his powers. Electric blue sparks surrounded him, and the sky darkened with booming thunder. He narrowed his eyes at the marine fleet and shouted, 13 heavenly pillars. A loud thunderclap echoed as 13 pillars of lightning struck down on 13 marine ships, causing them to explode.